That should do it. Maybe some people join, maybe they don't. First thing I have to check is the comments on my... What the hell? Right. Comments on the welcome to the stream. Somebody joined. Like and subscribe. Oh, Zero. Yeah, man. What's up? Like and subscribe and let's get this writing going. 21-second delay in the chat. Second delay in the stream, yeah. I'm currently trying to write some chapters, but I've been stuck for a while, so I've been stuck. I've written chapter 361 like 7 or 8 times this week. Yeah, I've written chapter 361 7 or 8 times on the week this week, and it's been very difficult because I'm in the process of trying to trim, like to cut some of the unnecessary stuff out of the book to speed up the pacing. But I'm also in the finale area of the book, so this volume wraps up all the open plot lines, and then the next volume is the final volume with like the story gets resolved. So I'm closing all the plot lines right now. So every chapter or every other chapter is like a finale. I've treated it like a final event. Yo Flair, what's up? Yes, I'm stuck on chapter like 361. I'm coming here. I'm trying to get a consensus for how people feel about the book right now. Have to give myself power stones. I decided that like when I reach 2099 power stones, I'll stop, because I kind of like the idea of like having it stop at 2099 like Spider-Man. Yeah. Well, I would like to go like 2099 or 2814. Those numbers. Classic Balrog has been with me since my first book, which is crazy. Like he's an OG reader for me. He's like, if I go here, he might be here. No. Dex, I remember him. And Lance, yeah. Him too. Oh, here he is, Classic Balrog. Yeah. I remember. Now, this is my first account. Yeah. I am doing good. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Trying to write this book. And pulling my hair out in the process. But I want to write at least like I won't write all of this today, obviously, but like, well, I can't say that because some of it I could definitely do a lot of it today. But all of it, this is like plot stuff for Horizon. This is how I plot, by the way. So if anybody wants like a full spoiler, you could just pause the video and take screenshots or whatever. But a lot of this will change obviously while I'm in the middle of writing a chapter. But I'm trying to get through at least like these 2 or these 3. Yeah, Solar and Sai and Zero. Yeah. grinding a Roblox game. What even is Roblox? Isn't that like a Minecraft? I'm gonna do that in incognito. I don't want my Google to think I'm playing Roblox. What is this? Oh my god. Bro, what? What is this? You know what? I just lost some respect for you. This is what we're doing? In 2025? This is what we're doing? Playing Roblox? Yeah, this is the target audience you're playing against, by the way. This is the target audience. Yeah. Yeah, I expect people to be in and out of the stream. I'm just gonna be here trying to get this writing done. So they can make games. Okay, if you can make games and you're making games, that's better. If it's a creative thing, sure. If it's just like a Minecraft thing, then yeah, go touch grass, bro. There, that's Roblox. I mean, I honestly haven't been gaming much. Like, this is my Steam basically. This is what I have installed right now. Destiny 2, 8 hours. Everspace 2, 4 hours, right? Mark of the Ninja, 17 hours. This is over a lifetime. I had this for like 4 years, sorry. Marvel Rivals, I played 7 hours. And I haven't even touched this one yet. Yeah, last played December 16th. Last played Christmas Eve. Last played New Year's Day, well, December 30th. Last played January 6th. Yeah, the stream will be like ideally morning. Christian Taru, the stream will be around probably for 10 more hours or until I fall asleep. Or until I write enough. Because I'm really I work as long as I can write properly without my brain frying. So anytime somebody has like a question, I'll just pause the writing and answer the question, give an example. Because another thing I'm actually doing is this here? Secret project. Ooh, nope, cannot show the secret project. You'll have to wait for that secret project. Another thing this is a secret project here. Another thing I have to do is like I know some people have been wanting me to make a video on like the basics of like how do I actually write prose, right? He asked. Because this is, yeah, you would take out that. Okay, this is like the basics that people wanted. This is what the next video I'll do will be on. Yeah, man. I'll see you in an hour. Seamless Mistello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, if you're playing a game with your friends, like playing other games, but you're playing this with the homies, yeah. If you have the right friends, any game can be fun. Except Red Dead Redemption 2 online. That shit is never fun. Tried that, wanted to kill myself. Oop, I don't think I can see it on YouTube. Well, you know, wanted to uninstall, let's say. But yeah, people have been asking me to so my next video will be covering this stuff. How to write prose. Do you mean for fantasy? Sci-fi? Purple prose or beginner prose? Beginner prose. Each is different. Each is different. So be specific, right? Then he says, what about for a chapter 1? And that's how I started, right? Because a lot of people, they want to know this, they don't know this exists, that there are different types of prose, and they don't know how to write chapter one. So these are, each of these are different thing, and then this is a totally different thing too. So I'll show you all something. I'll show you all how terrible my writing was. Okay, if I go to chapter one in this, and I think Horizon has this problem too, right? So chapter one, my prose is wrong, and my prose is wrong. So like I'm doing it like this, like it's a text message, and then I genuinely want to know how to discipline yourself into getting your work done every time with that kind of writing quality. Oh, that's an easy one. This is my cheat code. So when I'm writing, I have everything planned out. Then I go in my phone and I start a timer. Right? And I don't know if the camera a little slow. I start a timer and I have it going up. So it'll be stopwatch and it'll start, and then every time I look away from the screen or I do something that isn't working, I stop it, and I don't get to stop working until it hits 4 hours. That's generally how it goes when I'm like actually being super efficient. But right now I'm at a point where I'm way over 4 hours because I've been working on this for like a week. This chapter for a week. Yeah, this chapter, current me will hate this chapter, right? So this is my first time ever writing something for other people, and this is how it went up. I went there with no practice. So aside from that, the thing I want to focus on here is like these two, because these two paragraphs should not exist, because those paragraphs just look ugly, and they will push new readers away from your book. But if I have something like this, where it's similar information, but it's broken up, like so, it's easier for people to consume it and get into your story rather than them having to read like a Wikipedia. Even though this still feels like if current me was writing chapter 1 of Horizon, it would be way different from this. It would be way better, right? So like chapter 2 is the real chapter 1, right? Chapter 2 starts with dialogue, gives some of this which should be spread out more. So I'll fix that in my future books. And then it starts with more dialogue, which isn't spaced properly, but it gets better. Yeah, the massive wall of text is what people hate. Like, you can't do that stuff, right? I don't have a good example. I don't like showing other people's like books as an example of what not to do, because that feels kind of like I'm just making fun of them. So I rather use my own. But like I've seen some egregious examples where it's like the page will be like 1,000 words and then two lines of dialogue in the entire thing, and everything else is just like, I feel this, or like he did this and that, and yeah, it's an instant drop. Yeah. What I do recently is that I look at the first chapter, then I skip to the most recent chapter, and see. And I don't really read the content. I just look at if the writing has gotten better. So I decide if I want to actually read this book. And for the most part, I usually don't add many to my library. Everything that's in my library right now is conceptual. So because I want to learn something, or I'm using something from that universe, and I want to study it how other people do it. Or like if it's a popular book, I will study how the fans react to certain changes, right? Like if you're writing, let's say, if you're writing a book about Star Wars, right? And you make Obi-Wan a woman having an affair with Master Yoda, right? For, as an extreme example. The reason I would skim, I can't read that. I would skim that is because I want to see how the Star Wars fan base reacts to that drastic change in the story. Like it would be a horrific change. Like you would have to go above and beyond to make the Star Wars fans accept something that crazy. Like they hate some of the best stuff in their works, which is why the Star Wars book is not my next book. I have a Star Wars book planned, but currently the Star Wars book is so big that I'm literally cutting it up and dividing it into different books. Yeah. Well, the wall of text thing is a old old writing technique, right? Like in Lord of the Rings. Where is it? Like in Lord of the Rings. I don't know. Yeah, in Lord of the Rings. This is the second one. Yeah, the Return of the King. But like all of them have these massive just blocks of text at the start, right? Oh, this is the third part. Yeah, synopsis still going. So the book starts all the way here, yeah. This is all just a wall of text. But Tolkien got away with this, right? Because yeah. This entire thing is a wall of text and they start off on the next page. But Tolkien got away with this because he did it first. So he was the first, so he got a pass, a free pass. Right? But everybody else is like, I wanna do the wall of text. I wanna have a prologue. And every fantasy reader is like, please don't do a prologue, don't do a wall of text. We hate it. And they're like, no, but I love Lord of the Rings. Lily High? Who the hell's a Lily? Yeah. Writing dialogue is what I specialize in, I'd say. Fanfiction.net, right, has this I'll just go here. Fanfiction.net has a very good advantage in the way the formatting is laid out, right? So you can get, yeah, instead of using dialogue, yeah, you should always, like, dialogue should be 90% of, in my opinion, dialogue should be 90%, right? So exposition should be 10%. Dialogue slash character interactions should be 80%. Oh, 80%. Narration, actually 85%. 85%. Now narration should be 5%. This is how I view it. This is like a good industry standard if you're doing third person, limited, or omniscient, right? If you're doing first person, right? Third person, limited, or omniscient. If you're doing first person, then everything is kind of in character. So everything is exposition or dialogue, right? Because the narrator is the character, so the narration is dialogue, in a sense, right? Well, no, yes, it is gonna be dialogue. So dialogue should be, I would say, 70%. 70%, and navel gazing. I don't know if I spell that properly. Navel gazing should be 30%. Nope, not even 30%. 10%, and then character interaction slash subtext should be 20%. This is how you do it, right? But the problem is most people, they god damn it, they do this one so much. Yeah, honestly, rewatching the stream is gonna be hard. What do you guys recommend after? Don't forget to like and subscribe before you leave. What do you guys recommend doing first after getting the themes of your story, getting the characters with the desires and fears done, or continuing with the plot first? You're doing it backwards, in my opinion. You should write the characters and let the theme build around the characters. So have an idea of your theme, but don't try to force it. So, for example, Horizon's theme is kind of a nature versus nurture. Like he had his nature, which is just um which is that he's the center of the universe, right? That's his nature. His nature is his parents putting all the evil shit in his head, and then is like a soft redemption theme of like, can Nezu redeem this guy? But I'm not forcing it. I'm letting the character do the theme building, because the theme is the question, right? The theme is always a question. It's like, can like a super heinous, the worst person ever learn to be a hero, right? And everything's a sliding scale. So the theme for Harry Potter is isn't like a isn't like a question. It's a statement. It's the importance of love and care and family and that kind of stuff, right? Because the whole purpose of the book isn't about Harry becoming a wizard. It's about Harry getting friends and family, people who care about him. So the theme of Harry Potter is how important love is, which is why Voldemort is incapable of feeling love, right? He was born from a love potion, and because of that, he was born incapable of experiencing love. So the theme of Harry Potter is like how love changes your life, basically. So it's not a question, but it's never overstated because it's in the character work. So you should plan out your character more than your theme, because if the character and the story works, the theme will just naturally happen. Also, anyone trying to rewatch a stream to like get the bits and pieces of like what I'm talking about, this is gonna be a long stream. That's that's gonna be a struggle. But if you're going the other route with like you're planning the theme first, then the situations are more important, right? So if you really want to have a theme of like how what is that? I don't even know how you would do this. Hold on, I'm gonna think about it. If the theme was if the theme was real heroes sacrifice themselves for others, right? That's what All Might and Deku always say. If the theme is that, then you don't say it. You let the characters just do it. So you build situations where they constantly self-sacrificing themselves, right? That's what Deku does. That's what Spider-Man does. The theme of Spider-Man is great, but is the message of Spider-Man is with great power comes great responsibility, right? But the theme of Spider-Man is self-sacrifice. Peter Parker always gives up his own well-being for others. Time and time again, no matter how bad the universe gets, he's the light. He's the one who always says, I'm going to put others first. So the message of Spider-Man is that if you can help people, you should. You have a responsibility to help them. But the theme is sacrificing yourself for others, being selfless. Okay, I know one person got annoyed at me for using dialogue tags, so I got nervous and dropped all the tags and switched to stage direction, which I needed to change when I needed to change speakers. What do you think? Okay, I can show you exactly what I think. Welcome to Pro Writing Aid. There's a thing here on the right side. Dialogue tags. Here, dialogue tags. It tells you when you're using too many dialogue tags. Now, my number is always very high because, like, for example, this chapter is all dialogue. Like, literally everything in this chapter is dialogue, because my book is like 85% dialogue. So I usually kind of ignore it, but I've been trimming down on them lately because stage direction can be good, but it can also like throw them out of the flow. So if you want to mix up the dialogue tags more, instead of focusing on the dialogue tags themselves, well, you could focus on them obviously, but I would also focus on where the hell is it? Sentence variety, which I'm not the best at, because the way my characters speak, when like Horizon takes the stage, he speaks for a long time usually. It's either witty and like back and forth, or he's like explaining something. So sentence variety. This is a paid program, this is a paid thing, by the way. I'm not sponsored, but I'm hoping they'll be my first sponsor. So here it will show me the sentence variety, and the reason you want to do this is because if a sentence is I'll use an example so I don't spoil anybody here. I'll use like my last chapter, whatever the hell it is, live beat, right? So, oh my god, no. I need to come here and do it. Otherwise y'all won't be able to see. Right, so here, right? This is fine. I use a dialogue tag here because I want to introduce who the hell is talking, right? And then in comes Mina, Pinky, right? She doesn't talk, and then she gets a dialogue tag here. So it sets up, okay, one person talks, we set the scene, then next person talks. Then it goes back to Kendo. No dialogue tag needed because only two people, right? And it goes back and forth, and we only use stage direction because only the two of them, right? And that's a lot easier because it's only two people. But if you want to see where I really, really tried, and I mean like, I had this problem you're having, right? And I intentionally wrote this chapter of Elementalist to try to test myself. Oh my god, which chapter is it? Which chapter is it? Which chapter is it? God. Late night conversations? No. No. Oof. Hold on. I will find it. I will find it for you. Debriefs and punishment, I think. No. Oh my god. Okay, the point is it was a chapter with like everybody from the Loki familiar, the heads of the Loki familiar talking. So it was Loki, Finn, Riveria, Tione, Tiona, Bet, and yeah, and Lefea was there, as well as Ice, right? And I forgot Gareth, who's the ninth person, and like randomly in the middle of the entire conversation, like halfway down the chapter, the door knocks and he opens and he comes in the door. Because this is a problem that you get when you're writing for multiple chapters. Oh my god, I'm looking for a good chapter example to show you exactly what I mean. And I think the Siege Against Tech is a good one, right? Yeah, this is a good one. No, the best one would be expanding the circle. Expanding the circle. I swear this is worth it. Expanding the circle. But yeah, generally the rule is that if you have a dialogue tag, once you establish the pattern, you don't switch it. Oh, here it is, expand the circle, right? This is like Endeavor. Engie is sitting on the chair, Nezu is on the couch, and Law is sitting opposite them drinking, right? And they're calling Panto on the phone, so it's four people in the dialogue. And it starts with Engie. He starts the meeting off. He's like, anyone feel like I shouldn't be here right now? Right? And he's reading the paper, so he's reading a document. And then it's like, Law says there's not really much of a choice, so it's established. It goes Engie, then Law, right? And then we get Pantu. She's on the phone and on speaker on the phone. Okay, so Engie, then Law, then Pantu. And then we go back up to Engie, right? And Nezu hasn't spoken this entire time. But at this point, you want the audience to know, okay, there's a fourth person here, so there's Nezu's also present in the room. Right? And when you're having conversations with these many people, you want to keep each line relatively short. But if it's an expository statement, like for example here, he's explaining something that the audience probably doesn't know, then you can keep it a bit longer. But for the most part, you want your blocking, which is where you establish where everybody's in the scene, to be done very early on, like I did here, right? And then you just have people talk. And as for your stage direction, you keep it somewhat limited and in character. because you don't want to make it obvious that you're looking for an excuse to mention who's talking, right? So you keep it as a response to whatever is going on, or you space it out. Basically, this is really hard to explain actually, without like having like a intentionally written example. Because in a lot of my recent chapters, like it's done pretty well, so I can't. It's hard to find like obvious mistakes in it. But for the most part, you just want to understand what the goal of each character in the scene is, and then make them play around that. I don't know. Does this make any sense to you? I'm hoping it makes sense. This is something I'll have to like probably write an example for when I'm making a video on it. Yeah, like changing the speaker, yeah. But generally, you just want to set up a pattern, and if you every time you break the pattern, then you explain, then you form a new pattern, or you go back. But preferably, you form a new pattern to change stuff, because you don't want it to be bouncing between two people all the time. Yeah, I hope this made sense. I feel like I was talking in circles there. Also, it helps if you keep things interesting. Like, if something is interesting, the audience won't complain. So, like, if your stage direction is always he walks left, he walks right, nobody wants to know that crap. So, like, obviously they're gonna complain. But like, for example, in did this chapter happened? No. Okay. In like an upcoming chapter, Horizon is talking to Seru and Shinso, and they're talking, and like Seru is eating something, and like that they're making jokes about that, and then Horizon comes in, and he waterboards somebody while they're talking. So it's stage direction, right? But it's interesting, and it shows a juxtaposition between what they're doing, because they're torturing somebody very violently and horrifically, while they're also having a casual conversation. So like it keeps things interesting and exciting. If all your stage direction is he goes left, he goes right, he checks the drawer, he checks the desk, then then the audience will get bored, because you're just cluttering the scene for no reason. But this is also where like you can have the character talk about what they're doing and make it interesting. So there's a chapter where like Simon and Cellophane break into somebody's penthouse, right? This couple's penthouse, and the chapter starts with Cellophane going through like their desk, and he's questioning to himself like if he's asking himself like if I was a villain, where would I hide my like evidence, right? So it tells the audience, okay, he's broken into somebody's house and he's looking for something, and which means we want to know what he's looking for and where it is. It's like when Sherlock Holmes looks for a secret escape room in this Sherlock Holmes: A Game of Shadows movie. He's like, he tells Watson block the door, and he goes, "If I were a secret escape room, where would I be?" And we get to see like 5 seconds of him looking about for like a draft and throwing flour in the air and stuff, and so like it begins the process and makes us think, okay, this is why he's doing these things. But if it's just somebody walking back and forth, and you want to make that interesting, you can have the other character called out. Like if two people are talking and one of them is pacing back and forth in the room, you can have the other one be like, "Can you please just sit still?" And then he's like, "No, I can't sit still because you just gave me like terrible news," or something like that. Or like, "How am I supposed to sit still when you just told me like they're coming to kill us?" Right? Something like that. You want to make the audience invested in like whatever action they're taking. That's the big goal. Make the audience give a damn. And I've I've gotten away with this a lot in Horizon, particularly by building a character that every move he does like is intentional. I would say feels intentional, but no, it is intentional. Everything he does is intentional. Everything Pantu does is also intentional. Like, for example, there is a reason the only time we see me use the dialogue tag, she lied or he lied, is when somebody's talking in front of Pantu and she doesn't call them out on the lie. That's very intentional. Like she knows Hawks is lying and Hawks betrayed them. Like she knows and she's just letting it happen. But we don't know why. So everybody's waiting for like why is she letting this go? Like why is she allowing Hawks to betray them? Why isn't she like calling anybody out on it, right? So like dialogue tags can also be used in that regard, but you don't want to make it that like that every time somebody lies, you do it. You want to make it for dramatic effect, because if it's used sparingly or like in context, it's used for Pantu because her entire thing is that she can detect lies, right? What she doesn't say adds way more context than what the person lies about. The fact that she knows he lied and didn't say anything adds way more than just him lying. So that you could use dialogue tags like that too for dramatic effect. But for the most part, if you think you have too many, just default to using he said, she said, or like that kind of stuff, because those things are invisible, so people will usually skim it. But the only time you wanna have like it more in depth is if you put it at the front, right? So if you're changing who's speaking, try to put it more towards the front of of the the conversation, right? So short dialogue, right? Battle fist, right? Is this ice cream? Pinky. And then afterwards I can bring out longer sentences. Because if you do long sentence, then you put Pinky said at the end of this, the entire and this is like the first line, the entire audience would like imagine like the main character, which in this case is Horizon. They would imagine him, and then you'd put Pinky, and then they'd have to reimagine everything over again. So yeah, this is gonna be a long like educational video when I do this. Jesus Christ, yeah. Because dialogue is what I do. It's my main thing, and I'm pretty damn good at it. That's because all this stuff is like subconscious at this point. But yeah, generally just stick to he said, she said, and you should be fine. And the foot at the front of the sentence, you put the name, the dialogue tag, the better. You don't want to constantly have it at the back, because then if you keep having it at the back, the audience will learn to go to the end of the sentence first, then start. So every new sentence, they destroy the reading flow because they go right to the last word, right? Or second to last word for the name. Then they go to the front, read it, right? Then they do the same thing. So they go like this, go down, so you want them to be going like this. Yeah. There's a science to this. Which is why I do believe that like people who say you can't teach someone how to be a writer, you either are or you aren't, are full of shit. I can teach you how to write a very like satisfactory book. People say prescriptive writing advice doesn't exist because everything is subjective, but no. What makes humans, what makes the neuron activate and us be happy is very easy to figure out. And if you can just structure the words to get the response you want, then you succeed. And you know what? I'm toxic and manipulative, so I'm good at it. But yeah, hopefully that entire over long discussion helps. When I change speakers, yeah. If anyone has anything else they want to know, just let me know. Let me clear this. Yeah. But yeah, your boy has been trying to write this, not this chapter. This is the Marvel story. Oh, the Marvel story, by the way. Chapter 6. Oh my god, chapter 6. Yo, this chapter is kind of long, I think. 2,000 words. That's really long. But this chapter is so good. This is the chapter where the main true line of the story really begins. Have I faced any obstacles? Honestly, this is gonna sound like I'm a serious dick for saying this, but no. Um, because I'm very good at disseminating information and understanding what's useful and what's not and applying it. So after the first 36 hours, okay, so in 36 hours I wrote 70 chapters. Then I uploaded 5 and I set the rest to upload 1 every day. And I used all the feedback to learn how to while I'm learning how to write on YouTube. So there's this massive jump in quality from like chapter there's a massive jump in quality from chapter 1 to 60. So chapter 1 from here to chapter here I wrote in about 36 hours without sleeping. And then I set all that to auto upload. And I used the 2 months that gave me and all the hate comments and I studied how to write. So everything from here onward, around here onward, is like really good. And the only thing I had problems with was fight scenes because fight scenes are very dynamic. And my writing style doesn't convey emotions very well because I write third person omniscient, and omniscient doesn't really do emotions that good, right? It's the worst to do emotions. First person is the best for emotions. So I wrote what is it? Something darker. The darker side, something like that. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I wrote whatever it is. I wrote a chapter just for fight scenes, and to this day, fight scenes are still annoying because I my main concern is keeping the descriptions of where things are in a fight scene consistent. So like what I like to do is I like to have a prop in a fight scene and use it again, right? So I don't want my characters fighting in just a white box where anything can appear and anything can disappear. So setting the stage for a fight scene is very important to me, which is why I gave Horizon like teleportation because it keeps you on your toes writing that because you have to know where everything is, and more importantly, you have to help the audience track everything. So that was my biggest problem, but now after 300 chapters of somebody who could teleport and loves to teleport around a fight scene, I'm pretty good at it. But that was the only like struggle I had. Obstacle. Anything else? Everything else was kind of intuitive. Oh, I still struggle with character names. But I think, hey Ali, what's up? But I think everybody struggles with character names. Like I'm struggling to figure out how I should name the main character for Orbit, right? So like this isn't even like Marvel Marvel simplified, right? And I have to change this. I have to change the summary too. But like character names is very difficult for me because I have some pretty awesome ones, but I don't know. Like it's the most creative aspect of any story, I think, the character name. And also I don't want to be like Dune, where like the main character of the super epic sci-fi saga is named like his name is Paul and his like Paul really, and his mom is named Jessica. Like Jesus Christ, the most basic white people name you can get, and they're like supposed to be in like Star Wars or some shit. Like Luke Skywalker, Luke is kind of like a meh name, but Skywalker kind of really makes up for it, right? Especially because like George Lucas is very clear, like it Luke Skywalker is like his self insert. Do you accord? Yes, I do. So, Horizon's name was taken from my Star Wars book, right? Because in the Star Wars book, the main character had a black lightsaber and a white lightsaber. And when he put them together, he would make the Star Saber, which is like the lightsabers fuse and make like a broadsword, right? A plasma broadsword. and the hilt would look like an Event Horizon. So that was like where he would get his name from. But then I just took it as a placeholder name, and I had Horizon pick it because he's a dick, and he was like, I'm so far away from other people. It's like I'm on the horizon. I'm that far ahead. But like Shinji, Shigaraki's truth telling Nomu, yeah, Pantu is literally simplified Chinese or Japanese. It means like traitor. And I was curious how long people would take to figure that out. Because I added that in like chapter 6. And I was like, I know somebody in like China or Japan is probably gonna see the name and be like, wait a minute, is she the traitor? Is that how this is going? Right? So Shinji is like Shigaraki's lie detector thing. It means truth. And Pantu means traitor. And Yang Shen in my first book, that name was a placeholder from my friend's Dungeons and Dragons character, but it means effectively translated into Yang is like light, and Shen is God, so he's like the god of light. At the end of the book, he like kind of became like a demigod of light. But that's a pretty easy way to do it, right? And like my Legend of Korra book with the Earthbender, his name is like Dezhin, Dezhj. It's it's simplified Chinese for earthquake or tremor, right? Because he's quick. Yeah, so that I usually just use Google Translate for that kind of stuff. If my book is in like an Asian set or like a anime, basically, it'll fit right in. Because the last thing you want is to be reading like the last Airbender and the main character's name is James, and you're like, here's the Fire Nation General James. Like, okay, that makes no sense. Just give him like some kind of symbolic name. Yeah, which is why like I have no interest in creating languages for my books. Like they'll all just be in English or whatever the hell language the world speaks. But you also have to be very careful when you're giving somebody a special name, because like Horizon's name doesn't have any like story meaning. It's just him being a dick. But if you're naming somebody like if you're naming somebody something that's very obvious for the story, then you're gonna have a problem. Like if you name a character Arthur, the audience is gonna think, okay, he might become a king because King Arthur, right? They might be like, okay, this is a King Arthur retelling. So that's also a problem. And like for you could also fuse names, right? So Adam Bernard Hall, right? His dad is Franklin Hall, who in Marvel Comics is Graviton, right? And he's Graviton in this story. Like the son is Graviton, not the dad. And his mom is Maria Brashear Hall, and Adam Brashear is Blue Marvel. So he is supposed to be Graviton plus Blue Marvel. I try to read other web novel fan fictions. I try. I promise. I promise you, I try. I try with all my heart, but I can only do so much. Like I can only process so much. Like I've I went to like I went to pretty much everything that's like fairy tale, Pokemon, Marvel, right? Um, Interesting powers, and I just added everything to my library. And for most of them, I got like somewhat true into like a few chapters in, and I'm just like, okay, I can't do it. It's like, okay, I can't do it. This one was like, I don't even know what the hell this one was. This one I found was just interesting because I wanted to see like how they would do like a Attack on Titan fic where he isn't a Titan. This one was studying it for my JJK fic, but like I can't. Like the ideas are good, but the execution is just it's not there. It's not there. Also, I don't like smut, like sexual scenes in my reading and my writing. So like I don't Hey, web novel has exactly one good fanfic, and I write it. So aside from Horizon, I don't know, like I can't speak for anything else. But But I'm always on the lookout for like interesting concepts because I read fanfics more for the concepts than the actual story or like the characters, because I can trust fanfics to give me some amazing concepts. Like, what if Luffy ate, I don't know, some other fruit like the soul fruit, right? Holy Joker, I'm pretty sure I've read like his Game of Thrones fic. I'm pretty sure I've read his Game of Thrones fic. Also, yeah, I read his Game of Thrones fic. I read some of this. I've been meaning to read the Reborn as a Fishman one, right? Oh, I definitely read this. This was good. I like this one. If I read it now, I don't know how I feel about it. I felt Horizon in that phrase. Oh, when I was looking. Yeah, yeah. Horizon is just like a watered down version of myself. I'm way worse. Yeah, Wano arc ruined One Piece for me. Literally, that's not an understatement. I went from reading every week, right? And when Joy Boy like announcement got released, and like I got that page of him like being like I'm at my peak, right? And he just like he drums of liberation out here. I was like, okay, I will catch up at the end of every arc. That was it. I was done because they destroyed Luffy's character. He went from I want to be the most free person in the world to I am reincarnated ninja Jesus, chosen one destiny Naruto. He's worse because Naruto didn't even care about freedom. He cared about being Hokage. But Luffy's like, I care about freedom, and he's like, oh, I'm a slave to destiny. So I was like, okay, Oda, you dropped the ball as expected, completely expected it. I expect the One Piece ending to also be horrific garbage. I hope I'm wrong. Please God, let me be wrong. But you know, it's a shonen manga, so we've seen it from MHA and JJK. Like the endings. Mm, I'm just saying, like, it's part of the contract. The ending must be garbage. It is what it is. It's the rules. But yeah, I've is this the guy in the Game of Thrones? Yeah, is this it? Is this the Game of Thrones one? No. Okay, so maybe it wasn't his Game of Thrones one, right? I've read this one though. This one was fun. I read this. I mean, there are a bunch of these. I think I've read some of his. Yeah, and I think I read this one. No, no. But yeah, the Naruto one I would definitely recommend to people. 'Cause it's just fun. It's just pure fun. The main character is a terrible person, but I dig it. You know, he's just the worst. A true super villain. Oh yeah, look at here. Dream of Immortality. Yeah, it's because of their culture. Yeah. Speaking of why so many good mangas have so weird endings, it's because of their culture, right? So the monomyth. Let me see. Is this it? Yeah. If I get a good picture of it, right? Open image in new tab. Right. This is the monomyth, right? This is Western storytelling. This is Western storytelling 101. Right? Hero's journey. Ordinary world, right? So this is boy on the farm, call to adventure. The wizard says you're the chosen one. He refuses to be the chosen one because he doesn't want to leave his family. Or like somebody comes, right? Then the wizard comes here, right? Crossing the threshold, the dragon kills his family, and he's like, you know what? I want to be the chosen one. I want to go kill the dragon. Then the adventure happens. The approach, which I think is like the him approaching his destiny. The ordeal, the death and rebirth. He gives up being the ordinary farm boy and fully leans into being the chosen one. Okay. And then there's seizing the sword. This is him getting basically a power up, by killing his past self, by completely leaning into it. The road back. This is after he becomes the chosen one. He tries to like stay with his friends or whatever. I think I haven't studied this too fully because it's outdated. Resurrection. This is he keeps his true self even after he becomes a chosen one. This is Naruto not dying, okay? This is Naruto dying here and becoming the true chosen one. The reward is his Sage of Six Part powers. The road back is him and Sasuke, right? Resurrection is them reuniting, right? And Return with the Elixir is him and Sasuke breaking the Infinite Tsukuyomi and giving a newfound wisdom to the world, right? This is Western storytelling, okay? This is very standard, clear cut. This works, and there's a reason this works. Eastern storytelling is very different because Eastern storytelling is very how do I say this without sounding political? Eastern storytelling is very much about like one person cannot do it alone. Okay? Western storytelling is the Columbus effect of like I am the main character, I can do it, I can be the first to do it. Eastern storytelling is retreading the footsteps of somebody else. Okay? It's honor your ancestors, which is like a Chinese, Japanese, Korean thing. Honor your ancestors, honor your elders, cranked up to like 1,000. So we didn't get to see Goldie Roger become king of the pirates, but we get to see Luffy become the second king of the pirates, just like his previous incarnation or whatever Goldie Roger did. We don't get to see Naruto do his own thing. We get to see him retread the steps of the Sage of Six Path and Indra and Ashura, or whoever the hell it is, right? We don't get to see Naruto and Sasuke have their own rivalry. We get to see the second version of Madara and Hashirama, right? And you realize the best ending in all of manga history, right? No, I'm not watching Soul Level 2. I didn't even watch Pop. I didn't even watch the first one. I'm not interested in that. There's not much to learn from Soul Leveling for me, so I'm not wasting my time on it. Son Jin-woo is not a character, bro. That's just a hype machine. But as I was saying, the best manga ending of all time is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, right? Which follows this. It doesn't follow Japanese or Chinese influence. It follows this because the Elric brothers, they didn't, they weren't the reincarnation of somebody, or they weren't destined to do anything. They did it because they wanted to do it. That's the whole thing. That's what gives them a good payoff. So there wasn't like any sense of character agency being destroyed, right? It was we wanted to do it, so we did. JJK tried something similar, but JJK betrayed its themes, and the theme was being the strongest alone isn't enough. You have to have like your comrades and all that. But then Sukuna kind of was Gege's favorite character, so he got like plot armor, and you know, we saw what happened to the themes. Yeah, Hika doesn't have to. But I'm not watching Soul Leveling. Bro, Gege already did a rom-com. It was between him and Sukuna. We just happened to be in the room for it. Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist is Western storytelling, just happens to be in a manga. That's why, surprise, surprise, it's the best manga of all time. Like, people say Hunter x Hunter is the best manga of all time. Hunter x Hunter is a shitty manga, but it's a very good prose novel. Like, like, I think that's a shitty manga, but if you just take it out of the manga format and put it in like a regular book format, it's peak fiction. Because Hunter x Hunter loves to do this thing where people are talking for 2 pages and then everything they were talking about is wrong. And when you have a manga format where you have 40 pages per week or per month right now, I think, right? You can't afford to wait 8 pages on irrelevant information. Okay, so put that in like a prose format, write as many pages as you want, and sell the books. Don't do a weekly manga format. The story is really good, but like, it's held back by being a manga. It would be way better as like just a regular book. Like Hunter x Hunter as like a light novel. Oh my god, that would outsell everything. Cause then like he wouldn't even have to give a shit about like art or anything and word count. Like imagine Hunter x Hunter if he wasn't held back by a word count per page or per like volume or whatever. Bro, that would be the best selling thing of all time. That would outsell the Bible. Yeah, just something only Harry Potter did. Also, Hunter x Hunter fans, like, Jesus Christ, those people, fake intellectuals. Oh, sorry, narrow intellectuals, because they know about Hunter x Hunter, so they think they're smart, but like, Hunter x Hunter is like, I wouldn't even say it's top 10 complicated power systems. And it's not even top 10 best written ones, so a lot of the top 10 most complicated ones are way better written. Because if you just, like, you could pick 10 from Marvel or from DC, and it would just blow Nen out of the water. Like, Nen ain't that complex, bro. It ain't that complex. If you can do math and, like, count and, like, do a circle diagram, yeah, you can understand Nen. The most important thing about Nen is that it was the first power system to mix the benefits of hard and soft power systems all together, as well as unique and universal power systems. So it gives you the effect of, like, when somebody says Bankai in Bleach. Did you read novels like T-Bait, Little Mysteries, and The Perfect Run? No, I read The Legendary Mechanic and The Supreme Magus up to like 1,000 chapters each, and then dropped them. Supreme Magus, I dropped it when when the main character Licht or Ruth, or whatever the hell his name was, him and the bear woman fought some army, and then she got hurt, and then she was like, oh yeah, by my own magic can't hurt me, so you were panicking for nothing. So we wasted 10,000 words on him being like a sad for no reason, and then he went and learned from like the Hydra, and I was like, okay, that's enough for this book. And the Legendary Mechanic, I dropped it when it became like a galaxy civilization building game, basically, from Adventure Fantasy. But what was I talking about before? Oh yeah, Hunter x Hunter, right? So what he did was he mixed the unique systems. So he mixed like the fact that mutants or quirks each have their own individual power. So each Nen ability is a power system of itself. But then he gave them universal abilities like how they have spiritual pressure. Did you read Shadow Slave? No, I did not. Yes, people do say he's a pushover, right? But also the book is called Shadow Slave, and very early on the writer makes it clear that like the main character is forced into doing things, so that's what the book is going to be about. So like, I don't know how well written it is, but the complaints I see don't make much sense, because if the promise is that this guy hates being like in the situation he's in, but he's powerless to change it, then the implied promise is that he'll eventually break the chains of like slavery or whatever he is in. But also, like, if that's the premise, it has to like stay for a while, right? But the implied promise is that he'll become the master eventually. But from what I understand, that's not what's gonna happen. Oh, I also tried reading the Mech-Touch, MECH. I got like 20 chapters in. I couldn't do it. I was like, okay, what's the biggest sci-fi story in web novel? Tried it. 20 chapters later, I dropped that. I was like, I couldn't do it, because there wasn't that clear progress in it. There was the promise and the supposed payoff, right? The promise is that like he's gonna have like the greatest mech and be like a super mech fighter pilot thing, and then the payoff was gonna be like he'll get rich. Anything I recommend watching? Yes, sir. I will show you a list. Where's my thing? Okay, my recommendations for watching. If you are watching to learn to write, shows to study the writing of, right? Seasons 1 to 4, and what you learn from this is soft world building, pacing, right? These are also like shows that are just good. So like these are shows I would recommend even if you weren't trying to study them, right? Wakfu. seasons 1 to 3, Dofus specials, then season 4. This is peak fiction, right? So epic fantasy and timeline writing. This is why I study the show. Timeline writing, because in my future books, my next 2 books, Fairy Tale and Marvel, the main character grows up from like 16 to like 30 something. At the end of my Marvel book, he might be like 45, right? And in Wakfu, it shows the progress of time in the world. Not like Finran, where it's like big jumps, but like how the characters grow and evolve. So like in season 1, they're all just these teens and adventuring, and then like season 2 or no, season 3, the Dofus specials, right, which is like between season 3 and 4, right? They're all like one of like has a family, like his wife is pregnant again, like that kind of stuff. Netflix Ultraman Rising. Sci-fi, political, conflict, and family drama. Well, Wakfu, for the reasons I said, it's bro, Wakfu is Wakfu. Oh my god, I could go on about Wakfu for like days. Okay, Wakfu has some of like the okay. There are some things like season 3 particularly has some things where it's like some of the characters get like overly sexualized, but I mean, you know. But aside from that, like the weird sexual stuff in season 3, that's that's kind of it. Because Wakfu is a French show, right? And French shows can be more risque, even like the cartoons for kids. So it grows with the audience. Like season 1 is super child friendly and like kind of goofy. Season 2 is a bit more serious. Season 3 is like full epic fantasy, like, you know, and they add like romance and stuff. Then the Dofus specials are like super epic fantasy, like saving the world type stuff. And then season 4 is just when the entire audience has grown up, so they can just go hard on everything. So like that's how it goes. But like people criticize Wakfu for like the sexualization of characters, but like in French culture, it's very mild, right? It's like how Naruto Shippuden and One Piece are like Saturday morning cartoons in Japan, but in America they would never put on TV because like people are dying in them, right? It's the same thing. So people criticizing it are usually from like more censored countries. Netflix Ultraman Rising is just so much fun, honestly, and I honestly think the sci-fi aspect of it is why I like it so much, because I'm trying to write sci-fi right now. Arcane. What do you even write? What do I even say in Arcane? Arcane has good writing, right? Arcane. Solid writing. And political intrigue. Okay. Oh, this too. Create use of subtext, which is not something lots of people get correct. Arcane has great subtext. Oh, Mission Impossible. All of them. What is this? I got some kind of I got some kind of alert from my OBS. All of them, but mostly Ghost Nation Onward. Perfect. pacing and situation building, perfect plotting. What's the last one? Mission Impossible. Oh, the Dead Reckoning trilogy may be an exception to them. Oh my god, what is this? The Dead Reckoning trilogy may be an exception. Uh, is there anything outside? Is there anything else? I mean, this is like, this is, yeah, this is like a solid list, right? Mission Impossible. These are the movies that are so uploaded so well that I could watch them over and over without getting bored. Even though like my writer brain tries to break down everything. Everything in Mission Impossible is done. At least like from Ghost Nation onward. Everything is done so well that there aren't any flaws to like break me out of the story. Yeah. So Arcane, I wouldn't say Arcane is a must watch. For me, I play League of Legends, but I played League of Legends, I play TFT now. For me, it was a must watch because Jason's my favorite character, and he's like the big star in Arcane, one of the stars in Arcane. The subtext is probably why I would say it's a must watch for writers. Ultraman Rising is family drama and political intrigue, so sci-fi political intrigue, which is just fun. Um, yeah. Wakfu, I would say it's oh, Wakfu is so good, so good. I would say it's a must watch to like to go a progress with your target audience, and character and Castlevania is also a must watch. Is there anything else I'd say is a must watch? Or like I super recommend people watching. I think that's it. Do you have anything else to add to the list of like things that are like peak fiction? Peak fiction, nothing less. Only peak. I'm thinking like mm, what do I even watch? I don't even like watch TV much or anything. Oh, right. Almost perfect. There's too much slow motion sometimes. Is there anything else? Yeah, I think that's a pretty good list. Zack Snyder's Justice League is definitely a must watch. That's like my favorite movie. Zack Snyder's Justice League is kind of bad. Oh, speaking of which, Zack Snyder's Justice League the 401. What don't you like about it? I haven't watched Edge Runners. So I can't comment much on that. I tried watching Runners, but I couldn't get past the first episode because I didn't give a shit about any of the characters because there was no plot. So I'm somebody who's very plot focused in my entertainment. So like that's why Mission Impossible, like this and this is very like if you can do a good plot and a good like pacing, 99% of people will fall in love with your story. But if you're going, the story is good but the world building is bad, I assume you mean Justice League. The Snyder Cut. The Snyder Cut has immaculate world building. The 2016 Justice League, it was tragic. But Edge Runners has the problem of like there's no plot, there's just characters, right? But I don't care about the characters because I'm not somebody who cares about characters. So it could be peak fiction, but I'm not the target audience. So like, I'm sure millions of people love that story, but it's just not for me. Just kind of funny considering like one of the very few games I have installed right now is Cyberpunk with the new DLC. Oh god damn it! I don't have time for that. Yeah. But the world building for Zack Snyder's Justice League is peak. It's straight from the comics. I loved it so much. I was so hyped. I was jumping out of my seat watching that. But Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, I'd say is peak fiction, and notice how I only have peak fiction for this. Yeah, only that. Avengers EMH is also really good, but that requires a bit more knowledge to jump into, because they don't do origin stories that well in that show. So yeah. But honestly, when I'm also this one is gonna surprise people. Fairy Tail episodes 1 to 121. Fairy Tail episodes 1 to 121. It is the perfect blueprint for writing a fantasy adventure, and it is also one of the best stories for understanding framing, right? Fairy Tail builds hype moments better than 99% of fiction, right? The only thing that I would say builds more hype than Fairy Tail is like shows where it has a hype engine. Yeah, the only stories that build more hype. Bro, Dune. Oh my god, that first Dune movie, bro, I was falling asleep to that shit. Because again, no plot, just character, and the characters were boring, so I didn't give a fuck. So like I also like when I a big thing for me with movies, right, is like if I'm watching a sci-fi movie, especially, I don't want Tatooine. I don't want a planet of nothing and desert. I don't care how integral to the story. I want to see epic shit. Okay, I like fantasy sci-fi because I like to see epic shit. Yeah, the first 121 episodes of Fairy Tail took logic seriously. Around episode 122 is when the Tenrojima tree fell down and like they had like the plot armor stuff. But 121 is where like Gildarts came in, and that's where it peaked, and then everything else fell off. So that's why I specify the first 121 episodes. Okay? No more. No more than that. Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to read Dune because that does not appeal to me. I don't like prophecy books. And that world is super boring to me. Because the world isn't active enough. But yeah, Fairy Tail, as I was saying, like Fairy Tail, this framing is one of the things that if you understand it, you will have your moments in your book hit hard. So like a big reason why JJK, right, works is because domain expansion. When you add domain expansion, everything, the whole framing becomes epic, right? It changes everything. It changes everything in the chapter. And Fairy Tail has that without domain expansion or without Bankai. The prophecy is done by book 1. He becomes emperor in book 1. I thought he like becomes Jesus at the end of book 1. Oh, it skips 24 years? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Good thing I'm never reading that shit. Funny enough, Let me let me get books. Mistborn. These are the first books I ever bought. I bought them last year with my Patreon money because Brandon Sanderson has these free YouTube courses on writing, which is what I used to write. So I said the first thing I would do when I make money from writing is buy his books to support him. And I got 50 pages in. These are my bookmarks, right? I got 50 pages in before I dropped this shit. Like literally page 50. Is it page 50? 57. Okay, no, it's page 50. Here. Hmm, 49. Where the hell is it? Ah, here it is, page 47. This is my main problem with this book, right? And from what I understand, a lot of Brandon Sanderson's writing. This page from here to here is him screaming at you, love this main character, sympathize with this main character, feel sorry for this main character, hate this villain. He's like screaming in your ear what you should feel. Zero subtext. Like the guy slaps her like here or something. She's in so much pain and he pushes her over here or something. Then he slaps her again. And like her best friend betrays her like somewhere in the middle of this. Like this entire 500 words is just her getting beat up for you to force you to feel sympathy for her. And then the other main character saves her in like these pages. And I was like, okay, can you make this any more obvious that I'm supposed to give a crap about this useless ass girl who sucks? Because I literally don't care about her, right? And up until this point, 50 chapters in, nothing about the book is interesting to me, right? Because he keeps hinting and giving us foreplay around this magic system and like the world ash falling from the sky. And then like he's so obviously trying to get you, begging you to give a shit about the main characters. And I just can't because I don't care about characters. I don't read books for characters. I read books to see competent people doing epic shit, right? So I'm not the target audience. So like 47 pages in, I was like, okay, this book is going to be very difficult to read. And then like by page 51, I was like, okay, one of the greatest authors of our time added so much to the knowledge body of writers for free because he's starting a new course like this semester and it's on YouTube for free, right? One of the most successful writers there will ever be. But I just can't. It's just not for me. So like I love his lessons, right? But like his writing, I'm not the target audience. And his most recent book has come under a lot of fire because these are like adult fiction books, but his most recent book in like in the other series, which I also bought to support him, book I think 8 or something, right? It's becoming trauma porn. TRAUMAPORN, which is effectively what season 4 of Young Justice became and why it got cancelled. Because the whole show was about depression and the benefits of therapy and understanding your emotions and all this blah 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 blah. Learn to toughen up, go over with it, right? So it became like a liberal cesspool of like YA themes of like, be your true self, understand your emotions. It's okay to feel. It's okay for men to cry. Let it all out. And the audience was like, I came for like an adult fantasy action adventure, and you're giving me YA self-reflection bullshit. So like, yeah, that's like, well, that's one of the problems I had. But like, that I say all that to say, right? Frank Herbert Dune, incredible story, incredible characters. I just don't give a shit. It's just not for me. Yeah, that's the point of view switching it from my archive. Yeah, I was. Oh my god. I'll be real with you. Okay. Well, I'll be even more real with you because I was just very real with you, right? Get this damn book out of the. Oh, I will be doing like when I force myself to sit through this, I will do a full breakdown on like what lessons I learned. This is the first book I ever bought, and instinctively I write third person omniscient because my brain works in third person omniscient. So some people brain when they think I should do this or I should do that. In my brain, my inner monologue is in omniscient. So my inner monologue removes me as a subject and just views the universe as self-acting, right? So when I read this, and it started with like it started third person limited. I was like, what the hell am I reading right now? Because I'm expecting it to jump between people's thoughts, and instead all I got was like, okay, this guy's thinking something, and then like I'm expecting it to say he thought this as like while they're doing the description, and it just cuts it out and it just goes to the next thing, and I'm like, wait, what was he thinking? The subtext in this book sucks. I don't understand what he's thinking. What's going on? Why aren't they eating the food? Why are they scared to go outside? What's going on? And like, you're supposed to build this book smells good. You're supposed to build like the sense of mystery, but I don't read for a sense of mystery. I read to know and anticipate and have my expectations blown out of the water. So like when I read a third person limited book, oh my god. And then it swapped from this point of view in the prologue, sorry. This annoying bitch. Oh my god. Part one, right? Yeah. Some useless piece of shit named Vin, right? Who I'm supposed to give a crap about. Right? Like I barely gave a shit about Kelsey here, right? And now I'm supposed to care about this person, this new person who I haven't seen done anything except be a fucking loser. Like I didn't even pick up Harry Potter because I read the first like 10 pages of the Sorcerer's Stone on Amazon for free. And I was like, okay, this guy's a loser. I don't care about him. I'm never reading this. Which is true, okay? And then Finn is like Harry Potter 2.0. Like, what? She's like Harry Potter, except he's a loser in the magical world. That's literally what she is. And I'm supposed to give a shit about this. And then he's like begging you for like 50 pages to give a shit about this character. And I'm like, sir, I don't care about your character. Show me them doing something worth giving a shit about. It's like sub backstory. Like, oh my god, my brother was the only person who loved me, and now I'm alone, and all I have are these earrings, which are obviously a plot device. Aside from Sanderson, honestly speaking, the inheritance cycle. Okay, I'll add to the list. I'll add inheritance cycle to the list. Oh, Paulini? Wait, is this Aragon? Is the inheritance cycle Aragon? Aside from Sanderson, my YouTube has a lot of writing stuff, right? So I will show you my YouTube writing playlist. I will just show you. Career, book. Okay, so my YouTube has a lot of Dungeons and Dragons stuff because everything you learn about being a good dungeon master also works for writing. So you can see like you can just see my entire YouTube writing list, right? And everything I have here is like from when I started writing. I went to every single booktube channel, aka people who write shitty books but give good advice sometimes. And I just saved every video they had that had anything good in it. So I don't subscribe to like any one particular channel. I just binged every single one, and I saved every video that was useful. Even some channels that aren't even about writing, right? I should publicly play this. I will public it. Let me see. Okay. Oh no, wait, hold on. That's the wrong thing. Book. There. Playlist published. But like anything I find with anything useful about any of my books including like character stuff. So like if I'm writing a book, if I'm thinking about writing a book about Bleach, I have some eyes and videos how to understand some things, right? And like interviews, series explanations. Just this has a bit of everything. Star Wars, but anything I learn even one thing from, I'll shove it into this playlist. But just binge, type in what you want, and then binge every channel that comes up. So Jenna Moreci, Jed Hearn, those two are solid. Jed Hearn has some good advice, but then he has like some very vague shit that's obviously trying to push you into buying his course, right? So just filter through what's good and what's not good. But generally, I would say binge all the free lectures on that Brandon Sanderson does, and then whatever you need, go YouTube the answer and go to a specific video. Because if you follow all the advice any of these booktuber people give you, you'll write garbage. You might like the inheritance cycle, yeah. Hi Vancy Plutchervan. Yeah, Boy Finds Dragon. Yeah. When I was reading Stormlight, okay, I already answered these questions, yeah. But like third person limited made me feel to just throw this book away. That made reading this so hard. Especially because like Lord of the Rings and Dune, by the way, are third person omniscient, which I think is the best way to write epic fantasy sci-fi. Like if you want a truly epic story, you can't make us feel like a small person in a big world. You have to make the world feel big and then make us feel small. So you have to go from here down to here, then back up to here. You can't go from here, then here for one line, then go back to this. And if you're doing third person limited and one of your characters sucks, then you're gonna feel what Seamless felt, right? Where you go from one character that's really fun, and then you go to like this boring garbage character, okay? You go from Horizon, one chapter, and then in the next chapter you're following Mount Lady. Granted, I did have scenes just purely following Mount Lady and they were still fun, but like, you know, as an extreme example, right? You go from following Horizon to following, I don't know, Mr. Compress. So that's part of why I like Omniscient. But also because the way I plot where I want people to know exactly what's going to happen, then I make it even better. So it's a challenge to myself. Because I'm arrogant like that. But if you're doing Sanderson's thing of like trauma porn, you do first person or third limited because you want your audience to really feel the emotions and the depth of your character. You want them to feel all this sadness and how traumatized the war makes them because they're little shit that can't get the shit together, right? You want them to feel how worthless Vin is because she sucks, right? That's what you want them to feel. But I want them to feel amazing, that this world is epic and that the characters are awesome and competent, okay? Harry Potter, Aragorn, okay? Harry Potter, Aragorn. Harry Potter, Legolas. Harry Potter, Gimli, okay? There's a difference in character style. And you don't even have to do that the full worthless character crap, okay? Percy Jackson did like he's like he has these problems and he doesn't understand why. Surprise, surprise, you're a wizard Percy, you're a demigod Percy, right? And then he becomes like the most badass person ever. Granted, there are some parts of Percy Jackson where they become super introspective and it's like, okay, we get it there. These are like 14, 15, 16-year-old kids. You have to have that, but like whatever. Yeah. There's a One Piece fanfic called Boy with a Scar where Luffy was a slave to the Celestial Dragon prior to his adventure. That is great trauma porn. Yeah, exactly. Lots of fanfics fall into this too, right? Because they think showing, they think telling you how the character feels over and over will make you sympathize with them more. But this is the reason why Naruto is why Asta is annoying, but Luffy isn't, right? When Luffy says I want to be king of the pirates or I'm going to be king of the pirates, that's him standing on business. That's him telling his audience, nah, you need to kill me for me to stop. But Asta always screaming, I'm gonna be the Wizard King is annoying because like it reiterates the same point without showing you anything, right? So you have to let subtext do the heavy lifting sometimes. And a lot of authors just are like, no, you must feel that the character is going through this traumatic experience. And it's like, bro, shut up and go fight the dragon. We're not here for you to watch you cry. We're here to watch you fight a dragon. Go fight a dragon. And funny enough, Critical Role season one, well, campaign one did this really well, where Percy. Oh, Critical Role is a good one to watch, but I wouldn't put it on this list. Percy, after they did with the Briarwoods, right, in the actual campaign, when they were doing it on YouTube, there were like 2 episodes where he was just in his lab making a new gun, right, and he was like on like they had him on watch for like self harm or whatever. I can't say the word, but the way they did it was that they showed him not being a part of the group. They didn't have us see him just in his lab crying. They showed us his absence in the group, which is a good way to do it because you're like, damn, if this guy was here, he would solve all our problems, but he's going through a tough time right now, so we need to figure it out ourselves. But instead, this is like, oh my god, I'm gonna stay there for 100 words and watch and make you watch this girl cry about her problems. Like what? Because I hate complainers, and when you cry about your problems, especially in a book, and I have to sit through it because it might be plot critical, it makes me hate your character. It makes you hate your character so damn much. This became a full on rant. Like this became a full rant. And again, I love all the work Brandon Sanderson did for the community and for me especially. But bro, I can't with your books. I can't. I bought these 6, right? I'm supporting you. And you know what? I'll probably buy them to fill it and have like a bookshelf somewhere. I'll probably buy the rest, but like I'm not gonna read them. I I'll read this, I'll read these, but like that's because I want to do a series on YouTube where like I read a book and I tell you what lessons I learned from it, and then like we go from there. So like when I'm out of writing advice to get general writing advice, I'll do that and I'll do like character breakdowns, how to write this character, how to write that character, yeah. But like I'm not reading this because I like it. Maybe I hope I like it by the end of it, but like these characters just no. And like I know people will come from at me for that because people love Kelsey and they love Vin, but Vin should have been Aloy, right? The best written female character I've ever seen in any fantasy adventure sci-fi thing that I've read is Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn, not from Horizon Forbidden West, from Horizon Zero Dawn. Horizon Zero Dawn is my favorite video game of all time, right? Because of Aloy, because of that character. And that's also part of where I got the name Horizon from, right? So like, yeah, like that's like my username in most games is Horizon, right? Like in most accounts it's Horizon because Aloy is just that good of a female character. And then this bitch is like Harry Potter 2.0. What? And I'm supposed to care about this? Hell no. Aloy is peak fiction. Vin is garbage and compared to that. No, I'm not into Warhammer. I can't afford that. I can't afford Warhammer. I can't afford Warhammer, bro. Also, I like hopeful storytelling. Contrary to how I sound, I really like hopeful storytelling. So I do believe hope is a fundamental aspect of being human. So like Warhammer isn't the kind of storytelling I would usually lean towards. The world is super interesting, right? But the Warhammer mythos and the Cthulhu mythos, where like nihilism is like a very big part of it, and fighting the inevitable is one of the core concepts, but like we're constantly on the back foot. That doesn't really appeal to me that much. The game aspect of it, yes. The story aspect of it, not so much. Helldivers I like because Helldivers is like blind optimism, which I love. I just love like people who they don't even know how big the enemy is, but they're like, you know what, I'm gonna go down fighting because this is what we do, right? Helldivers is the indomitable human spirit personified. Warhammer is the indomitable human spirit that's slowly being broken. And Cthulhu is like, if you realize how useless humanity is, you would go insane. Also, I can't afford the Warhammer hobby, so that's a gatekeep, right? And I don't like painting, so that's 2 things. Because if your figures aren't painted right, you lose points in tournaments. Just such a stupid rule. This is why Dungeons and Dragons is way bigger than Warhammer. Because Dungeons and Dragons. What the hell? Why am I hearing music? Are you guys hearing music? Through my mic? Is that better? My fucking neighbors. My goddamn neighbors are playing music loud as shit. Let me know if you're hearing it properly, hearing my mic properly, and not their music. But yeah, I'm not really into Warhammer. It's not my kind of storytelling. So yeah, I try to keep things hopeful. The Warhammer video game does look good though. Like that game looks good, but I've heard it's yes, they are Indian, East Indian. I'm from Trinidad, so a lot of our population is East Indian, and the area I live is predominantly East Indian. I'm mixed though. Yeah, they're playing chutney, chutney. Yeah, I guess you could hear it if you could hear the Hindi words. I don't know. It's like lunchtime on Saturday, so I guess they came out to just ruin the day. They hate peace and quiet. I'm adjusting my mic. Hopefully it tunes it out. Jesus Christ, these people. Oh, Kelsia dies? I didn't even know that. Again, I don't know much about this one, right? One book I'm interested in with Brandon Sanderson is Starward, Starward, because it's girl finds spaceship instead of boy finds dragon. And I'm really interested in how he writes that. My writing music currently is this. I'll just show you. This is currently my writing music. Because I watched Wakanda Forever. I binged the entire MCU. I binged like when I say the entire MCU, I mean like most of the big movies from the first Iron Man and the first Thor and the Incredible Hulk up to Endgame and Black Panther and Wakanda Forever. I skipped some of the garbage ones, right? But I binged all the plot relevant ones for my book. And this song has been in my head ever since. And Namor the Submariner, oh my god, I wish I had space for him in my book because that character is so amazing. But I'm using Talocan from the MCU, not Atlantis. But this on loop is currently my writing music. This and where is it? This also is in it on loop, and this Starboy slow down reverbed on loop. That's my writing music. I usually have those on, and I would either put my headphones on max volume, at which point they work like speakers, and I will pace back and forth right behind me here while I'm thinking, or I will have it at super low and just think while I'm writing. He dies at the end of book one. Okay. But I'm also kind of a psychopath, so I just let my thoughts drive me crazy while I'm writing in silence sometimes. Yeah. Missed one. I have no interest in reading that shit. I will read it just for the education, but like, yeah. What are your thoughts on Percy Jackson? Any critiques? When I tried going back, I found it severely lacking, but now I'm intrigued on what I had to keep me hooked back then. Um, Percy Jackson is, in my opinion, a worse version of Harry Potter. They do the same thing, but Harry Potter does it perfectly, which is why it made $1 billion. Yeah, Edge of Tomorrow has a good. Hold on, let me get my blanket. Edge of Tomorrow was good with a solid female character. Yeah, There are like millions of examples of female characters, Finn of good female characters. I just don't think Finn is one of them. Like I just think she sucks. Like this is like me versus female characters. This is me versus Vin. Like she sucks. Aloy is a billion times better. And I'll stand on that. Brandon Sanderson could be here himself, I'd tell him that to his face. Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn, oh, is peak female character. She gives me Wonder Woman vibes, like well written Wonder Woman vibes, not like garbage over sexualized Wonder Woman vibes. My critique thoughts on Percy Jackson books. I was gonna buy the Percy Jackson books honestly, but I got into some reviews and like some of the themes and plot arcs, and a lot of it is like well, it's a first of all, it's a coming of age story, right? Wrapped up as like a mythological story. So a lot of the character arcs are about characters coming to terms with their sexuality and who they are, and I just don't care about that. So I just didn't bother getting into it because if I go like from book 1 and 2, and they're like, let us fight the gods or like fight the other demigods, and then like we have this entire arc of like one of our characters having a crush on Percy, but he's a guy, so like, you know, he's coming to terms with his sexuality and all that, and fair and his friends accept him. Bro, I don't care about that. Go fight the gods. Like, I'm just not the target audience. But again, like, a lot of these books are aimed at like people who feel like they're losers, right? Harry Potter is aimed at people who feel like they have no friends and everybody hates them. Losers. And that's just not me. So I can't relate to that character. So, yeah. But the books are well written from what I've heard. Very well written. But the themes won't hit you as hard because you're probably older now, so you aren't the target audience anymore. It's just that simple, right? Blue's Clues probably doesn't hit you as good because like you're 30 now, like in my case 25. Same with Harry Potter. Like Harry Potter has its side audience, which is why some people grew up with Harry Potter and they love it, but like I'm just not one of them. Oh, they have the movie sticker on this. Wait, is that in the book? Oh my god. Is that part of the book? No, that's sticker. Okay. Aren't we all psychos anyway? Yeah. Every writer is a psycho to some extent. Well, Harry Potter is one example of where leaving the MC plain and bland is good. Because the target audience hates their life, so they want to be Harry, so it's easy for them to ascribe their traits onto him. Later on, he gets more personality because the target audience is older, so they have their own personality, so Harry Potter can be his own person. But yeah, like he's a very bland main character. So people who are confident in themselves and have like their own personality and stuff, they won't like him. But people who have no friends and like are losers and are the boy under the stairs basically, they will love Harry Potter because that's exactly how they feel. And they just want to have amazing friends like Harry Potter. So the book gives them that experience. So again, perfectly written. It's just not for me. I'm not the target audience. I'm a winner. And I write books for winners, which is why my books, my main characters are always winners. We don't write about losers here. That's why, like, my favorite Harry Potter book is not book, sorry, movie. Yeah, Voldemort is just a Dark Lord who was put in there because the book promised a Dark Lord, right? But like, my favorite movie is The Goblet of Fire because it doesn't like it's not a character based movie. It's about the tournament. It's a tournament arc. It's a plot arc. There's no character stuff. It's just can we win this tournament, right? And it's the Goblet of Fire has the most magic in out of the movies to that point. I haven't seen the last Half Blood Prince, but the Goblet of Fire is just peak magic for Harry Potter because it's wizards fighting dragons. It doesn't get more epic fantasy than that. Okay? And everything after and before is just downhill. I mean, Harry Potter Arcane Thief has been like a thing on my radar for a while. Harry Potter fanfics. I just haven't gotten around to it because I'm always hesitant for like a Harry Potter fanfic. Because a lot of fanfic authors, when they get their hands on Harry Potter, they try to do too much. Like we'll be in Harry Potter for the first two arcs, then he goes home from Hogwarts, and then you find out you're in the MCU, right? And it's like, okay, we didn't need all this. We did not need all of this. Nobody asked for all of this extra stuff. But yeah, like Harry Potter has its audience for a reason. Like she wrote those books perfectly for her target audience. Like she deserves that $1 billion because it's pristine for what it is. What it is just isn't for me. I don't think it'll ever be for me, honestly. Hmm. I'm thinking anything else on this list I should add. I would love to put Avengers Its Mightiest Heroes on this, but I just can't. It requires too much foreknowledge. It isn't self-contained enough. Oh, hold on. Spider-Man 2. Specifically Spider-Man 2. It gives you a perfect hero's journey plot. I like when hero stuff that starts with them already being a hero. Which is why I like that comic book movies have been around for so long that people skip the sad backstory now. Like Robert Pattinson's Batman movie skipped the parents getting shot. Man of Steel mostly skipped. Well, they showed a lot, but like they mostly skipped over like no, sorry, they had a lot of Superman stuff. Batman vs Superman skipped over all the Batman sad backstory stuff. They had it in the intro intro credits, and then they just went to him being Batman, which is amazing. Wonder Woman's movie was her intro. The Justice League movie had Cyborg's intro, but it was short, and Flash's intro didn't come. I don't even think it was in his movie. I haven't watched that Flash movie, and I don't think I'm going to. But like we're at a point where superhero stuff is so saturated that we can skip Spider-Man's intro and still have him still have everybody know who Spider-Man is. Like it's so saturated at this point. Why do books smell so good? That's I don't know, like new book scent. Dead trees just works. I'm very hesitant to read a Harry Potter fanfic. That's a tall order from me. Like because I don't know enough about the core material. The core material is very important. Ever read Chinese web novel? It's like they would die they don't make them see start at rock bottom, the worst trash of the town. Yeah, they always have you starting like the worst sect as a janitor of like the 100 level of sect, right? And you're like sect number 101 in the gutter, and you're like the chore boy or the janitor, and you're cleaning the floors. But then you get like the universe pill super steroid, and you're like the top dog in like every sect now. And there's always some girl who like she likes you when you're the janitor, and but like she's from the top sect, so her dad won't let her be with you, so you have to get like number one. I just summarized like half of all the wuxia and cultivation fix. Yeah, but like those stories, I've tried to read some of them. I never get past like back when I was like really reading them. I never got past like episode chapter 50 because I don't like the random power up system. I don't like heaven and earth pills and chakra pills and all that. Just giving you a permanent boost. That's not fun for me. Honestly, um, I'm not a good person to ask about book recommendations because again, 50 pages of this is all the like official traditional reading I've done. Right. I currently have some books to read, but I'll be doing reviews and like lessons on those. But I haven't found any books like what I'm planning to write or that like I would like. Cause okay, I'm gonna give you all some behind the scenes stuff of how I how I break down stories. Oh shit, did I just ruin that? Okay. How I break down stories, right? Okay. So if you come here and you go to Filmento and you go to this channel, he teaches you a lot about how to direct movies. So I got this glad writing. Then I read 50 pages of this and dropped this book. Okay? That's all the traditional book knowledge I have. So you go to Filmento and you go here, and more particularly you go into Sherlock Holmes, right? These teach you so much about framing, right? So like I would watch every single one of his videos, and then I would apply it to writing. So Sherlock Holmes and King Arthur. This one is peak, right? And this also good, and this also good, and this also good, right? And this also good, and this one also good, right? So the trick is you take directing and you break it down into reading. So I would go. What was the order I gave, right? Um, so it would be like live action movie, live action series. No, sorry, live action movie, animated movie. I will live action series, animated series, comic, Western comic. Eastern manga, Western prose, Eastern prose, right? And this is the order of operations. So I would take this, a live action movie, and I would keep breaking it down until I got it all the way down to Western prose, to the Western prose level, right? So you can take an Eastern prose and you can make a good live action out of it, right? But you have, instead of going from live action movie into Western prose, you have to go through all these. At DXC Adventures, yeah. Harry Potter is a lot of multiverse stuff because it's self-contained. So like, you can have you're in Twilight and then suddenly you step through a wall and you're in Hogwarts, right? So people take that and they go too far with it. So it stops being Harry Potter and just becomes like a mishmash of a bunch of different things. But yeah, I got away with not reading much of these because I understood this very early on. I understood how to make a live action movie into a Western prose or Eastern prose or a manga and make it good. Because I understand the difference between all of these mediums and what they do and what they don't do well. Which is why like I write some movie scenes in my books and they're very well received, and I've seen like very very reputable professional authors try that and it flops because they try to go from live action straight into like Western prose and they skip all of these and it fails miserably. So I'm not the person to ask for like book recommendations because it's so much easier for me to do this than like study how a book is like written and spend time reading a book. God, Harry Potter. Harry Potter. I'm scared of like what even is trending on Harry Potter, like fanfics, because some of them be wild. Also, what is up with people hating Dumbledore? Like, can you explain that to me? Like, what's why do so many Harry Potter fans hate Dumbledore? I thought he was like Harry's old Gandalf best friend. And like from what I understand, Snape is like the worst person ever and a creep. And people love Snape. And I'm like, okay, y'all are rooting for the wrong person here. Because he's like if people loved Horizon. Except he's extra creepy. Cause like he's like the ultimate incel nice guy, right? And it's like, bro, she didn't pick you, get over it. And then like 30 years later, he's like looking at his son, and he's like, wow, every time I look at you, you have your mother's eyes. And I'm like, bro, you're so creepy. Like somebody call Chris Hansen, please. Get this guy away from children. Like, Jesus Christ. So weird. Character choice is just so weird. But again, it works, right? Because people who read Harry Potter probably had like a teacher who didn't like them because they were a loser and a creep and a weirdo, right? The student, not the teacher. And they want to imagine that the teacher didn't like them. Yeah. They want to imagine that the teacher didn't like them for like because it was like them showing love. But like no, it's because you're a loser as a kid, that's why. Yeah, sometimes dying isn't enough to make up for you being a piece of shit. Yeah, he was super simpy. Like he was the ultimate incel nice guy. But again, dying isn't enough. Like he needs to like like it would have been good if like he fought Voldemort alongside Harry and then died there. That would have been good. Like him taking the Avada Kedavra that killed Harry's mom, but like in place of Harry's mom is Harry and he jumps in front of it. That would have been a good redemption. But like him just dying is no, like that's not enough, bro. You've been a piece of shit for like 7 books. That's like me saying, yeah, Horizon is like the worst person ever, but like him sacrificing himself for like his friend is totally redemption. No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works, right? But people don't want to like say what they feel, right? Even if what they feel is your death isn't, yeah, your death isn't. It still wouldn't be enough though. Like like he went out of his way to bully children because he didn't get some pussy from Harry's mom. Like, think of how crazy that statement is. You spent your life bullying children because you didn't get some pussy from a girl who picked the famous, rich, talented guy over you. Like, are you out of your mind? Are you out of your mind? Like what? Like the redemption arc you need would take up 9 more books. Like, he's the ultimate loser. Like there ain't enough redemption for that crap. Bro, just no. This book full of maps. Like full of maps. Also, this thing, the Silmarillion, is part of what killed the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I know how the gist of it goes, right? James Potter was a bully. She sided with the bully, right? And then like he called her mudblood or whatever. Blah blah blah. Nobody cares, bro. It doesn't matter. He's still bullying children because he didn't get some pussy, right? That's how it goes. That shit don't matter. The nuance doesn't matter. You're bullying kids because you didn't get some pussy. You're a loser. That's all. That's all. Protecting Harry because of his mother, that makes it worse. You're like the most creepy person ever. Like, oh wow, you wanted his mom. She didn't give you some pussy. So now you're protecting his son because he has her eyes. What? Like the Harry Potter X Snape fanfics are probably the most law accurate interpretation of that, which is tragic. There's like Snape just sucks. Like, oh my god. And he's framed as a hero. Bro, no. That's not how that works. He's creep. He's a creep. Framing a bully as a hero is never good. Like, alright. Snape is basically like a toned down version of Horizon, but just creepier. And Horizon is like a villain. He's framed as a villain, right? Mount Lady and Deku are the heroes. He's like a villain. The Harry Potter fans are like, Snape is the best person ever. A sub, the rational writing sub genre. I mean, that's a subgenre. I feel like that's like the basics. I didn't know that had to be a subgenre. I assumed that was just like universal, and people would fail whenever people were being rational, they failed. I didn't know that was a subgenre. Having a rational main character is a subgenre, so everybody else is admitting that the character isn't rational. They make choices for the plot. So everyone else is just admitting that they suck. A rational character should be the standard. That's how I write. Granted, it's very hard because sometimes your character just makes the most logical decision and the story ends. So you have to add some character depth, some emotions to make their logic feel right. Horizon could find the truth about his parents, but he doesn't because he told Ryuko that like part of him knows that they're dead, but like he's hopeful. So he's hoping that he's wrong. Like he knows that they're dead. Like he tells her like, yeah, well, Pantu sold me. He was like, yeah, well, last thing I bought was hope, and I'm hoping that like it wasn't all bullshit and lies. So that's why I'm waiting. It's like he knows they're dead. It was like an All of Me chapter, All of Me. Here, yeah, yeah, yeah. Hope. How do you buy hope? The same way you buy anything else. You make a deal. And what was it? And was it worth the trade? At the time, I was too weak to find a different path, right? So yeah, I think it was. Well, I think it will be when it's time to collect. And what if it wasn't? So she's asking like, what if the hope you bought was garbage? He's like, well, then you'll see like I'm Arsenal's son, right? So he's like, in the back of his mind, he knows that like it's likely that they're dead, but he's hoping that he's wrong. He wants to be wrong, so that's why he's letting it play out. Because to him, it doesn't matter if they're dead now or like in 2 years or like a year ago. They're just dead. So like, it's just a matter of like packing up Panto at that point. The original Sherlock Holmes books, from my understanding, he was actually just smart. But the difference with Sherlock Holmes, right, is that like Sherlock Holmes is marketed as a super genius. So the the fun and allure of Sherlock Holmes is that you don't get a smart character. You get a character so smart that you can't understand what he understands. So when it goes to his point of view on how everything got solved, it makes perfect sense. But he's just so much smarter than you that you could never have guessed it. Yeah, I saw like piece of a scene with Snape and Dumbledore, and Snape was like, "Wait, you knew he was a Horcrux the entire time, so you knew eventually like he would have to die, so you were fattening him up like a pig for slaughter or something like that." Which I thought, which I assumed is why people hate Dumbledore, right? Because he was setting up Harry to die the entire time, so it feels like the ultimate betrayal. Yeah, that was saying, yeah, rational guys would not consider Sherlock Holmes a rational fiction. Yeah, exactly, because it's an intuitive character. It's an intuitive writing style for what is pretending to be a rational character. It's pretending to be rational. Yeah, Harry, and you, I agree with your take on it. Harry feels like a puppet on a string when you know Dumbledore knew the entire time about Horcruxes, so he knew Harry had to die eventually. Yeah, I understand why people hate him, but like I don't understand why they hate him but they love Snape because they both suck, right? The reason they hate Dumbledore is the same reason they hate like Charles Xavier and so many continuities because like he manipulates Jean Grey and suppresses the Phoenix, right? But like, I don't like the interpretation of Charles Xavier because it doesn't make sense for his character, so it's a very big outlier, right? Like, like the Phoenix thing, I can forgive because how is this man supposed to know a phenomenal cosmic entity would possess this young girl and destroy the world? Like, how do you hold him responsible for not handling that better? Yeah, because Dumbledore is like manipulative behind the scenes, right? It's the ultimate betrayal to the audience because like it's your friend that you've always wanted. But yeah, Charles Xavier, I'm for my Marvel fic, I'm doing him like I'm doing his character to be wise mentor with some flaws. Like his flaw is that he's not willing to do what's necessary, right? Arcane has this line with Silco, right? We want grand things, but we aren't willing to accept the base violence necessary for change. That's Charles Xavier. He's not willing to kill Magneto, and Magneto isn't willing to kill him because they still have love for each other. They're still like brothers. So like that's his flaw. I'm not doing the because I see a lot of Marvel fanfics do the Charles Xavier is basically Dumbledore manipulating everybody, and I don't like that because that completely betrays his character. His weakness in the comics has always been his compassion, right? His compassion always lets him to forgive Magneto or try to help everybody, and some people just aren't capable of like being not aren't capable, but they don't want to be redeemed. So like that has always been his weakness, and that's what I'm going for. I don't like villainizing characters who are meant to be heroes and have a big fan base, right? I don't like making characters seem stupid just for the sake of a story. I rather write around it and make them seem competent and in character. Because remember, every character is somebody's favorite character. So I'm not gonna take Magneto and drag his character through the mud just because my main character is his enemy, right? Just like every time like in Damaki, every time I bring up a god or a goddess of like a real world religion, I have them seem grand and like exceptional, right? Every scene Ganesha is in, he's the boss. When I mention Amaterasu, who's like actual like the Shinto god of the sun or whatever, like Amaterasu is mentioned, and it's not like oh Amaterasu is this poor lonely guy. It's like no, Amaterasu runs shit. He controls the entire East continent, right? And I do that sparingly. So like, but every time I mention a god, they're held in a high regard, especially if it's like a real world religion, like a current world religion. So if like I mention like a Mayan god, for example, they'd be held in a high regard. So I don't like the whole fanfic thing of like changing a character for the sake of the story to that extent. I don't like changing Dumbledore for him to be like an intentionally manipulative piece of shit the entire time just because like that's your headcanon. Because you have to like you can leave it in the subtext, but like don't make it like that. Don't give us a scene of him plotting for Harry to die. That's like yeah, that's a bit much. So I know some people will go into the Marvel fic expecting like the main character and Charles to be at odds because like of how their first mission goes, but like no. Yeah. Oh, that's one thing. Oh my god, I can show you this. This is fine. God damn it, I don't have it here. I don't have it here. No, I do not have it here. Um, there is a list in Marvel about which person is the best at which science, right? Okay, and in all of these Reed Richards, Reed Richards is at the top of all of this, right? So he's the best, basically at. He's the like, he's either the best or the second best or tied for the best at everything. But he mentions himself that some people are better than him at certain things, and this goes for Tony Stark, right? So Tony Stark engineering. Reed Richards mentions multiple times, like even when in one like reality, Tony Stark basically ended the world, and they were building like Noah's Ark, and they had it meshed with all like human DNA so that it could make humans and then repopulate a different world. And they were debating like should Tony Stark's DNA be included, right? Because he's the one who basically ended the world. And Reed Richards like gets up and he says like no, his DNA is mandatory because nobody else is even close to as good as at engineering as Tony Stark, which is like that's like as good as praise as you can get when it comes to being a super genius, right? So it's Tony Stark engineering, Otto Octavius nuclear physics, gamma radiation, and no, I think he's just gamma radiation, right? Hank Pym, biochemistry. I think Bruce Banner is bio engineering too, and bioengineering. When will we get the Marvel fic? This is the first time I'm hearing about it. I thought the next book you were going to would be original. No. The Marvel fic I'm writing because I need to practice some things for my next week. At the end of the year, by the end of the year, I want to have the first draft of my original book done and ready to send to like editors for editing. Right, so it's Hank Pym here. I should put this on the next page actually, right? Hank Pym is biochemistry. Beast is genetics. Adam Brashear is dark matter. Right? Black Panther is shadow physics. Black Panther is shadow physics. Doctor Doom is... what is this? Astrophysics? I can't remember the name of it, so I'll leave it out. Dark matter is shadow physics. There's one more I'm forgetting. Is it Valeria Richards? No, I don't think it's Valeria Richards. Who am I forgetting? I'm forgetting one of them, right? But the Marvel book will be after Horizon's done. I actually have a lot of data on it. I've been... But yeah, like, so a lot of Marvel characters, like they want to be this, but they don't acknowledge this and this and this. So like very early on in my book, I'll show that like, okay, my main character is meant to be this, but sometimes he'll have to like get some help, right? So he's creating like his new branch of physics, sorry, genetics, phantom genetics, and this shadow physics, by the way, is all vibranium studies. This is what he taught Shuri in MCU basically, and she took over from there. And my main character is kind of this, but when he needs like some engineering, then he'll call Tony Stark. When he needs like there's something that happens early on in the book, and these two and my main character were together, right? because the main character takes this role. He takes Reed Richards' role. There is no Reed Richards or Fantastic Four in my story. So these three end up working together basically, and then eventually he'll need him and Bruce Banner will work together with with Beast to work on some stuff. So like you have to elevate one character by saying, yeah, you're a super genius, but you aren't the best at everything. Right? Reed Richards never has to call any of these guys up. But if it's a big problem and like he wants a second opinion, these are the people he calls, right? And that's like a very important to show for your world, especially. It's to show that like, okay, your main character is him, but like he's not the only super genius. And you don't have to, you can elevate yourself without putting down other people, which is important to learn in just life itself. But like, yeah. And I don't like how they drag people through the mud, honestly. I feel like I am forgetting somebody. Who the hell am I forgetting? Oh, if I had to rank these in order, by the way, um, Reed is at the top, then Adam Brashear, then Bruce Banner, then Tony Stark. No, actually, then Hank McCoy. The problem is in the MCU. In the MCU, they basically needed Reed Richards, so they gave Tony Stark all Reed Richards' intelligence. Like, time travel is a thing you go to Reed Richards for, right? Yeah, then you have Otto Octavius, then Black Panther. I think that's a solid list of like people specialized. If I had villains on this list, Black Panther would not make top 10. Because it would be like Reed, Doom, Alan Brashear, no, Reed, Kang, Doom, Alan Brashear, then Bruce Banner, then Hank Pym, then MODOK, then Sauron, then Beast, then Tony Stark, then Octavius, then Black Panther. And Forge doesn't count because he's just not Tony Stark. Yeah, but this is like the super nerd list. Yeah, and all these characters will be showing up. Black Panther. How do you all feel about Wakanda? This is a safe place. You can say you don't like it if you want. How do you all feel about Wakanda? I don't know if how much I should include it, because I want the main character to go get some vibranium, but I don't know if I want them to like go into Wakanda and get vibranium, or if I want them to if I want to just get some vibranium from Claw. But my original currently is like is in the back burner. I have two options to do for the original: one sci-fi, one fantasy. Both short stories, like relatively short, like maybe 50,000 words, 60. Okay, maybe 100,000 words. But yeah. Honestly, I think Wakanda is just a problem. I think the main character fundamentally will hate Wakanda. Okay? Because his whole thing is that he wants to help the entire world, and he's trying to build the tools to help the entire world, right? And Wakanda has so many of the tools, but they aren't sharing them. So I think like he and Wakanda will clash. So I have this thing of like him invading Wakanda while T'Challa is like about to on the day like T'Challa is gonna propose to Storm and introduce her as like his betrothed, his like princess or whatever. Because T'Chaka is still Black Panther. And he goes to Wakanda and he's like, yeah, you'll suck, I'm taking all this vibranium. And they can't stop him, right? Because he's Graviton, they can't stop him. And the king is like, King T'Chaka is like, okay, you know what? We can't fight you. You don't want to hurt us. We don't want to, but we do. You don't want to hurt us. So if you can touch the Great Mound, we will let you take as much as you need. And the thing is, in the comics, Doctor Doom went to Wakanda, and he laid his hand on the Great Mound, which kills anyone who isn't Wakandan or like who was unworthy, judged by the goddess Bast. And Doctor Doom was deemed worthy, right? Because she saw his vision of the future he had, where like the world could only be saved by him being in control. So she's like, okay, yeah, take the vibranium. So I'm gonna have him do the same thing, but he's just gonna take all of it. Because I really don't care about Wakanda. They don't serve enough of a purpose in my story. I generally like Black Panther usually like just sucks. He's made to be like this holier than thou person, and like I just don't like it. Bro's just boring. The way the MCU is doing Wakanda is honestly better because it's just like Wakanda first the world rather than like yeah Wakanda in isolation. I'm not trying to make them look like good guys because they're assholes. Like they stood by and had medical technology but refused to help the world, right? I'm not even talking about like the slavery thing, but like how is he going to make a mountain? What do you mean? Make a mountain? Oh, you mean move a mountain? Oh, he's graviton, bro. He can move a mountain. His power is gravity. He can do that easy. Because by this point, he's at this point we're like 4.5 years into him joining the X-Men. No. The trick is right. T'Challa wants Wakanda to change, right? But then Graviton invades Wakanda, and he's like, okay, the people outside clearly want have plans for Wakanda, so we need to like fortify our defenses and never leave Wakanda. Because I don't want T'Challa in this story, right? I don't like that character, so I'm just gonna get rid of him, and I'm gonna have Wakanda have a civil war because like the white apes and the border tribes and all that sees that the Panther tribe can't protect the Great Mound, and the king gave away the Great Mound at the behest of their goddess Bast, but still he gave it away. So they're like, you know what, we should be the royal family. So then Wakanda just in a civil war, it self-destructs. The MC and Magneto take all the vibranium, and then Wakanda is just dead, right? And the whole thing is like, and him and Storm, the main character and Storm, right, who gets banished from Wakanda. Honestly, the second movie is so good. Just if you watch the second movie with an agenda, and my agenda is M'Baku and and Nemo, and they were just so good. Shuri was so much trash, but they were so good. Uh, I don't have a need for a Black Panther in my story. He doesn't serve any purpose except being Black Panther, and that's not enough for me. So like the whole point of this arc is to give the main character vibranium, show Storm that like he's willing to like burn bridges if needed for the greater good. Yeah, the first Black Panther was that was bro that that last fight with the PlayStation 2 graphics, what was that? And the writing was so good up to like the first quarter, sorry, and then it was so good, and then Killmonger's writing as a villain was so good, and then the lesson afterwards was trash, right? But the final fight, dog shit. Most of Killmonger's scenes were good, except when he killed his girlfriend. That was inconsistent as hell. If he didn't do that, he'd have been. But if he didn't do that, he would have been the hero of the story. That that scene they added because they knew people would agree with Killmonger, so they had to make him go too far as a villain to make the audience not like him anymore. Which is something Marvel does a lot. They have villains who are like super close to being like a superhero story, and then they make them kill somebody innocent or something, or do something like that, which turns the audience against them. Yeah, like a lot of these stories have that. And Killmonger is the most blatant example. But the second movie, I've watched the second movie like 3 times in the past like a week. And the scenes with Namor, I love because I'm gonna have like Talokan in my MCU book. I don't care for Wakanda, but I like Talokan because Talokan is how we learn that magic exists in the world, right? So after Apocalypse, Talocan comes in and they kind of show the world that like hating mutants isn't good because Apocalypse, what he said was true. Like he is the first mutant. He is like your god basically, and now he's dead and the world is boiling. The oceans are boiling. So Thanos' motivation makes sense, but it's not the text, it's the subtext. Thanos' motivation was not to help the world or the universe. His motivation was to prove that he's right. That was the whole thing. His story about his homeworld wasn't actually about him saving them. It was about not getting the chance to prove that he's right. He doesn't like people not giving him the chance to show that he's better than them. So him snapping away half of all life instead of doubling resources wasn't about saving people. It was about showing them that all those years ago he was right and they should have listened. That's the whole story of Thanos. People misunderstand because the subtext hides it a bit too well. But like if they had one scene of like Gamora or somebody telling him that he's lying because all he ever wants to be is right and he's just mad that never got this they never gave him a chance to prove that he's right, it would have made way more sense because the subtext would have come to the forefront and the audience wouldn't have been confused. So Thanos, his motivation makes sense, but the one he tells the audience is bullshit. That's why he was so satisfied when he learns he was right. Like if you watch Endgame, he understood that he was right and that he like but that they would like not allow it. So he had to go and undo everything. And this is a spoiler stream, so I can tell you, in my book, they are gonna get snapped. Like very early on, the first time the main character sees Infinity Stone, after he leaves, I'm gonna show like the time travel scene basically of like somebody coming back to collect it from the future. Because they are gonna get snapped. Because I'm keeping a lot of the MCU stuff. So like we'll go X-Men into Apocalypse, into Atlantis, into Genosha. No, into Avengers, into Genosha. Yeah, they don't even need to say that it doesn't make sense because on paper it makes sense, but it's just not the optional route, right? So killing half of all people makes sense mathematically, but when you have the option to double all the math, it's a cruel choice. And when Doctor Strange was talking to Thanos right before they fought, all he had to say was, "You don't care about helping people. All you care about is proving you were right." That's all he had to say, and everything would have been so much better. That one line would have saved so much nonsense. But no, they thought the audience would have understood. But the average Marvel MCU fanboy is not that smart. But yeah, like I'm gonna have this snap because I find that the 5 years was a good time for the MCU to show like some movies within those 5 years. Like we didn't have to wait 5 years in real life time for Endgame, but like within in the 1 year between Endgame and Infinity War Endgame, they could have released like Black Widow, so we give a crap when she dies in Endgame. They could have released well, not Captain America movie. They could have released a Hulk movie would have been good because during Endgame, Hulk was like the last superhero on Earth. He was the only person actively being a superhero, and that's why the public loved them, right? So they could have released a Black Widow movie and a Hulk movie and build that relationship up so we like give a shit about when Black Widow dies in Endgame. They could have released Nana Thor movie. They could have released a Rocket movie, Rocket Raccoon movie, right? To show the larger impact it had on the universe, right? Show other planets suffering. A Captain Marvel movie that isn't an origin, but like her going out and helping the universe, would have made us like her character so much more because we would have actually give a shit when she showed up in Endgame. But they didn't want to commit to that, right? They wanted to get to the final story real quick. So that 5 years is missed potential. I'm gonna sit in it for a while and just write stories because I think there's a good for the MC's goal. That's where the story really ramps up, where he decides, okay, what we're doing isn't working, so we need to take charge. And after the 5 years, the Avengers basically take over the world, not like literally, but like politically, because Thanos is the first person to call him the Scientist Supreme, right? Which is like the logic I'm using is that on Titan, which is Thanos' world, the Scientist Supreme was considered the greatest mind in the galaxy, right? Because they were like the most advanced civilization. And when they're fighting, Thanos calls him the Scientist Supreme when he's talking to him. So after that, the entire universe is looking at him to like, can you reverse the snap? Which eventually he does. So like, yeah. But this is going to be a long book, like 600 chapters. Because like I think we're on chapter 5 or 6, right? We're on chapter 6 right now, and this is the chapter where like things really pop off. This is the chapter where like the friend dies and like him becoming a mutant. Him becoming a mutant like starts mattering. And chapter 7 is like the grief, and chapter 8 is he joins the X-Men. Sorry, chapter 8 is he goes to the X-Mansion. Chapter 9 he joins the X-Men. Chapter 10 he picks his name. So by chapter 10 he's Graviton. But yeah, like they just had to commit more to being sad. But they didn't want to commit more to being sad because, you gotta be brave to commit to being sad. Yeah, I like Thanos as a villain though. Thanos teaches some very important writing lessons as a villain. 26,000 collections. Forgot a million words. Great. Somebody message on Discord. Ah, it's the bot for free stuff. Skyrim is 90% off. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm supposed to be writing Horizon right now. And this story is beating my ass. I'm supposed to like this entire arc is about closing the brackets. I have seen a few One Piece fanfics about that. No. Skypiea. Okay, is that the one where he goes and gets NL fruit and bullies NL, basically? Is that fanfic? I've seen a few Lunarian ones. The Lunarian ones always get super boring. Yeah, I mean, fanfics, One Piece fanfics. So my the thing is, I never know what to expect from a One Piece fanfic. Because One Piece is so open ended, and the plot is so honestly, One Piece plot is kind of terrible. The Horizon fanfic made you remember it. I mean, a main character like Horizon in One Piece would be pretty epic. That would be pretty cool. Okay, I'm gonna copy this into my Horizon dock, right? Pretend you're not seeing this right now. Pretend you aren't seeing it. Well, it's not about the secrets being known, it's about the world building being shitty. One Piece has like a billion concepts, none of which are explained. It's like it's an ocean that's like an inch deep. So, how the hell do you write a coherent story with that, right? One Piece has some pretty shitty world building. Like, for example, how much is one berry worth? Like, how does money in One Piece work? And I'm not saying this is like something you have to think about in your book because it can just be arbitrary, right? But like, how do islands make money to give these celestial dragons for protection from the marines? Think about that. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Yeah, exchanging goods with other islands would be the most logical thing, but they never show you any of that. All this is pirates basically give treasure that they find and make gold. Where does any of this come from? Who knows? Wapol is a billionaire in One Piece, right? But you know, nobody explains that shit, so it's in a cover story. Sorry. Yeah, Oda does edge people with world building, and he world builds the most useless crap. Okay, we don't care about what Watatsume is doing and why he how he ends up joining Jinbei's crew. Nobody cares. But Oda will use that cover story to show us and explain that instead of explaining, I don't know, anything useful. Oda is the final form of an overindulgent writer. Anything he thinks up, he'll just throw it in. Which is why we have like a million things that aren't explained and it just crowds up the story. So the wiki is like a billion pages long and all of them have like two lines. But you know, apparently One Piece is peak fiction, you know? This the whole thing of like go to an island, find out the person leading it is oppressive. We get like a two crackers from somebody, so we now have to save the entire island, and then repeat. And then we make some new crew member with some super sad backstory that we focus on for one arc, and then we never focus on them again. You know, Nami, yeah. That formula, yeah. Like sometimes the formula literally doesn't make sense because right now, I think they have to save Elbaf or something, which doesn't make any fucking sense because Shanks was on Elbaf. Shanks is friends with the giants. How the hell are they gonna save somebody from something if Shanks was there and he didn't bother to do it? What is Luffy supposed to be better than Shanks now? Is that what they're doing? Or like the bullshit they pulled recently with like, it was Shanks' twin brother all along. What? What? What the? Why? Why did he add that? Okay, just commit to Shanks being like a traitor or a spy or some shit, bro. Like, bullshit. One Piece is in the telenovela stage where they're like, season 5, you had a twin that was separated from birth that you didn't know about. You know? Like, ugh. Jesus Christ, the writing is just going downhill. It peaked at friggin' Enies Lobby. That's when it peaked. But Oda just likes to shove things that, you know, logically don't really make much sense in this story. Pluto, is that the one with the robot boy? Astro Boy thing? Similar thing? Yeah, this is the Astro Boy thing, right? Yeah, but the first time I saw the trailer, I was like, okay, it's Astro Boy. Astro Boy meets Watchmen. Man, sci-fi always try to go to philosophy. I don't know, for some reason, sci-fi writers feel like it's their duty to answer some grand question about the universe. Like, bro, shut up and write the story. Honestly, Shanks being the twist villain would make the best twist. Because, like, if you're hyping him up to be this badass, you're hyping up Shanks for one of two reasons. Either Shanks gonna die, Emo gonna kill him, or his twin brother gonna kill him, or Shanks is the villain. But the twin brother exists, so the twin brother probably gonna kill Shanks. Yeah, so Astro Boy, I mean, Pluto is Astro Boy fanfic, basically. Nice. I like Astro Boy, so I'll take a look. Yeah, but it's a good place to do it, but you don't have to do it. You don't have to force some message along your audience through with every story. C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien did not agree on this. C.S. Lewis believed that it is your duty as an author to pass like a moral ruling or something, or like a moral question to your audience, which is what he did in Narnia, because Narnia is just like Moses and the Bible, right? Because Narnia is like his take on theology, Christian theology, simplified for children, and J.R.R. Tolkien believes that not everything in a story had to have some great meaning. You could just have things for fun. Shanks dying to Blackbeard would be better than him having a twin. Yeah, when done right, it is really good. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be like every single story. Sometimes you can just write something for fun. Like my sci-fi story is like an underdog sports story. It's not like a fun. It's not like a deep philosophical. Oh my God! Should we be doing more with technology? Is it okay to go full Borg? Are you even human if you have like almost all robot parts? Nobody gives a fuck about that in my story. We're just here to see people fight. But yeah, Shanks dying to Blackbeard would make the most sense, and it would set up the promise that was made. But it looks like Emu is gonna tell the Shanks twin to kill Shanks. Then we're gonna get this page of like Luffy versus Shanks, right? And yeah, like that's probably how it's gonna be. And it's gonna be super lame and disappointing because it's a hacky fight, and hacky fights suck. Yeah, but inconvenience is their responsibility to say what other people are willing to say. Exactly. It's your responsibility to be funny and make me laugh. I don't care about your political views. They're like when an actor starts talking about politics, like, bro, shut up and go and get in front of the camera and make people laugh. Nobody gives a fuck what you think about like Israel and Palestine and the Ukraine and Russia. Who cares? You're an actor. Go be funny. Well, the reason they don't do that a lot is supposedly like the Gurusei is supposed to be like a super secret, right? Problem is, if the Gurusei is so strong that only Gear 5 Luffy with all the plot armor and the world could survive them, nobody would survive you teleporting the Gurusei onto them. So, why don't you do it? That's the problem, right? A Yonko, okay, fine. The Gurusei would get killed by Kaido, okay? Because at this point in the story, Yonko Kaido is still the strongest thing in the story that we've seen to this point. Right? Aside from maybe young Roger, Garp, and Whitebeard, Yonko Kaido is the strongest thing we've seen fight in the story. Like I put Yonko Kaido over Luffy Gear 5 right now. I put him over Shanks. I put him over everybody. Okay? He's just him. But like short of like him or Yonko, Emu dropping the Gurusei onto any island should destroy that whole island. Dragon should not exist. Because she should be able to find Dragon and just drop them onto him and just kill him instantly. But like I do think Yonko Kaido is like, who do you all think is like the strongest character we've seen, like aside from like young Garp, Whitebeard, and Roger, right? But like, who do you all think is the strongest? Like, it really only comes down to like Shanks or Kaido, right? And I think Kaido would kill Shanks. It would be difficult, but he'd kill him. Because if Kaido is fighting Shanks, he won't fight as sloppy as he did against Luffy and they. Because like, he was taking hits and he didn't expect them to actually hurt him. But with Shanks, he'll know he has advanced Conqueror's Haki, so he'll know to like dodge hits from the start and he'll just fight way more serious. Plus, Shanks won't have like 12 breaks and naps and lunch times in between fights. So, yeah, he won't have that plot armor Luffy had, right? Bro gets to take a nap, eat food, stretch, and get healed up between rounds, like while Kaido is still fighting. Most nonsense fight. Hated that crap. Hated that. It was too early for Luffy to fight Kaido. That was supposed to be like a 1v1 final fight. Instead it became like some chaotic Royal Rumble plot armor nonsense. What a disappointment. That One Piece ending was tragic. But yeah, Gorosei makes no goddamn sense. Emu destroying islands, but needs a buster call. Should I use that laser on Egghead? Shut down the goddamn energy barrier, then just boom the whole place. No, I need to write this thing. The first part of this Horizon sends out the first major shipment of Panacea. God's Night make no sense. That's Garland's people, right? The red-haired people, I think. Yeah, Oda is just adding in shit at the last minute because he's realizing that he doesn't have enough opposition to fight these rats. Literally, 3 admirals versus 4 Yonko and all their crew makes no sense. Should have just committed to have Shanks be the final villain. But yeah, I gave up on One Piece way before all this. Like I gave up on them for the Joy Boy moment. That Joy Boy thing was too much. Luffy being chosen one, oh my god, the most basic, terrible thing they could have done. Didn't even need that chosen one in that story. The whole story is about freedom. The freedom to be the chosen one and do what the chosen one wants you to do. So stupid. I'm gonna look up the God's Knights nonsense. This crap. God's Knights are an order of knights. Are any of them hot? That's the big question. Who's this chick? That's what I want to know. Above the Marines, so they're above Kong. Here plays Saturn. Yeah, he's trying to make it into something bigger than it is, and it's failing miserably. Because a lot of his fans did not like the Joy Boy bullshit. Because it's literally worse than Naruto. Literally worse than Naruto. I should do not. The God Knights were involved in the aftermath of the yeah, this Jesus Christ, dog shit. Throw that whole thing away. Throw that whole thing away. All Oda had to do was keep it simple, but he didn't want to do that. Just Blackbeard kills Shanks, Luffy fights Blackbeard, Then Luffy and Akainu. No, Luffy fights Blackbeard, right? Then Luffy fights Akainu. Because by killing Blackbeard and becoming Pirate King, he unites all the pirates against the world government. So they fight Akainu, and then they go Rossi and then kill him. And boom, story done. He leaves the world in chaos because he's Luffy. Yeah, the God's Knights should be stronger than admirals. They should definitely be stronger than admirals. But again, the power scaling doesn't really matter, right? Because who gives a fuck about that? It just doesn't make sense for the story. Yep, last minute villain, classic shonen. Now we're gonna get this shitty ending, you know, JJK-esque. Now the ending of One Piece is gonna be like the My Hero Academia ending. It's gonna make sense thematically, but it's just gonna be so shitty. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope it becomes the best ending in the history of anything ever. But that's falling apart. Wano was already so terrible to read weekly, and then binging the whole thing was just miserable experience. That like, Oda's just like throwing random shit in the story, and he's Oda, so nobody's telling him to stop. Bro, just have to keep it simple. Oh yeah, the ending at One Piece, bro. It's gonna be horrific if he fumbles it. And I'm not very hopeful right now. But again, I want to be wrong. I want it to be the best ending in fiction ever. But all this, I mean, if the ending is peak, there would still be some problems. But like, it would make up for a lot of it, right? If the ending makes sense. But right now, I'm not too hopeful of it making sense. The simple thing would have been good, like Luffy first, like Shanks dies to Blackbeard. Luffy kills Blackbeard and unites all the pirates, because then it'll be Luffy, Yonko Law, Yonko, Kid, uniting all the pirates to fight Akainu and the world government. Yeah, but he's not gonna nail the ending, bro. Because One Piece has like a harem style ending where no matter which route you go, people will be unsatisfied. And he did that by doing shitty world building, trying to world build paper on like a boat. Of course it'll sink. Yeah, that was the whole thing, right? Shanks was supposed to die before Luffy meets him again, right? Because Luffy's like the whole thing is like he never breaks his promise, so that would have been the promise broken. Then Luffy crashes out, kills Blackbeard, and then unites all the pirates under him and his friends, the three uncle, and they fight the world government and happily ever after, right? But no, we need the God's Knights, and Shanks needs a twin, and Elbaf has to be some super sci-fi high-tech world shit, and all of that, right? Meanwhile, Oda is constantly having back issues and getting sick and shit. So like, ugh. This is why you don't want stories running 20 fucking years. I just want a resolution for the Joy Boy thing. Because the Joy Boy resolution had to be good. Well, no, Kubo had a plan for Bleach, but Shonen Jump didn't want to renew Bleach for the next volume, so he had to rush the whole ending. But in the Thousand Year Blood War arc, he's getting to flesh it out more. So for that, I would say that's more of like a publisher thing. But Oda doesn't have that problem because Shonen Jump does whatever Oda wants, right? He's the moneymaker. So like, Kubo has a valid excuse. It's not as like, granted it could have been done way better than he did it because he didn't have to make Yuha that invincible, but like it makes sense why he did it the way he did. Bankai is okay. I personally would prefer if they fleshed out Kido and Hado more because those are more interesting to me, these spells. Because Shika and Bankai was just very like one dimensional. That's just like a matchup rock. That's just like Rocky Plus does. But Kido and Hado made everything more complex, which was just way more fun. Bankai is definitely way more hype though. That's the hype mechanic. That's the well domain expansion. Domain expansion is the next generation of Bankai hype mechanic. But I would say Bankai did it better. Did it Bankai did better? Yeah, because Bankai changes the properties of your fight. Right, so a Bankai can be anything, but a domain expansion is just like an amped up version of your technique. Because it's making a domain and putting your technique in the domain. So yeah. Collectability factor of being rare. Yeah, definitely. When somebody says Bankai, you know shit's about to go down. Where Bankai flopped though is that like Ichigo got it in 10 days, but 3 days or something. So like, is it that hard if Ichigo got it in 10 days? Like I know he's the main character, but like 10 days, bro. Still for real? It's so difficult. But you got it in 10 days, and your Bankai just is stronger than everybody else's, just like that. That's why like Yuji Itadori getting the main expansion at the very end of JJK mattered so much because they showed us how difficult it was to teach him all those things, right? They showed us the nonsense cheats they had to use to teach him simple domain and like a reverse curse technique and blood manipulation. Yeah, 2 days are it's even worse, right? And the worst thing is they said like if you fail the 2 days training, you could never you could never get a Bankai. And all they had to do was be like, yeah, this person failed it, so his Bankai sealed forever now. To show us an example would have made it so much better. My favorite power system is, I mean, mm, mm, God, that's a hard one. I think cursed energy, because cursed energy is like Nen plus Bankai, because it's like Nen where you can have people do random different shit, right? But they have the epic factor of Bankai, and they have the universal like cursed energy thing. The lobotomy Kaisen, it made sense why people thought it was that. As a writer, I thought it was just really funny because I could see what he was going for when he wrote certain things and why it flopped and why people hated it. And I can definitely see why a lot of JJK fans miss subtext in their own writing, right? Like a lot of them still think blue is teleportation because they're retarded. So, yeah. Like Kenjaku explained blue is not teleportation. And people still think like, yeah, Gojo can just teleport outside of a wall. But that's not how it works. So like, the writer Gege failed at explaining certain things, and the audience failed at picking up the things he did explain. So like, everybody's just kind of being stupid. But I would definitely say I don't like I don't like paranormal, so I don't like urban paranormal. Haki is dog shit. Haki is the worst power system. Haki is literally plot armor. Whoever Oda wants to win a fight has stronger Haki. I hate that shit. Devil Fruit's good, not as good as superpowers. Like magic, just like fairy tales, magic as a power system, I think is my favorite because you can do anything with it, right? You can have somebody learn different types of magic, so you get that factor, and you also get the factor that everybody can see it. So unlike in JJK, the stakes are higher because everybody can see your magic. And third, you get the epic factor of like a domain expansion, but instead of like well, you get the super move factor for domain expansion, but you also get the universal factor of like everybody can feel your magic. So the whole thing Kenpachi does, where like his spiritual pressure is just so intense, you can do that because that's the factor that makes like a universal magic system so important. If there's like a universal aspect like Nen, when you can like feel their wherever the Nen is that leaks out of the head, and they like can like suffocate you by releasing so much of it. That that makes it hype. Yeah, I'm still going, bro. Yeah, superpowers are good, but Marvel has a billion power systems that they don't mesh well. Uh Honestly, comic books do this better than most, I would say, because they show you very well why. Like, I'll show you an example now, right? They show you exactly why certain power systems exist in Marvel and DC. That's why I say like people who think Nen is complicated have never read a comic book. Like they've never read a comic book. Like if somebody reads an Avengers comic book right now where they have like Thor, Sif, Storm, Iron Man, and like a bunch of other people on the Avengers, they'll be like, wait, how do all these superpowers work together? Because there's like a divine cosmic god, Iron Man in a tech suit, Captain America in a super soldier serum, Spider Man is whatever the fuck he is, mystic and science, right? Storm is a mutant, and then you have like I think Hawkeye is on the team. No, Black Widow or Kamala Khan, who's an inhuman, right? So this is my team, by the way. Make sure you'll see it. Yeah. So Marvel does the power system really damn well. So people who think Nen is confused would have an aneurysm trying to make sense of all this. So like the current Avengers team is Storm, Iron Man, Spider Man. I think he's in the black suit too, so he's like symbiote Spider Man. Then I'm pretty sure they have I think they have Doctor Strange. But like the superpower system is is my favorite. Yeah, that's the problem with comic books. They aren't one story, which is why like they're so inaccessible. Because to read a comic book, you have to read like two issues from one, then two issues. Issues is what they call like chapters of books, right? So you read two from this series, then two from this series, then you go back to this series, then you go to a third series, and it's convoluted bullshit. Which is why their sales constantly tanking. Yeah, but like they have a universal power system. Comic books, like Marvel has its own and DC has its own, right? DC is a lot more streamlined. Marvel has like X-Men and Inhumans and Celestials because they kept trying to make a replacement for the X-Men, and it kept failing. So they kept making more, and they keep failing. So like they made the Inhumans, they failed. They made the Eternals, they failed. Well, no, the power systems in comics do make sense, right? So them having a power system that makes sense will never happen. No, that's not true. The power system does make sense, but it's not a universal power system. It's an individual power system. It's self-contained individual power systems. So like there are universal aspects of them, right? But they're self-contained. So it's like if Devil Fruits and Bankai exist in the same universe, they don't they don't like share the same energy source, but they do things. Now I would say it does make sense. Because everything doesn't have to be the same for it to make sense, right? It's like if one country is um one country is capitalist, the next country is like whatever else it has. Like one country is a democratic republic, the next country is like a dictatorship, right? Both systems exist at the same time, but they don't have to share the same power source. No, 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 no. That's because, okay, that would simplify it, right? If there was only one power system at a time, but then you limit the kind of storytelling you have. Because the Marvel mythology and and magic astrology side writer can't really exist with just magic. Yeah, go ahead and talk, man. Gift Matt Shitty, 21-second delay in chat. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Yeah, comic books have no standard character power levels, right? But that's fine. The problem is that's fine for comic readers. Yeah, the comic books having no standard power level is fine for comic book readers. It's a problem for new readers. Because in one book, Iron Man is using Mysterium armor to fight the gods. And in the next book, he's like struggling to fight, I don't know, Rhino or somebody. Which is why this is why like my book isn't called Marvel Graviton. It's called Marvel Simplified, right? Because it's taking all of these things and making one story hitting all the major arcs. Like we're gonna do Avengers, Genosha, Endgame, Infinity War, Thor, Ragnarok, X-Men Apocalypse, right? And we're gonna do all the big stories on one timeline, following one set of characters, and make it make sense. That's the point of Marvel Simplified. It's so people who are new to comics can say, okay, you know what? I don't know where this out with comics. Let me just read Marvel Simplified. So I have a, because I'm gonna keep as many characters like as they are in the source material as possible. So if you go from MCU into this story or this story into MCU, you're like, okay, the main character isn't here, but everybody else is here. Or like you can read some bits and pieces of like My Thor, and then you can go into the comics and it's like the same personality. So you aren't like, oh my god, this doesn't make sense. You're like, no, no, this is Thor. This is what I know Thor to be. What was I doing? Oh yeah, but I was showing you like this are the different power systems, right? So these are them. These six, mostly these six. Are there any more? They would be like Inhumans, I think. No, they fall under like genes or cosmic or something. No, well, it would be better if I do other versions for Thanos timeline. Well, no, the Thanos timeline will be like happening in the background, but they're gonna have other adventures like as Avengers and stuff during it, right? So we're going to do like the whole Hydra thing, and then Genosha, and then the Sentinels, and everything is we're gonna touch on a lot of stuff. Thanos is gonna be like infinite. Thanos is gonna come into play when I jump from Earth into Guardians of the Galaxy. Yeah, man, I'm glad you're liking Horizon. And the other books are gonna drop eventually. As soon as Horizon is done, the Marvel book will start. And if you haven't voted, my Patreon has like a poll for you to vote for my next book. And yo, I'm gonna be real, you all kind of pissed me off with that poll, right? Because where is it? Where's my fairy tale story? This because of this. Where's my JJK story? I was low key fuming when I saw the results, right? Because these are the options for my poll, these three, and you all voted for this book with 6 chapters done, right? Meanwhile, I was expecting everybody to vote for what the hell? Yeah, meanwhile I was expecting everybody to vote for where's Fairy Tale? Did I just delete my book? No. No, no, no. Okay. Meanwhile, I was expecting everybody to vote for this one, which has 30 chapters done, 30 chapters, and then this one, which has 55 chapters done. But everybody was like, you know what? I'm gonna vote for the one with the least chapters done, so you have to do way more work. And I was like, okay, this is why I get to print after a vote. But you know what? Over half of you wanted the Marvel story, so I can't just go back on it now. I put the vote up for a reason. Yeah. Yeah, the point of it is to go from sci-fi to fantasy because I like to jump between them because if I write sci-fi then more sci-fi then more sci-fi, it gets kind of boring to me. I like to mix it up. And my original book was going to be a fantasy book, so I wanted to practice more fantasy. But since Marvel won, I'll do my original sci-fi book instead. I was so mad. Like a hundred and something votes, right? Look at it. Look, this is the poll. 111 votes, and 42% is Marvel. Like, what is this? What is this? The most powerful character, definitely the Marvel character. I mean, it tells you that at the beginning of the book. Like, if you go on the Patreon, there are sample chapters, like the first 5 chapters of every story, and the first 5 chapters of the Marvel book, it tells you like, yeah, the first 5 chapters of it tells you he goes from a child, so this is like chapter 1 to 5, to a student. He joins the expansion adventure. He's an X-Men. To his death and rebirth. That's New Ialda, right? And then like it says like he ascends to a higher calling, a position shared by only one other throughout his universe, right? So like it tells you that like, oh, he's gonna like go above the Avengers at some point. I I expected Fairy Tail to kind of win because the 100 Year Quest is currently going on right now, but the 100 Year Quest is turning off a lot of fans. A lot of people don't like it. Also, my main character in the Marvel fic starts at Omega level. He starts stronger than Magneto. Yeah, bro, there's no pressure to pay for the Patreon. No, he does not become the one above all. No, he does not. Because that would be a lot. I'm not going that far into the cosmology because again, Marvel simplified. I'm trying to keep things simple. Exchange rates, yeah, Egypt, right? Yeah, that's rough. Honestly, I expect my Patreon to kind of die. Like, I expect to be making pennies from it soon enough because of the change I made. But it's a lot less stress writing it this way. So I get to make the story better. If I kept the $5 and $10 tier active, I would have had to force myself to write 361 and it would have been filler. It would have been just pure filler. Like I would have had to write like Horizon like talking to his team or something. And it would not have served the story and it would have just pissed me off. And the quality would drop. But yeah, as I was saying, the Marvel book, it's the, I'm gonna have like so many of these characters. Yeah, man, you could ask once it's within like the reasonable. If you want like a writing example or something, if it's a writing question, I'm hoping you ask. That's what this is for. or pro tip by the way, if you're trying to be more productive, play games with energy like this, so you can't just play all day. I have to wait for a few more. I can actually show you all some of how long have you been streaming for now? 3 hours. Ooh. Okay, if you want me to check it out, I kind of want to show it on stream. So you have to be okay with that. But my Discord has like a, if you want to like DM me it in Discord, you can, assuming your username is the same as your YouTube name. Yeah, or you could put the link in like the, where is it? The story recommendations channel. And I'll get it from there. I don't think links are allowed in my chat because I don't trust you people with your links. I don't trust you all. After I got traumatized from Discord, from some people from China getting into my Discord. It's MHA Odin with JJK system. Okay. Oh, okay. I like that. I like that. I love it. I love it. MHA Odin with JJK system. This Dusk is me. Is this it? What is this one? Trading with Woods? Okay, this is it. Fives. You fucked me. Wow, that's very to the point. Okay, hold on, I have to read this too. I'm reading everything, bro. Are y'all good with my the dark mode on this? Cause I kind of always read in dark mode, but I'm okay with putting it in light mode. I'll put it in light mode for now. Current template. Okay. Pro tip: if you're gonna have this, have it for yourself, not for your readers. I mean, it's not like a bad thing, but like it's just like you want them to go in kind of unexpected for what he's gonna have. So yeah. This one is, I'm using this one a lot in my JJK story because Eno is like his friend basically. Because he's a fourth year, Eno's a third. He's a fourth year with Eno. No, he's a yeah, he's a fourth year. Eno is like a graduated. Eno was graduated by the time they go off. My stream keeps getting delayed by the way, so I can't tell like how far behind it is when you guys are catching up. Kills and manipulation abilities. That how I don't know how this is an ability though. It should just be like a random thing. Eaten. Okay. Oh. This chapter comments. Oh my god. There's a reason my Marvel book is not gonna have chapter titles. Sorry. That burns me out. That's what burns me out. The sky, rain pouring endlessly, washing all impurities that lay on the busy streets. Sky papers. This is one long sentence. With each drop. Wait. Oh right, he's an MHA. I was like, I was about to say Musudafu isn't a real place. I forget you're an MHA, not JJK. Okay, and he's Odin, so he got black blood manipulation. Okay, I see. You're going with the Ravens. The side no one sees. The side no one pays attention to. This is actually one good thing you're doing that I don't do enough. I don't use the sense of like smell nearly enough. Like I barely ever use it in my books. But like when you're doing like a professional book, the first draft you write and the second draft like you edit some stuff, and the third draft you go in and you add scent and sight and sound descriptions more. Okay, is this book supposed to be first or third person? And you have to tell me. Or like if you don't know the difference, just let me know and I'll bring down a good example. I'd open this in my web novel app to check the word count. My phone has let me show you. My phone has this little thing here, right? See it? That. And that is exactly like I think 1,000 words. The length of it is exactly 1,000 words on my settings. Okay, it's supposed to be interchange. Okay, so you're about 1,050 words for chapter 1. Okay, straight up. I don't recommend interchanging them. That's gonna cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. If you ever see a book that goes like POV third person or POV a name and then you go like POV like narrator or like that's gonna be a problem later on because it's gonna throw you people over the place. This is gonna be fun. So first things first, chapter length on web novel 1,400 plus. It's 1,400 plus words. But can I just copy one of these? Duplicate. Okay. Delete. You want it to be 1,400 plus words because then the algorithm will pick up your book. Any less than 1,400 doesn't count as a chapter, so you won't get as many of where is it? Chapters per week. The thing. There's like a thing where it tells you like how many chapters per week a book does, right? And below 1,400 words, it won't count as it, so you won't get it. POV must stay consistent. And I'll be real with you, these are things I wish I knew sooner. Like I wish somebody sat me down and told me all this stuff when I was like when I was starting. No, the 1,400 word thing is permanent. It tells you that on your dashboard tuning stone. Where did I write that in? This you'll also need. Okay, so third person limited there, and first person is this, right? And I'll explain all these in a second. I'm me? How do I look? Keep in mind, I don't leave the house and I'm using all my energy to write, so I'm very haggard right now. How do I look? Ken Kaneki. Okay, he's the Tokyo Ghoul dude. Eaten. $23. Wow. I'm 25. I look younger than I am, especially when like I'm working out and stuff, but right now I'm just falling apart. I'm 25. I'm an old man who just happens to look young. Okay, doesn't have an identity. Well, I'm using that. Okay, so you're going first person, and every time you have a line break, you're going back into third person. Right. My birthday is August 29th. So I'm 25. I'm basically a senior citizen, you know. The world gonna end in like 5 years with the way politics going right now. Let's look at this one in the world of My Hero Academia. Standing up. I've been writing since I was 21. January 1st, 2021. Yeah, I want to be that guy. I want to look 25 when I'm 50. He isn't even Asian. Standing up can't find. Okay, so there are some big problems just in this or this. I'll show you an example. I did a rewrite of someone. I think it's Sideshow. I think a rewrite of one of Sideshow's chapters, and I did a rewrite of like some random fic we found online. So I've done those before. He just turned 20. Okay, he feels his whole body go numb, the wound is still pouring, standing up, all he saw was dirty roads and the smell of rot. Walking, okay, the smell of rot, so 22 next month, yeah, old man. Okay, grandpa. Yeah, it was his one shot I did a rewrite of. Yeah, that's available. Well, it's in the live stream, but it's also available in the Discord. The people around him don't bother to spare a glance, which was expected, for this part of society was the government didn't pay much attention to. A place filled with demi-humans, heteromorphs, and rejects of society, filled with drugs and prostitutes. Okay, you're in the MHA world, so demi-humans isn't what they call them. They call them, I'm pretty sure they just call them heteromorph. They call, like people like Shoji and Tokoyami, they call them heteromorphs. So when you said demi-humans, then you said heteromorphs, it throws off the audience because you're already in a fanfic, right? So when people say demi-humans, they immediately think like orcs, goblins, elves, that kind of shit. But if you say mutant, they'll think X-Men. If you say heteromorphs, so you would say heteromorphs, and then you would go like this. You would go heteromorphs dash. Basically, you do that. Humans with, you do that, and then you just keep going, right? Humans with cosmetic differences, and then you just keep going. This way, it separates you from like people assuming you're in like friggin' X-Men or some fantasy anime or something like that. And generally, you want to like basically remind them. You do that, they mentioned like 3 times across like 5 chapters, and they're good. He's extremely calm, as if his new body really did change his personality. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, I'm not critiquing like the story decisions. I'm just doing the writing because it's your story, right? So you write whatever story you want to tell. But this, I would have changed this personally. But it's fine if you want to use that. Yes, I use Grammarly. If it would show up. Where the hell is it? Yeah, Grammarly down here. right? The free version, and I use Pro Writing Aid, which cost me, I got it on sale, 83% off, so it cost me like 75 US for the annual subscription. I should have bought the lifetime subscription for like 400, but like, yeah, this is a lifesaver. This is why my editing is taking so much longer, because I have to run it through like this stuff whenever I'm done. But you can learn to write for free like a lot, like until like this year, the last like 10 chapters I didn't use Pro Writing Aid, so that was all just me. But the difference in quality is noticeable, at least to me, not to my readers, because it just feels more natural. Okay, rejects of society. It's establishing demi-humans. Sorry, heteromorphs. See, leave it. Even I'm saying it because it's the first one you said, so it sticks. But if you remove this and just had heteromorphs, it would make more sense. Okay. I wish I could just copy and paste this so I could just cut it up a bit easier. Find open thread. It was locked. Can't see in the shoulder sense. Then from his hand, a red stream of aura took form, shifting and moving as if it was my phone spell check. Yep, spell check is all you need. That's all you need to start with. Once you have something to just, double check your grammar and spelling, you're good. Everything else you can learn. It just takes more time. But I'm trying to go pro, so I need to invest. Onomatopoeias go separately. So it would stop here. This would be on a separate line without the quotes. Then you would continue. Because here it seems like he's yelling boom, when the boom is just happening. So you either put it separately, or you skip a line. You go into the next paragraph and you say a loud explosion rang out, and then you go into the door was forced open, right? You can also train your audience to like expect super moves like that. You can train them to like whenever they see a all caps thing by itself, it's a super move, which is what I do for Horizon. So Shambles doesn't like cause anything, but like that's him using a super move, right? When Deku does like one for all, how much of a percent, that's him activating his quick. You have to teach people how to read your book. Okay, this is belaboring the point. This is the problem. This is the problem with third person. This is the problem with third person. You're running into it right here, right? So, third person, you have to tell them what these things are. You can't go, they seem like God's paths, because the narrator is supposed to know exactly what they are. Is that like 1,000 words? Probably 950. Yeah. It's the narrator has to know exactly what they are, right? So you can use dialogue here, and he can pick it up and he can just ask like God's paths, and he eyes it. He just literally go God's paths, and you say he eyes it warily, and then he puts it in his pocket, right? So he's not sure if it's like, or he could be like, I hope these God's paths are clean, and then he puts it away. So you don't say seemingly clean God's paths or something right there, right? And I don't know why these are in brackets. That's like, that's so much editing, bro. Putting in brackets everywhere, that's a real wig. I mean, honestly, I can't tell like when characters are ugly or not unless it's live action. They all look 2D to me. They all look the same to me. Okay, there are some easy fixes here. Easy fixes. This is a good start though. He's already doing some stuff. Okay. I need to get a new bottle of water, then I will come and break down this properly. I'll be right back. Put any questions or you all have in the chat time. I'll be back in like a minute. Okay. Yeah, shorts and the hoodie. And I have tissues on that because this room is cold and it's raining outside. On the bright side, this is better than the alternative. Oh, and I have a blanket on my lap. This is better than the alternative of like people who get up accidentally on stream and they're just like, naked from the bottom down. Which has happened to a few streamers. And not always girls trying to promote the OnlyFans, right? Oh, and I got soup. Mom made soup. Never order soup in restaurants, okay? That's a belief horizon I share. Never order soup in restaurants. Because every restaurant owner will tell you the soup of the day is just the ingredients that are about to go bad thrown into a pot. Especially if it's the fish soup. Don't ever do that. Okay. Let's get started, right? So I will do a first person version and a third person version, right? These are what you need to know. These are the guidelines of Jesus Christ. Okay, these are the guidelines of first and third person. So let's first look up chapter summary, right? Yeah, I don't like soup in general either. I don't like when my food is mysterious. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't like when my food's mysterious. I like to know what I'm putting in my mouth. You know? Okay. So the points of this chapter. Where is the author in here? I hope so. The point of this chapter is the first part. Show the darker, forsaken side of Musutafu, right? Musutafu is a very small city, by the way, so I don't even know if it would be this bad. Yeah, I don't like to eat boring food, which might be weird, right? Yeah. So, if I miss anything from like the main points of the chapter, let me know. By the way, show the darker side of Musutafu. Show the MC is hurt, bleeding. Show he's confused and curious. Show he has some medical training. Was Dr. Exec in past life. Show he's desperate. Uses and then MC gets the system at the end. Okay, if I missed anything, let me know. That's the thing I'm running with. Yeah, I also don't like eating with spoons. I don't. I really don't like it. I'm very weird about my eating habits. I also don't eat with my hands, and I have to have napkins around if I'm eating, because when I was writing Elementalist, I was writing for like 14 hours a day. This was during the pandemic. I was writing for 14 hours a day, and anytime I eat something with my hands, I'd have to stop writing because I can't type, and I have to go to like wash my hands and stuff. But if I'm just eating with a fork, I can just keep working. What is this? Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I'm back now. Right. Was he a doctor or EMT in his past life? Which was it? I'll raise this up. Okay, we're ignoring this for the examples, right? So, the basis of third person. Third person is you have a narrator. He studied medicine, so he was a student. Okay. Med student. Okay. Point of view must stay consistent so you don't jump between them. Third person limited is the narrator. Well, it's his point of view, so it means we only narrate things he knows about. Okay, or things he's questioning. His thoughts only. Omniscient is what Horizon uses. Omniscient is when the narrator says they don't know it, but they're gonna fight in the future. Okay, no character can know that, but the narrator knows it. Or like, they don't know it, but she's lying or he's lying or something like that. And so, exposition is the narration. Well, it's not the narration. It's like, what is it? Exposition is just world building stuff, right? You explaining what's going on in the scene. It kind of blends with narration, but narration is more character focused. And then character dialogue and interaction should be most of it. In third person, both omniscient and limited, people flop real hard because they make 80% exposition, 10% narration, and 10% dialogue. And it sucks and it hurts to read. All movies are omniscient. It is rare to find a movie that isn't omniscient because the camera is omniscient. The camera sees everything, can go to any scene, can show anything, even if the character doesn't know it. So movies are omniscient by default. It is rare to have a movie that's not omniscient. Like I think Paranormal Activity movies, where they do like found footage. Yeah, like okay, so paranormal activity movies, yeah, where they do like found footage, where like it's showed as if somebody found a video camera. We're seeing what's on the video camera. That's first person, right? Because the camera acts as somebody's eyes, so that's first person, right? Omniscient is like every movie basically that jumps between the hero and the villain, right? And it shows us things that the characters can't know. Third limited is if it only focuses on the hero. So Disney does a lot of third limited because they only focus on the hero. And then when they have a twist villain, it sucks because we didn't get enough time with the villain, right? So they should have done omniscient and showed us the hero and the villain. And then when the hero realizes who the villain is, the audience is like, yes, now fight him, rather than why is he the villain? Dune, the Dune movie, tries to do omniscient with a narrator. The first Dune movie, like the one from way back. I think like it was Sylvester Stallone in it or something. That tries to do a narrator with omniscient, and he just randomly narrates people's thoughts, and it's really weird. So like what if the What If series with the Watcher is third person omniscient? If you ignore like the fact that the Watcher is a character and just say he's the narrator, it's third person omniscient. That's the best example because he's literally narrating the story. The Dune movie, the first movie from like the 90s or the 80s. This one, where yeah, with Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, this one has random narration. Okay, but so this is your goals for third person, right? And the benefit of third person is that you get to jump between characters, between scenes. So if your villain is like their own character and they're important, like the way we see Pantu plotting against Horizon, if that's important for the story, you can do that. If it's first person, you're much more limited on what you can show, but you get to develop the character way easier because they're always in the character's head. But then you run into the problem of first person books kind of lack content, like because they're very focused, right? So by their nature, they'll be shorter, so you may not get to put as much as you want into the book. So the goal for this is to keep these here, right? Character interaction and dialogue, and yeah, you can do that, yeah, while also showing these. So the first thing is the darker side of Musutafu, right? So what I do sometimes is I just do Musutafu Japan, but you can't do this if it's the first time the audience goes there. Well, if it's like the first chapter of the book, I should say. Because if Horizon goes to a new place, all right, you can't see the right part. That should do it better. Yeah. If Horizon goes to a new place, the audience is already in the story, so like they won't just drop the story because they don't know where the hell they are, right? or they don't know what this tag is. Let me pull this up on my second monitor actually. Right? So yeah. So Horizon goes to a new place. We can get away with this, but you're in chapter 1, so you can't, right? So you describe Musutafu as this third person, so you can't use I. You do some purple prose here with crying sky. Okay, I like that. I'm not very good at purple prose, so I might have to leave out some of that because I don't really do that stuff. Okay, so what you want is you want to start with a character doing something, right? So even if he's like unconscious, staring up at the crying sky. Unfeeling as the rain pelts his numb to the rain pelting his aching body. Kaneki lays in a pool of his own blood. Okay, there we go. So we got the weather, so we didn't need to go on for like a whole paragraph about the weather. And what do we want? We want this to be he's in the street, right? And this is supposed to be like a dark and hopeless world. So ideally you would get somebody to step over him, but we want him to be the one initiating, so we're not going to do that. Stench of rotting flesh and garbage. Which is his nose. Unleashed by the heavy rain. No, hold on. Okay, there we go. Then this is a very tricky thing to write. You having audio problems? I might just not be talking loud enough. Anybody else having audio problems? You don't what the hell? Audio problems? Hello? Everything seems to be fine on my end. Let me check something. Is it better now? You hear us? Oh, that's your other profile? Or am I just speaking too softly because I'm talking to myself while writing? Is that what's going on? Yeah, okay. I was probably talking too softly because I kind of zone for a second, right? So he hears people walking past, which is a precursor to this, right? Okay. Jesus. Boom. So that's that. He's hurt and bleeding, but still in this part, right? He's on a pile of garbage. Interesting way to start a story, by the way. Having him just wake up on a pile of garbage in the rain. With each drop, the smell is exposed. A side considered to be filled with filth and endless chaos, laying on what seemed to be a mountain of filth. Okay, you don't wanna tell your audience that this is the bad side of town. You want to figure it out yourself. My the words are over here, by the way. That's why the camera here, but I'm watching here. I'm reading it. Ignoring him. Ignoring him. This is a new line. This is for emphasis. Who can't muster the strength to speak. This is the ultimate zero to hero because he's literally in the garbage. If someone were to see him, they might say he resembled the spitting image of an angel, but those dark red, wide-open eyes spoke words of difference. Laying there facing the crying sky, yet he didn't blink, nor did he move, nor slumber. He was just. Should I put he just was? But okay, I get where you're going at. I am. I think therefore I am. Oh, okay. I'm just gonna pretend you. Again, third person, so you have to just say what he is. Which is why most people don't write third person because you have to be honest with your audience, and lying to your audience is a very easy way of telling a story. It's hard to lie to your audience and have them enjoy the story. But luckily, I'm me, so I can do it. Okay. Description. Description. Have them call him trash and slap him. Yeah. Be like, you're in sect number 101 out of 100 sects. Go clean the floors. Slaps him. Calls him trash. Does he get up? I'm looking for the part where he gets up from the garbage. Okay. There we go. Okay, you call them Kaneki in one part, then Ken, so... No, don't do that. Keep one name. Keep one name internally, right? So, Horizon is always Horizon unless his mask is off. The narrator does not bounce between names. Characters bounce between names. So the mask is off, he's Law. Mask on, he's Horizon. But the narrator always picks one. And especially between chapters, if nothing changes, don't go between their names. So calling him Kaneki in one line and calling him Ken in the next paragraph is confusion. Remember, the audience is completely new, right? You have to teach them everything about your book. I'm keeping the description simple because he just stands up, his body aches. His body aches. Out of the alleyway. Hilton Friend Trust. Okay, yet nobody bat an eye at him. Okay, this is how you do. Okay, this is how you do description for like this, right? So I mentioned he has white hair, yet nobody bats an eye at him. So the audience is like, okay, why does he have white hair? And then their focus changes on like, okay, why the hell does he have? But does nobody care? Heteromorphs. So look at the number one beauty here. Could the narrator call him Kaneki in one paragraph and next call him by the separate appearance, something like? Generally speaking, you don't want to do too much of the white hair boy says. I made this mistake for like 70 chapters in my first book. Just use their name because it annoys people when you constantly use descriptions as dialogue tags. Trust me on this. Don't make this mistake. Right? I did this for like 3 months before I found that video talking about it. Like, just use the name. This is the importance of giving somebody a name that isn't annoying to read. But like, I'm laughing because like I made this mistake so much. Now I just got over the anxiety of like, because repeating one word over and over like somebody's name feels bad when you're writing it. But when they're reading it, they eventually started like subconsciously just process it and keep reading. Okay, so here, white hair, red eyes, right? He's bleeding. Nobody gives a shit. Right? So it also gives you the definition for heteromorphs. Heteromorphs, right? And tells you why tells you that like white hair and red eyes compared to them is nothing. So it's not like one of those scenes where the main character looks into a mirror and then the audience is like, wow, he has brown hair and blue eyes and perfect teeth and amazing jaw. It's like, no, like he has white hair and red eyes, but the people around him are more interesting. So the focus is on them, not on him. So it doesn't seem as if you're just like telling them like, okay, by the way, this is what he looks like. It's like, no, he looks like this, but like this is more important. So it's sleight of hand, right? Blah blah blah. He also never has to say his name because this is third person. Right, so nobody here wants to help him, right? So he asked somebody for help, which is him doing something, right? So we don't want to say people here wouldn't help him. We want to show they would not help him, right? Here we see the carrying baseball bats. Oh yeah, tense is also a thing, right? Tense is something I have to work on. So he looks around, then immediately understands, describe how the buildings look shitty. Then across the street, he sees a man getting pushed into an alley by a group carrying baseball bats. And a moment later, he hears screaming, right? So boom, you're in the slums, like you're in the violent slums, the worst type, right? Right? Focuses his mind. I need first aid. A hospital. He thinks while looking down. Is a stab wound or a gunshot wound, or what does he have? I think it was like he got eaten. Was it like a bite wound? That'd be weird. fix this. Please have something useful. Okay, so he's going into the pharmacy now, right? I don't know, is this boring for y'all just watching me write? Because I'm not really talking much while I'm writing. Okay. I did this and this and this. Name is Ken Kaneki, but yeah, just keep one name. Pick first name or last name or nickname and just keep it going. Oh yeah, by the sexy woman from Tokyo Ghoul. Yeah. You know, they say I could fix her, but she's perfect to me. Yeah, you're reading while I write. People around him don't spare my glance. Yeah, you believe at this point. Okay, walk toward. Oh, I'm reading your thing while I'm writing it. I'm just making sure I hit everything. I'm looking for the part where the energy comes out of his hand. Okay, we doing pretty good, pretty good. Um, yeah. Cut. there. Mm. Okay, so he's in the pharmacy now, right? So we get the medical scene. Then we still have to show that he's in My Hero Academia and that he doesn't know how the fuck he got here. So those two things gonna be last. Nah, this is what the stream is for, bro. This is the best part of the stream. Hell, don't people. If every stream I get to do this with somebody, that'd be amazing. Because it also lets me know what to make YouTube videos about. Alright, so you only want to add the sensory details that are relevant in my experience. So people adding things like scent and stuff, usually people readers gloss over that, honestly. Yeah, usually people say you need to write the new chapters of your book. We've been waiting for the legend that Jack Hanma to come back for ages. Where have you been? I only add the sensory details that are relevant to the scene. But the general rule of thumb is that you want to add like at least 4 to the 6. But I don't care for all that. Like, how a place smells barely matters for Horizon. Okay, he says this is the kind of shit they kick me out of med school for doing. How would you have handled your Horizon fanfic if the words had been JJK? I mean, like my JJK fanfic would be. I mean, Horizon's code does not work in JJK. Horizon is too strong for JJK. Chapter 5 Horizon would solo all of JJK. End of story JJK. So I would have to change I would have to completely change the code. Because effectively speaking, Horizon's quirk is a 24/7 domain expansion. It's absolute. Nothing can stop it. And you can't counter it because you can't clash with his domain because it's bigger than yours. It's 400 miles. So I would have had him commit to being a villain. Okay, so I don't even know what this stuff means, so I'm just putting it like exactly how you have it. Template May 1 to 100. Oh, bro, Horizon in JJK. Okay, if Horizon has his personality in JJK, he would have to be a hero. Like, the plot would have to be like him and Pantu right now playing chess, but it would have to be him versus Kenjaku. Because if he's on Kenjaku or Sukuna's side, the story ends in like 2 chapters. He would just die. They would just die. So it has to be as a plot he can't solve by violence. Because the point of Horizon is that he's invincible, but I'm supposed to make the story interesting anyway. Yeah, my JJK book isn't published, so nobody can see it except me. Okay, this chapter is done. Okay. Back kinda hurts from all the sitting. I know you too much. I once commented and told you how I believe Horizon will end, but you said I was wrong. Oh, you're one of those people who commented. Yeah, none of you have guessed the ending yet. And like it's so obvious, like multiple characters have told you exactly how the ending goes. Which is crazy. Okay, so these were the goals. These are usually like done in editing. So now I'm gonna read through the chapter for y'all. Let me make sure I got everything. Yeah, okay. I would love to hear how some of y'all think Horizon's gonna end, right? So I'm gonna put this in its own separate Word doc in the Discord, so y'all can what? Why can't I say this is a... What the hell? Desktop. Okay, there we go. So I'm gonna put this in the Discord. Right here. Oh, don't look at that. Don't look at that. Pretend y'all didn't see any of that. Right, so feel free to go download that so y'all can read along. I obviously didn't edit it, right? So don't be too harsh. Does Horizon kill everyone? Does Horizon kill everyone, destroy Japan, just leave to live in the US? I will say this. Everyone's plan works, which makes no sense, but you will see. This is the third person one. I'll do a first person one in a bit, but let's break down the third person one first. Right, let's go. Alright, so chapter start. Staring up at the crying sky, right? So I use some of your purple prose. No one trusts it. I'll be real with y'all. I've lied so much to my like long-time viewers, readers. They know not to trust me. Like, they know because I did this. This was the biggest lie, right? I had volume titles and then Homebound. Okay, this volume. At the start of this volume, I told them this was the final volume. And like, I had a countdown and everything, and we were doing everyone was so hyped and they were so sad the story was ending. And then I named this chapter Adventure End, and I had like final monster X, which means like final boss. Then like perfectly balanced where like he gets like full control of his powers to the end, and then like had Adventure End. And at the end of it, I straight up told them, yeah, I lied. We have another volume to go. And I wrote it like a series finale and everything. It was so good. It was so good. But yeah, I lied. Like, we had like a whole countdown and everything. Oh. But yeah, they don't trust me. They don't trust me anymore. Right? So, okay, let me get into this one now. So, staring up at the crying sky, numb to the rain pelting his aching body, right? So we get that it's heavy rain, right? We got that there's trash beneath him. So descriptions, we welcome to my soul society. Descriptions, we descriptions, we keep them minor, right? So I put add this back into this one. Whoa. Okay, we keep the descriptions minor. Can you all see me through this? Nope, it'll block it. What the hell? Okay. Okay, so we keep the description smaller because in your version you kind of belabor the point that the place sucks, and you only want to go into super vivid descriptions if it's a place you'll be visiting multiple times. So like Horizon Tower, UA, and like Horizon Tower, UA, and Law's house, his like house by the beach. We know what those places are like inside and out. Endeavor's agency, we kind of know what it's like inside and out, right? But other places like Miracle, like Majestic's hero office, nobody cares. Deku's house, nobody cares. Todoroki's house, nobody cares, right? So we describe it kind of vaguely once so that you have enough to go through the scene without thinking about like furniture. Like you want it to be like, okay, there's a chair here. So when the character sits down later, you know, okay, they used the chair that was there earlier. You don't want things to magically appear when you need them. So you set the basics and then you can see, then you can go. He can see what we are hoping he wants to see. I'm not quite sure what that means. He can see what we are hoping he wants to see. Okay, so yeah, basic, describe the pile of garbage, right? Laying there, everybody ignores him. It sets the tone. The city sucks. This part of the city at least, right? But he doesn't know it's part of the city, so we're just going with limited information. We want to leave questions open because this is chapter 1, right? 10-year-old boy, so we build sympathy. He's a 10-year-old boy bleeding out. He doesn't even have the strength to speak. He then forces himself to stand, feeling his body ache. Then his body goes numb as he loses blood. Holding his side, he stumbles into the alleyway, right? And it says green and brown on his clothes and in his white hair, yet nobody bats an eye. So we organically get to, because it's not describing him, it's describing how people react to him, right? It's describing something, then telling me how they react. So it's more organic than saying he had white hair and red eyes. Okay? So nobody reacts to his white hair. Then it goes into the heteromorph part, right? All around him were heteromorphs, people with non-human traits. Men, women, children, different skin, different color skin, extra limbs, animal features. Compared to them, his white hair and red eyes were nothing to bother noticing. Right? Could have phrased that better, but it is what it is. Kaneki sees a woman with purple skin and reaches out to her. Treachery, yeah, that theme song is epic. Prefer number 1 personally. But yeah. He asks for help. Help, he says, straightening his sore throat and extending a hand. And then she clutches her umbrella and leaves him. Right? So she has an umbrella. She could shield him from the rain and give him help. But she's like, nope, fuck this kid. Right? Well, abandon this kid, right? He's confused and he looks around and immediately understands. Because your audience isn't stupid. So if they realize the buildings are defaced, the windows are broken, the homes are vandalized, and he woke up in a pile of garbage that's like people nobody will help him, he's probably in the slums, right? So they don't need to be spoon-fed that information. You can trust them to be like, you know, literate. Right? Across the alleyway, he sees a group of people carrying baseball bats. So it shows you that like this is why people didn't want to help him, because he could have been like a trap. He could have been like, oh, can you please help me? And then somebody comes out and stabs the lady, right? So, yeah. So it's not like she's evil. It's like the situation says don't help anybody or don't trust anybody, right? So the people come out, baseball bat, and we don't see or know what happened, but they go in the alleyway with the baseball bats and the guy, and then we hear blood curdling screams fill the air. So he's probably getting beaten to death, right? Kaneki is surprised by this, so he stumbles back for a moment, not sure what to make of this, but the pain in his body focuses his mind, right? I need first aid, a hospital, he thinks, and then he just starts walking. He stumbles on the street, following the sidewalk, unfortunate enough not to encounter anyone. That could have been phrased better. Then finds his best chance at survival. Please have something useful, he mutters before forcing himself to walk toward the ravaged pharmacy. Right, so the pharmacy is fucked up. Come on, he pushes the metal door. Hey, I need help. He bangs on the door. Right, feeling his energy diminished by the second. I just need some bandages. His desperation increases, the pain of his movement by banging on the door spikes his anger. I need, and then it cuts off, which is the dash and the exclamation, and it goes bang. So you have this here in its own line instead of doing this. because this means somebody says bang and they shout it. This is exclamation, right? Right, so explosion. I didn't explain the explosion, so that's a problem on my part, but most people will understand it. Right, a red aura flowed out of his hand and crashed into the door. I'm not sure how his power system works, so I'm just keeping it simple. Blasting it off its hinges and into the already looted store. So we now get to see into the store. The pharmacy is looted. What the hell? He looks on his hand for a moment, but it's too tight and hurt to care them. And hurt to care. Why am I editing this? I don't know. Okay, whatever. That'll be out. Problems for later. He pushes Darcy and just gets out of the rain. So he's trying now. Well, trying now. And searches the store, finding gauze and a handful of other supplies. Describing the medical supplies isn't necessary in third person, it's necessary in first person, because in first person we're in his head and he's a medical student, so we get to learn about him like that. In third person, all we need to know is he has medical supplies and he's going to use them, right? How he knows how to use them, we'll get to that in a second, right? This is the kind of shit they'd have kicked me out of med school for doing, right? So we know he was in med school and he's not supposed to be doing this. Why is he not supposed to be doing this? Well, he thinks that while sitting against the wall at the back of the store and hoping the supplies aren't contaminated, so he doesn't know if they're contaminated. That's why he's not supposed to be doing this. Then with no other choice, he carefully dresses his wound, wincing as some alcoholic bandages were applied and seeing his red energy aura being released at the moment. So, the aura came out twice. The first time, when he slammed on the door, and I described that his desperation anger were rising, and this time from pain. So I don't know how the aura works in the person works in your fanfic, but like chapter 1 needs some internal consistency. So having it show up only once, randomly like that, doesn't make sense. But having it show up like this ties it to negative emotions. And your audience will pick up on that. It also makes it come like as not surprised when like later on he realizes, okay, negative energy is what the aura is made of. Right? I assume because it's JJK. Then he says he seriously needs to find some answers. But he hears a ding sound in his head and sees text floating in front of him. Then he sees the system, he goes, and then he's like, okay, shit. This is really happening. Of all the shitty words, I'm in JJK. Right? Then he stands up and he realizes, wait, JJK doesn't have like weird half-human people. Right? And he goes outside and he sees All Might on the post, on the building, on the defaced post, defaced building. Defaced billboard, not poster, of All Might on top of the building. And like he says, of all the places it could be, I am here. I just used All Might's line at the end because it was fun. But he would really be like, here, question mark. So yeah, that's like how you do a third person. So if you have any questions, let me know in the chat right now. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. How do you write dialogue? Is he in JJK or MHA? The title is MHA, so I put him in MHA. Oh, MHA, okay. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, okay. How do you write dialogue that feels real? Like the character saying it and not the author. Okay, that's pretty simple. So let me use mine as an example. As always, I will do four-sided chess. No, four-sided chess is a bad example. These cards are too open. I need something that lies. That lies a lot. A pawn too. Okay, I can't find a good example of that right now. But the trick is you essentially make a list preferably in your head so it's easy, and you have what they are willing to share and what they're not willing to share. That's usually how I do it. And this is a matter of like using subtext, so implications, because a good way to build repertoire between character and audience is that you have a secret between the character and the audience that other characters don't know. And whenever it comes up, the audience is like, haha, I know this thing and you don't, because he told me and he didn't tell you, right? Well, that's a good way to make a character and the audience feel really close, right? That's why like Spider-Man works so well, because we know he's Peter Parker, but he's keeping secrets from everybody else in his life, but we feel special because we know. So there's that, and then there's also character voices a wave that I don't usually focus on much, because if you figure out what a character values and how they interact with people, that's usually simple enough, and then keeping it consistent is much more difficult. So like Endeavor is very straight and to the point. He doesn't joke around. Horizon's always joking because he's the strongest. He can fuck with anybody he wants. So there's like that, and then All for One always says things because he's more knowledgeable than everybody else in the world, and he wants you to feel that, so he leaves things open-ended with questions. I am waiting for any questions from Gift Machili. Machili? Yeah. If you have any. Or if you're still reading it, maybe. But this is like a basic mock-up on how like I would do it in my style. But yeah, like understanding what they're willing to share, what they're not, and like how they talk to people is very straightforward. Also, their confidence level is also very important. How confident a character is. You also don't want to put favorite monster. Oh, that's easy. Um 5E. What do you God damn it. It's the What's the name of it? Bullet, the Bullet. This is my favorite monster. Now you could ask, I was gonna do the first person one if you wanted to do first person instead. So I'll show you how to do that the same thing in first person, so you can compare them. This is my favorite monster, and I lost my mind in Baldur's Gate 3 when like I had to fight two of these. That was awesome. I love Bullet. Reaction fix. I didn't know that was a thing. I did not. I genuinely didn't know that was a thing. A reaction fix. That's wild. Wild and egregious. I just think it's cute. That's all. And it's also huge. Like a Bullet is actually pretty big. Bullet and 5e. Watch, let me show you. This is about the size of it to like regular adventurers, depending on the size, right? Sorry, this is about the size of it, and it's either this or a rock. This is a 200-foot wingspan bird, and if you read Elementalist, you know the first mini boss like that I create is a rock. I make them fight a rock, and they're falling and they're fighting a rock. Yeah, I can check out. Oh, yeah, Marvel book. Okay, yeah, I definitely need to check it because I'm always looking at no new Marvel ideas. But this bird, right, at full adult size is like 200 feet wingspan. It's like Rodan, who's my favorite monster in the Monsterverse. But yeah, but I mean the the example I did gives a pretty good example of like how to do what you called a how to do a chapter one, right? Because I didn't say this at the time, but a big thing of why I think I skipped your actual chapter review, right? Which is bad. I just went to the rewrite. A big thing that I do differently than you is this is a lot less intimidating than this. Massive walls of text makes your Thunderbird from what? But a massive wall of text like this is very intimidating. So like if you can put more dialogue, like if I could have, I would have put more dialogue in like the first part, right? So that the audience sees more white space, because you want more white space on the first page than words, because this just looks intimidating and like this book is going to be a lot of work to read. But if you have like dialogue starts it, wow, this is worse. This is way worse. This is way worse. Wow, this is just 4 paragraphs, bro. No. No. Okay, it's okay. We all started somewhere. This is the info dump. This is the info dump of his week of his thing. Yeah. Okay. This is the first person problem. You're in first person. No. Are you into first person? No. Is this third person? Okay. Yeah. This is the info dump problem. This is the info dump problem, where like you go into detail about an ability and it ends up like 300 words each part, and you have 4 chapters here, 1,000 words total, so like 250 words a paragraph. Sorry. Bro, it's okay. You'll get better. It's okay. You'll get better. Um, chapter 5. Okay, if you say so. Let's go to chapter 5. This is. Oh. 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 Do I have any fight scenes I recently did for it? Siege against Tech, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, look at this. No, hold on. I'm gonna go to chapter 3 of Siege against Tech. Okay, this is a fight scene. Like this isn't info dump. This is an active fight scene. Right? And look at the difference between this and this. Or like worse, like chapter 2, that's the worst example, right? So like this, literally just a wall of text with 1 line or like 2 lines at the bottom, and then this, bro. Like this looks way easier to read than this. And granted, a lot of my first like 60 chapters were just all this, like just big wall of text covering the whole page, no editing, nothing, just So like you're already way better than me when I started. I was way worse. But like, yeah, like you need to break it up more. Because you want to give the audience like line breaks so that they can take a breath instead of just going the whole thing in just one reading thing. Yeah, 40 pages now worth of dialogue. Yeah, that's rough. 500 pages is a word, by the way. So you had 2 pages there and any dialogue? Some dialogue buried in this. Yeah, at the bottom. Dialogue. No. Yeah, this dialogue. This part is dialogue. So 2 lines of dialogue. Yeah, bro. 2 lines of dialogue and 1,000 words. That's egregious. You have a fight scene? I've been writing for. In 2 days, it'll be 4 years. Exactly 4 years. Which chapter is your fight scene? Oh, I actually wrote a JJK fight scene, so I can show you all. I I understand it now. Uh, I'm pretty sure there's a JJK fic of that with this title, or like a One Piece fic. It's some adaptation thing. Chapter 4. No, chapter 3. The Gauntlet. Is it? No, this is. Where's the fight scene? Oh, the chapter is called Yes. What? Oh, yeah. I'm looking for a fight scene. It's hard to even find things because it's just massive chunks of text. Oh, I understand it now. Okay, because it's just massive chunks of text. By the way, I plan to use this line. I understand it now. For Thanos, like when Thanos says it, and then he does his snap because he wins. So I plan to have that meme-worthy line in my Marvel book. Oh, okay. Standing there, Deckbringer took a fighting position. The stance was like that of a squat. What? Okay, so these are two different things you're saying. Fight scenes, by the way, shorter sentences, skipping more lines. Or you can do sentences but more commas and then more line breaks. Yeah, bro, honestly, your titles are good, yeah. They are good. I wouldn't put explicits in title though, but that's just me. I'm a bit more prudish with that stuff. But I would be real with you. When you get to 300 chapters in, titles gonna be hard to come by. At least for me, when I get like past 250, it's a struggle. Yeah, this thing. A sumo wrestler. I see. That's why he's like down and like so. Okay. Okay, so I wonder if he's based on that sumo guy from the JJK manga. Nah, don't use ChatGPT, bro. Just suffer. Suffer like a real man. Okay, okay. Long suspended midair, close to that bringer's face. Okay, you need to do more line spaces. Yeah. If like the writing isn't bad, you just need to break it up into more lines. Like more paragraphs. I'll show you a JJK, well, a fight scene from my JJK fic after. It's like my main character versus Meme. This needs more descriptions because you're doing a lot of stuff and I'm not sure what the hell's going on. Okay, so Deathbringers is like diamond hardening like Kakasu. Or more accurately, it's like Kirishima. Okay, so it's like Kakazu, it becomes still, right? Oh, Choji plus Kakazu, okay. Yeah, the fight scene isn't bad. It just needs to be broken up into more things, more lines. Yeah. Yeah, that one I mean like it's not bad. Like the layering and stuff isn't bad, but you just need to break it up into more things to make it more digestible. Because if somebody looks away from the screen and then they look at this, they'll have to go through like 2 paragraphs to find where they were. which is also why you want to try to vary the first word, right? So here is but can but death but. Okay, so if they look away and then they go here, they know, okay, my paragraph starts with but, so I have to go through one, two, or three. Okay, I will go through a Marvel one because I want to judge, because I need to know what Marvel people write. 4.9 or 11 returns. Okay, okay. I was about to be like, bro, what the hell? DNA, is he Gojo? I hope so. Okay, but let me show you how I did the JJK fight scene. This is never before seen content exclusive to the stream. Fuck, no chapter titles. This is why I want to do chapter titles, but I don't know, like, where does it please be. Nope, this is when they're already a couple. Chapter 18. Chapter 19. Um, I'm trying to find where it starts, right? So the premise is main character releases beams of superheated goods energy, right? It hits and then it heats up everything. It hits to like absolute heat, right? Eventually he'll be able to reverse it to hit absolute zero. But energy beams, he uses energy beams and he can make fire. Very simple. And let me see. He's under a curtain now. The service on his phone stopped, right? Yeah, see ya, man. And where is it? Okay, yeah. He looks to his right and he sees a blade coming at him. And he flows cursed energy into his shoulder. And is launched through a bunch of rolls. He goes, well, this is becoming a very annoying day. Tayo says as he gets up. I think Tayo means like son or binary son or something. Looking at his bleeding shoulder. No, it means binary because he is two people in one, right? He looks at it through the cut on his jacket, which isn't really bad. I don't know. You could read this. Really, I'm standing here giving you my best, yet you're more interested in that simple curtain. I'm almost insulted. Yeah, when I'm done, I'll comment the timestamps. Because I don't think I can make them while the thing is live. Yeah, she says it's a bind. I'm looking for where the fight really starts. Okay, so chapter 20. Chapter 20. He does something pretty interesting here, right? Is it big enough for y'all to see? If y'all want to read along, you can. Yeah, the whole life, it'll be long. So he's here, right? Okay, so they're gonna fight. They're standing across from each other in a building. Yeah, they're standing across from each other in a building. He goes, Yaga, you fucking liar. But she thinks that, and she rushes towards him with her axe. Within 2 steps, she realizing that he's moving only slightly slower than her, right? His domain his domain expansion is like it's the entire world. Like his domain expansion is that he creates like a sun in his hand and crushes it, and everything the light touches in the world with like gets put into his domain kind of. So like it's a 20-meter radius, right? But the domain is indistinguishable from the actual world. So it basically takes him into like a replica of our world with his opponent. And there are two suns in the sky, right? It's a binary sunset. And the domain is a big oven. And it's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter. Right? And it allows him to do like to fight without caring about collateral damage. Because his attacks have a lot of collateral damage, but I can't use them because he has to like stay quiet, right? He has to stay hidden in JJK in the society. So it basically takes him and his opponent into an exact copy of our world where they can go all out, and the timer, no, it's called Binary Sunset. It's called Binary Sunset. And he can also use reverse curse energy on his domain expansion. So he can make it like slowly freeze everything to absolute zero inside. Right? And he'll eventually get like a barrierless domain. He'll also get a barrierless domain, so he can just make a big circle and everything just explodes in heat or everything cools. Yeah. The domain's pretty good, but it doesn't get bright, everything just melts. Okay, so Meme runs towards him swinging an axe. By the way, they're like a couple like at like chapter 23. Because I was like, why wait, right? So they're a couple, they're the villains. Him and Meme. She swings a battle axe at him, but he suddenly stops, expecting her swing to continue and the momentum to spin her around. But instead, she leaps into a flip and brings her foot, this is supposed to be foot, her foot down on his head. I didn't edit any of these. In response, he raises an arm, taking the hit with her forearm and punching out at her face, only for her to block with the wooden handle of the battle axe. Feeling the impact, she was now sure that Principal Yaga had lied to the higher-ups. The force sends her back for a few meters, causing her to slide across the grass while he charges at her. With each punch, kick, and slash, Mimi notices how problematic this mission has become, and wishes more than anything that she charged much, much more. It's not like an incestuous relationship. It's just Japanese people being weird and intimate. It's not like in the West we look at it like a weird relationship, but in Japan it's like siblings are just close, not like sexually, just regular close. Yeah, and she wishes more than anything she charged more, right? So she's been asked to kill this boy, and with the information from Principal Yaga, they were led to believe that he was capable of fighting at the level of semi-grade 2 level. After all, the man wasn't comfortable sending Tayo to anything above grade 3 without Kusakabe. Kusakabe is his sensei, by the way. But now she realizes that they must have been onto the high-ups and purposely withheld the boy's true strength. After all, being a special grade means that you're a national threat, assuming there are no other special grade sorcerers to stop you. However, that potential, even for those with that rank, is not instant. Tayo has massive reserves of curse energy, but he needs time to learn and adjust. So in combat, while his power is impressive, he's no special grade quite yet, and he's certainly no Satoru Gojo. This, however, doesn't change the growing concern Meme feels as she notices his speed and power increasing with each passing second. She only managed to land a dozen shallow cuts and gashes along his chest, legs, and arms, unable to hit his neck or head yet. And thanks to her superior experience, he hasn't been able to land a clean hit. And those he does land, she easily intercepts with the handle of a battle axe, a grade 1 curse tool that she's made even stronger after years of use. He beats Gojo by using the rules of JJK. But I'll explain after this, right? A grade 1 curse tool she makes you stronger after years of reinforcement. After almost a minute of close combat, Meme sees her opening, smacking his right hand to the side with a kick and knocking his left hand upward so she can bury the head of her battle axe into his gut, cleaving him upward. But in response to this, his eyes widen and he opens his mouth, and Meme sees blood red curse energy gather in a flash. Shit, she barely leaps back. She thinks that, right? She barely leaps back in time for the beam of heat to punch a hole into the ground at the previous location. Why didn't you use that sooner, she asks, not seeing him closing the distance and taking this moment to catch her breath. Because I'm learning a lot from you, and I don't want to ruin that, Tayo says. Are you really so sure that you'll survive this? Meme asks. I am aiming to kill you after all. Are you stupid or something? If I die here, how the hell am I supposed to fight Kojo? Tayo asks. All beauty and no brains. Meme narrows her eyes at him and immediately rushes forward. Tayo feels her cursed energy spike for a moment, then the signature moves upward. The birds, she's using one. Her birds are flying about. He notices before meeting her charge. He's even faster, Meme realizes as they continue. Yeah, I'm using the weaker person's perspective. You'll see. He's even faster, Meme realizes as they continue trading blows. This was trading blows. Noticing her shallow cuts and kicks that barely touched him were now missing by a few millimeters. Before she can properly contemplate this, he launches a strong right to her face and she raises her battle axe to block with the handle. Heavy, like Kusakabe. His enhancement is on that level already. She thinks while using the momentum to spin and launch a kick at the side of his head. Tayo grabs her leg and slams her into the cobblestone pathway. They're outside right now, I guess. She knocked him outside the first fight. Dragging her through the ground before throwing her back toward the apartment building. Right? Meme gets up as if it were nothing and dusts herself off. And once again, he allows her to do so without interruption. Okay, I can't kill him in another fight. At least not this way, she realizes. Tayo sees her smile and grins in response, raising his hands as he rushes towards her. He won't use his innate technique until I use mine, but this doesn't feel like the cocky attitude of Gojo. This boy is simply trying to keep things fair and learn all he can. Meme realizes that she finds herself now evenly matched in speed, destroying her main close combat advantage. You hit hard and you're fast, she says, but can you handle changes on the battlefield? Tayo lowers her head to dodge the blade before kicking forward, which she takes advantage of to put some space between them. A battle of Jujutsu isn't a simple MMA fight. Mimi says that she jumps upward, keeping her eyes on him as she leaps 5 stories into the air. Tayo smiles, excited by the sudden change, and then he gets even more excited as a crow, charged with curse energy, intercepts her and acts as a stepping stone for her to leap up to the 10th floor. Now standing on the railing of a balcony, she smiles gently and calls him toward her with one finger. If she thinks I'll hold back inside because of collateral damage, she's got me all wrong. He thinks as he takes one leap, launching himself directly at her. Seeing him soar toward her, Mimi smiles victoriously. He took the bait, using a stepping stone to get up here instead of jumping here in one leap, caused him to want to show me up, and in the air, he's helpless. Yeah, one more dialogue. Well, this is a dialogue heavy fight because he's playing with her, right? But more inner thoughts, like what someone's thinking during a fight, definitely helps. But he's playing with her. She's actually trying to kill him. He took the bait, right? Tayo senses the one. He's only a dozen or so meters from her, ascending toward the woman. From his left, a crow overflowing with curse energy. yeah, true. He finds a Marvel thing to do. Yeah. Okay, so the crow's overflowing with curse energy, right? And it gives up its life and any control of its body in exchange for becoming a missile of curse energy. Mimi notices the concern on his face as she snaps her finger. And then I use the bird strike thing here, right? So this tells the audience this move is called bird strike. The bird is only a few meters away from Tayo. I don't know, as Tayo aims his palm downward. Activating his innate technique immolation, he forms a blood-red pool of curse energy in his palms, gathering the air around his hand and superheating it, then using it like a thruster to rocket himself directly upward. Mimi's bird misses as he dodges in midair and slams into the ground below, leaving a deep crater in the lawn. Oh, he can fly. Mimi thinks as she sees him rocket past her directly upward, but he can't control it. Must have been improvising since I can feel his curse energy being consumed at an absurd rate. Mimi wonders what he's doing and for a moment shares vision with the 3 crews on the rooftop, only to see him reach the roof and point both his palms toward them. High above her, Tayo blasts the entire roof of the 15-story building with concentrated heat, instantly melting the entire thing and killing her crews. He's just as careless as Gojo used to be. Mimi smiles as she leaps forward, intercepting him as he falls down to the lawn below. One Piece, the only piece of content I enjoy is Horizon. Thank you, I guess. Tayo sees her moving toward him and smiles, overjoyed by the discovery that he may be able to fly someday, and meets her slash with a kick, reinforcing his foot and shoe to meet the blade, and to Mei, it feels like she was a regular person slamming into a stone wall. Gotcha, she says while pulling away and snapping her fingers. Taiyo was confused for a moment, then twists his body to look behind him, seeing her final crowfoot performing a bird strike directly towards him. It was less than an arm's length away, and because he'd been so focused on Mimi, he was blind to it. He releases a massive amount of cursed energy, so much that it pours out of him as blood red flames due to its heat based nature. Mimi reinforces her body, still feeling the heat drying out her skin, but the heat only lasts a moment before impact. The bird slams into him and explodes with cursed energy, splattering its guts and feathers around and sending him hurtling toward the ground like a meteor. Mimi lands a moment later and consensus cursed energy, keeping her guard up. She slowly walks over to the molten crater in the ground. He released so much cursed energy, more than I even have. That softened the impact of the bird strike. Yeah, One Piece is a community thing. One Piece by itself in isolation is tough. That softened the impact of bird strike by burning away the body. Mimi realizes as she stops a few meters from the crater. He then has his reinforcements stop what was left of the crew. His skills and experience have much to be desired, but on reflex he can throw around special grade power to save his own ass. Animals like him are too dangerous in a fight, but I see why he's so confident in using a death match like a classroom lesson. No wonder Kusakabe hates you. Taiyo says that he gets up from the crater, most of his clothes completely burnt away, leaving him barefoot in a pair of shorts, the remains of his track pants. No respect for other people's clothes. Mimi raises a brow at this, then looked at him as if he was the biggest idiot she'd ever seen. The second biggest idiot she'd ever seen. Taiyo looks at him, at his destroyed clothes, while Mimi looks at the stump on his left shoulder. Your clothes are bigger concerned than your arm? Well, Shoko said I should be able to heal limbs, he says casually while patting the stump. But RCT can't fix my clothes. Mimi sighed. One day, there will be a normal special grade. One day. But not today, Taiyo says as they both rush forward once more. He shouldn't be able to use his innate technique right now. Using his cursed energy to stop his bleeding and dull his pain, that's already a lot. Taking into account his lack of refined cursed energy, he's already dead. She flashes a sinister smile while swinging at his left shoulder. Predictable. Taiyo yells as he pushes his cursed energy reinforcement to the limb and tanks the blade to his left side, only allowing it to go 1 inch deep. He laughs, he launches a kick to her side, and Mimi is only able to raise her leg to defend, feeling her bones quake and noticing how much stronger he'd already gotten over these past 2 minutes. Okay, this is becoming more trouble than the pay is worth. Mimi realizes as her entire left leg goes numb, so she blocked with her leg and it's numb. The ending for this is really epic and funny. However, taking advantage of his missing limb, she steps to the left and prepares to take advantage of the opening. But then he says them, the last words she ever wanted to hear from a special grade opponent. With his hand raised in the same hand sign as Satoru Gojo, the Mudra of Indra, the strongest god. His words genuinely terrify her. Domain expansion, he says confidently, as she feels cursed energy building in his body. Mimi instantly takes one step back and crouches, holding the battle axe in front of her, horizontally in front of her. Simple domain, she cries out, not having used this in years since she stole from the new Shadow Style school. Seeing this, Taiyo smiles and kicks forward, and Mimi instantly realizes she's been tricked. And a split second later, her arm goes numb, almost breaking as she blocks the kick with the battle axe, and the black sparks take him to new heights. Black flash. He Spartan kicks her so hard she intentionally raises herself off the floor to be pushed away, knowing if she stood her ground her arms would break. And in the next seconds, she's launched through the ground floor of the building and is rolling across the backyard. While Mimi is groaning in pain, trying to stand on the other side of the building, Taiyo feels invigorated, a high like never before as the black sparks flow through his body, jolting his cursed energy network. And carried by the black sparks, his cursed energy flows better than before, deepening his understanding of Jiu-Jitsu and himself. This feeling, yeah, I need more, Taiyo says as he walks forward, marching through the destroyed building to find his new teacher. So he literally pretended to do domain expansion. Which I think is It's pretty cool because he does like the Mudra of Indra, and then he says domain expansion, and he just kicks her in the face basically. Yeah. And I thought that was like a very interesting way to handle this fight, right? Because he knows about how they fight, but he doesn't have all the tools, but he knows that she knows about the main expansion. So like he uses that to his advantage. Yeah, and in this chapter it's basically yeah, and this chapter is basically like wow, this is small. This chapter is basically something similar, but like in this one he's outpacing her and she's like panicking, so she drops the curtain around, right? Because they aren't supposed to fight if the curtain is broken, and he just keeps fighting because his personality is that he doesn't care. Like his end goal is to reveal Jujutsu to the world. So like he really doesn't give a shit. And then like he beats her. She's on the roof of like a next building, and she wakes up, and then he just talks to her for a bit, and takes her battle axe and leaves. So that's like how I did like the first real fight in my JJK story. Granted, that's not like the first real one, right? Because the first real one is like I think chapter 5 or chapter 9, 10, somewhere here. Whatever. It's like one of these. It's a group fight with like Kusakabe, Nanami, the main character, and Ino, and they're jumping like a special grade kiss for it. But yeah, like that's how I did like the first JJK fight. Because like the perks of a universal power system is that if everybody knows what domain expansion means, everybody has a set response to it, right? So like he knew she doesn't have a domain expansion because Kusakabe told him that earlier, like in chapters before. And Kusakabe also told him about domain, simple domain, and how it defends against domain expansions, and Meme knows it but she's not supposed to know it. Right? And then when he pretends to do domain expansion, she does simple domain, which locks her in place, and then he just kicks her because he knows he can outmuscle her. At first it's because he's strong and rich. Well, going to be rich because he's special grade. But she will eventually like really like him. Right? It's business partners to lovers. Granted, they're already lovers, but like, you know what I mean? Business partners to really in love. Like it's they have some good moments, bro. Like some really good moments. Like I was in my bag when I was writing this romance. This romance is so good. Chapter 31, chapter 32. 30, sorry. The important question. That's crazy. Love when she jumps. What important question? Oh, if he's more good looking than Gojo. Let me see if I have any character art. Is this the main character? Character details. Nope. I don't think I found any character art for him. Oh no, no, this is the character art. Yeah. Pretty sure this is it. Or this one. No, it's this one. It's this one. He has like blonde hair. Oh no, I think his hair is red, sorry, so this is not the character art. He's supposed to be really good looking though. Okay, Smash. Yeah. But like they have some good moments. Like there's this one, I think here. 29. The art I got from him was like so I think it was like some kind of Spider-Man art or like something like that. No, it was from some fighting game, some Japanese fighting game. Yeah, but they have some good scenes like where like they have some good scenes where like they're training and stuff, and like you can see that she's opening up to him. But yeah, that's how like I did my big JJK fight, because the other one, if I could find it, is like, see, like y'all now you'll see why I was so excited to get this chapter out, but everybody went with Marvel, so we're doing Marvel instead, right? Oh, he's also an Olympic athlete. He's an Olympic archer. That's why like he loves the grand stage. Yeah, this is where they meet, right? So it's chapter 12. So the fun thing is, right, Nanami kicks open the door and they instantly get pulled into the main expansion. And then the entire point of this chapter is to show competence. Yeah, she is the best looking girl in JJK. Yeah. Yuki is super plain looking. Yuki's tall though, she's 6'3", but like she's just super plain looking. Me personally, I prefer Uro. I'm I'm way more into this, right? This is like, yeah, this is what I'm all about. Okay? Yeah, they kinda worked against me. JJK is going to epic, right? Because spoiler alert, right? He works with Kenjaku from like his second year in UA all the way up to the end. He works with Kenjaku because he's like he wants the entire world to use Jujutsu so that he can be like so that he can have like a Jujutsu Olympics because he misses being on the Olympic stage. Hey, you know what, bro? She's perfect how she is. Don't need to fix her. You don't need to fix anything with Uru. She's perfect exactly how she is. That's what I'm about. And you know what the devious part is? He's gonna end up with Meme, Uro. Well, he's not gonna end up with Uro, but Uro's gonna be like part of his team. Meme, Uro, and when Yorozu possesses Megumi's sister, Yorozu falls in love with him because during the culling games, Sukuna gets like 20 fingers of strength and they have their fight to decide who's the strongest in history, and our main character wins. And that's when everybody realizes, like, oh my god, he was helping Kenjaku make the culling games. And then they're like, okay, Gojo got unsealed, we're gonna kill you now. And he's like, whatever, bring it. I already won. The entire world has jutsu. Yeah, like, and the thing is, right? He goes to them and he's like, yeah, well, and no, he sends Mai, right? He sends Mai to them because he separates Mai and Maki's soul. So Mai loses all her jujutsu, but Maki gets fully awakened, right? Without them dying. So Mai is like, I'm finally free of jujutsu. And then like 1 week later, Kenjaku kicks off the culling games and she gets back her jujutsu. Now I'm spoiling it, that's fine, right? Because this will be like 2 years where you'll forget. Should still take like 3 years to release, you'll forget. So Mai gets back her jujutsu and she's like, you piece of shit, you lied to me. And he's like, no, I took it away, but like you got it back, so it is what it is. So then like she sends Mai and Mai is like, while Gojo's team is preparing to fight him because he's making it like the Olympics, so he has like a big audience. While they're preparing to fight him, she goes and she's like, yo, Mai, the binding force says the loser must serve the winner no matter what, right? So like if you all lose, you all will have to serve him, but like you're exempt from cursed energy, so he will kill you because the binding vow doesn't apply to you. Or the ending is peak, right? Yeah, so like but this is the final battle I'm telling you about. Nobody will bro. The thing is, my storytelling style is that I can tell you exactly what's gonna happen, and you're still gonna love it because it's even better. Yeah, so he's like, yeah, if you fight, he has to kill you. So like, don't fight him. And she's like, nope, I'm gonna fight him anyway. Dies instantly. Nana instantly, but like, yeah. Yeah, because like the binding vow doesn't apply to you, so he has to kill you, right? And the way they open the fight is pretty epic too, because they open the fight with Megumi, and Megumi's like, I'm gonna kill you and get my sister back. Because part of it is like, if he loses, Yorozu has to leave Megumi's sister's body. For after the Marvel fic, this might be the next one. If they don't vote for Fairy Tail instead. It's up to y'all and all the votes. So when he's starting the fight, right? Megumi does the Maharaga thing. Because Maharaga doesn't show up before this, right? Shibuya doesn't happen like how it happens in canon. So Megumi drops Maharaga, then Todo claps and they leave. And he has to fight Maharaga. And then he gets jumped by Gojo and Yuki. And then some other stuff happens and then everybody jumps him. But he is unjumpable. He stands on business. But they're like, we have to do the Marvel fix first because people voted for Marvel. So these chapters, which, oh, this one is super fun, dude. Though. Right? This is these chapter 6 of the Marvel story, basically. And this is where like I think I have to change the character's name. Well, I won't be writing it in the 2 years. I'll be focused on the Marvel fic. So like I'll come back and edit back everything. Or if I have enough chapters built up, I'll release just 2 stories at once. So I'll release like my main story 3 times a week, and this one will be like the other 2 days a week. During the weekdays, I mean. So it'll be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday Marvel, and then Tuesday, Thursday, JJK. But right now I'm just... Oh yeah. His friend's gonna die. Like the whole point is that like his friend dies because of him. Because, okay, this is the... In chapter 5, right, they mentioned the football game, right, and the party after. And he's making out with the girl. He's already making out with the girl during the football game, right? And then his friend asked him to record. And he's like, okay, hold my phone and record this. Yeah, I basically write every day. And upload every weekday, basically, at that point. But the way my Patreon is set up now, it's less stress because there's no deadlines. I just write as much as I can and I upload as much as I can. It's less money, but it's less deadlines. So I can focus on getting better. Okay, so his friend is wide receiver, so his friend catches it's American football, so his friend catches the ball. No, this is the Marvel fic. The original, I need to practice some things in the Marvel fic before I start the original. I can plot it, but I can't write it yet. Let it be Fairy Tail and Marvel. The JJK story is way shorter though, so that might be a good second age story. Yeah, so like, he's making out with her during the football game, right? His friend asked him to record the game, so he's like, okay, the game gonna start. He hands her the phone, she's recording it, and then the friend's dad calls him over, and the friend's dad's like the sheriff, so he's at the bottom at the side of the field with all the other police officers. So he's like, yeah, there was a car accident, your mom is in the hospital helping them. She's a doctor, she's not hurt, right? So she's like, she'll be working at double, so you'll be alone for the weekend probably. And the sheriff needs to go there too, so he probably won't be back till like tomorrow night. So he's like, okay, the two of you will be here alone for the weekend or whatever. It's him and his friend. And then as his friend catches the final pass and everybody's getting super hype. And then, where is it? I have not dropped this fic already. My Patreon has the first 5 chapters and a poll to vote. Yeah, Gojo isn't all that. Okay, here it is, right? Touchdown, Robert Hunter, who, if you've read Marvel Civil War, you know who that person is. That's a cameo for people. And then everybody's excited. He scores the final touchdown, right? And then one of his friends was celebrating with him, and the other night he feels like, dude, you're glowing. And he's like, what? And then it's like his mutation fully awakens when he gets super hype and then detonates like a bomb. Because he's Nitro, right? Who's like a villain in Marvel. That is a living bomb. And he detonates and the entire football field is like decimated. Everybody's like dying or dead. And the main character holds on to the sheriff and projects a gravity field around the two of them. and stops the explosion from hitting them. And then he rushes into the smoke to check on his friend, but he doesn't know it's his friend. And then his friend is floating there over the crater, glowing, right? Confused, and then he flies over to his friend because he has gravity so he can fly. And he talks him down. And as he's talking on his friend and his friend's about to stop glowing, a gunshot happens. And the sheriff, the dad, shoots the friend in the head, right? So he shoots his son in the head. And that's when he stops glowing and he sees like his son's body. And he's like in shock. And nobody, and like it just, the chapter ends right there. That's literally how it ends. I am from Trinidad and Tobago. I am from Trinidad and Tobago, sir. I am from here. No, not here, sorry. Well, not this part of Trinidad, but like, I'm trying to put like a marker. I am from this part of the world. Right here. Oh, the friend is, yeah, he's more powerful than in the comics. In the comics, Nitro had to take drugs to boost his power. Nitro started the Civil War in the comics. The Civil War event. But yeah, like, so that's how it goes, right? And the friends, if you remember correctly from the first few chapters, the friend's dream was to save the world, right? Was to help the world. And the main character was like, bro, who cares about that? Let's just go have fun and make money and do whatever we want. So now in chapter 6, he's like, he goes home and then he promises his friend, no, I do not watch cricket. It's too boring for me. No, I know what to send the assassin if I feel like it. Yeah, when Horizon ends with him forgiving everybody and hugging Bantu. Yeah. Death threats out there. But yeah, he's like, okay, I killed my friend because he basically told his friend, like, let's go to the football game when the friend was actually wanted to go to the Xavier school for mutants. So he kind of feels responsible. And then, nah, he is Nipple or friendship type. So he's like, you know what? My friend Sam wanted to help the world, but I ended up getting him killed and everybody else killed. So the least I can do is help the world. Like, I could like, kind of live his dream, like help the world in his stead. So that's what pushes him to become a hero. So yeah. I was joking about the Horizon ending. Horizon's ending is, nobody has predicted it yet. Nobody. And nobody will. It's too, the ending is too clean. It's too good. A JJK story. Oh yeah, these are the stories I have chapters written for. So I have chapters written for this. I have chapters written for the Star Wars story. I have chapters written for the Pokemon story as well. Chapters written for my Little Legend of Korra story. Chapters written for my One Piece story. I think that's it. Yeah, all of these. Reincarnates into One Piece, it becomes a multiverse story. I think it's this one, right? Nope, I have like 4 or 5 chapters. This One Piece story is pretty fun, but I'm not into One Piece right now. Like Oda ruined it. This one's also really fun. The Avatar story, the Korra. The Star Wars one might be the most fun one, I think. For me about the sports, like I get it, like cricket is like the second biggest sport in the world, right next to football. But the reason it doesn't really do anything for me is one, is mainly because it has no sense of grandeur. And I get it. Cricket is a big part of Trinidad and Tobago culture because yeah, I've actually never watched any of the Star Wars live action movies. But I read the comics and the Clone Wars. So that's enough. those movies, I'm not interested in those movies. Those movies look like trash. Not that they're bad, but because they follow the same family over and over, and I don't care about that. Yeah, cricket is a big part of Trinidad and Tobago culture because billions of people, well, hundreds of millions of people compete, and we're like this little country that has some of the best cricket players in the world for some reason. Because I don't need to watch the movies because my entire story happens before the movies. My entire story happens before the prequels. And then in the Clone Wars and the prequels is the end of the Clone Wars. So if I change the ending, I don't need the movies. And I read some of the comics. Bro, you think I care about Princess Leia saving you? I don't care about that. I care about going to awesome planets and fighting people and fighting in the Clone Wars. But Star Wars books, yeah, you can check out like Legends lore. Most of it isn't canon anymore because they hate the comics. I know the plot of the Star Wars movies, but like I don't care about the Skywalkers. I want to go to awesome planets and do cool bounty hunter stuff, right? I don't care about them crying about how the little family was destroyed, bro. Fuck off. And I'm not going to Tatooine. Oh god, that place sucks. I'm sick of seeing that place in Star Wars. The Clone Wars was peak Star Wars because we got to see different planets at war with each other and we got to go on adventures and it was awesome. Okay? Every time you watch a movie, it's some ball of dirt and sand on and it's the same five people crying in every single movie. Yeah, the Expanse is better than Star Wars. The Expanse is also actually sci-fi. Star Wars is fantasy pretending to be sci-fi. Dune has the same problem for me as Star Wars live action movies, which is the ball of dirt planet. Like I get it, it's cheap to film on a sandy beach, but like let's go somewhere else. Mm. But yeah, I'm not gonna be watching Star Wars when I don't care about any of those characters. I don't care about the Skywalker saga. As a lot of people say, Star Wars is a big galaxy where only five people matter, and I don't like that. Huh? A human worm. That's interesting. Definitely an interesting world, but it's not adventurous enough for me. Oh, the Pokemon fanfic though. Oh, bro, y'all would love this. I know y'all would love this, but I don't have the time to write a full Pokemon fanfic. That would take like 800 chapters. But yeah, let me hide these before people get too excited and hopeful. Oh, right, I was supposed to check out this first chapter of his Marvel fic. We got distracted. Are you still here? Are you still here, Gift? Yeah, yeah. My Pokemon fanfic is pretty. It's not dark, but it's like it's balanced, right? It has some realism to it. Like the Pokemon actually have like an ecosystem. Okay, nice. I'm gonna read your Marvel fanfic now. First, let me read the synopsis. I did not check the synopsis of your JJK one. Let me read that too because the synopsis is very important. This is funny. Good luck. Yeah, instead of all this, I just have a thing that says, yeah, if I use your art in my book and you don't like it, message me or I'll take it down. Like my freaking synopsis are super short. Where is it? Yeah, literally. Prodigy bought a godly quirk for the sake of students. OPMC from the beginning, no harm, so please don't ask. Quirk, art doesn't belong to me. If it's yours and you want me to take it down, I'll comply. It's on Scribble Hum, save profile and title, update schedule. Nothing complex needed. This is funny because you have no legal action because it's a fan fiction. I don't know what you want to do. You're gonna go to court and say, yeah, I this fan fiction with copyrighted characters. They stole it from me, so I want to sue them. Good luck, bro. Put a dash. Don't use AI for art. Well, okay, if you're purely doing that's a hobby, yeah, you can use AI for art. It's fine. If you're trying to look more professional, don't use AI for art. Put a dash between your Patreon or like a dot or something because Webnovel will see this and kind of shadow ban your stories. That's why every time I type Patreon, it has like a dash and stuff in it. Okay, this that was fine. 400 views, yeah. See this shit? This is because you probably have your Patreon as a thing, as just a pure Patreon word in your thing, right? Where is it? Is it in chapter 1 then? Anything? No Patreon? Why the hell do you have so little views on this then? It's probably because your title doesn't have shit in it. It just says Marvel DNA. Let's see. This doesn't tell me anything. This needs to change, bro. Just say what is it like? Reborn as Gojo in Marvel? I don't know, whatever the hell it is. If you want more readers, you need to change this. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll give you a second. Let me know when you're back. AI for art, you can definitely use AI for art, but it's it looks cheap. It looks like amateurish. And you don't want to look amateurish if you're trying to go pro. So I don't use AI for art. Oh, nice, he's back. Yeah, I don't get the deal with making your MC the biggest loser ever before he transmigrates. But you make your main character the target audience. So if your target audience is losers who wish their life was better but too lazy to do anything about it, then yeah. But I like to read about winners because I don't like losers. Yeah, some look through it, yeah. Depending on what you're doing. So like I would use AI art if my cover was like a landscape. So I like to use but I generally like to have my character on the cover. Okay, let's jump into this now, right? Die, John. Wow, that's so intense. In the sterile silence of his hospital room, that's one way to put it. Um, I don't even know how to interpret that. A young man lay motionless, his chest rising and falling with the steady rhythm of the life support machine. Those eyes dash a bit, dash over space there. Though his eyes seem closed in. Let me zoom in on this for you all a bit. Though his eyes seemed closed in peaceful slumber, tears trickled down his cheeks, a testament to the anguish. Please kill me, he thought. Okay, so double quotes are thoughts? Where's the dialogue? Yeah, you need to change this. Double quotes can't be thoughts, and they can't also be dialogue. So you have to put single quotes here and double quotes here, or you have to like put it in quotes but italicize it. So okay, this is I'll be real with you. This is part of why I didn't want the Marvel story to win. Right? Because I'll have to do this. Speaking out loud, right? Is like this. Thoughts to self is like this. And then thoughts to others is like this. I literally have to edit it like this every single time, because when you have a show with fucking telepaths and the girlfriend is a telepath, then oh surprise surprise, you everything suddenly becomes more complicated because yeah, she can read minds. But yeah. So you just have to choose one style and keep it consistent. But telepathy makes everything way more complicated. So, okay, please kill me, he thought. The desperation echoed through his consciousness like a mantra. Mm. Quadriplegia? Oh, bro, I'd kill you so long ago. Okay, so he's a vegetable. They tell me she's in a coma, but his mind is awake. Okay, he asked her to kill him. I guess he literally just dies and wakes up in somebody else's body. Killian Onsen. What, like Aldrich? Okay. Yeah, she asked him to die. I'm talking about the end. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, okay. He feels his institution's eyes. He asked her to kill him, right? As he spoke, and his institution goes through his body. It started in his toes. Filled his substance and everything from freedom. He tried to move to his astonishment. His body responded in his fingers, to which his arms lifted and his legs shifted beneath the blankets. The sensation was almost overwhelming, like a dam would burst, releasing a torrent of emotions and sensation he thought he'd never experience again. Sean's eyes widened as he sat up. Yeah, okay, so he's a vegetable. He feels tingling in his body and he wakes up and then he says he's in somebody else's body, right? Yeah. The main character doesn't deserve the second chance at life because how do you judge that? And then they often just have cheats that they can just breeze through the world with. Which is why I don't write isekai anymore. That's what the character thinks. He thinks he's in another body, right? But I'm guessing it says Killian, so I'm guessing they use extremist on him. Oh my god, what the fuck are you doing? Maria Stark Onsen? Really? What is this, bro? Okay. This is making my head hurt. I'm gonna be real. If I wasn't like reviewing this for you, I would have already dropped this. Like it would have literally gotten to like, hold on. It would have gotten to here. Maria Stark Onsen, I would have dropped it. So he's an Aldrich Killian, basically, right? Yeah, so he isn't a new body. So, like, what were you talking about? Like, yeah, he's a new body. He's a mutant. Okay, so he's in the hospital. He has to die. He feels a sensation in his body, and then he wakes up as a mutant, right? But what you did here was, don't ever do this in your next stories, please. If you add like a familiar name like Maria Stark, right? Like Howard and Maria Stark, you're gonna confuse and annoy a lot of people who know, well, you know, Tony Stark, Howard Stark, Maria Stark. Especially if you put like Onsen next to it, or however you pronounce that, they're gonna be like, okay, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing with his source material. I'll just leave now. Oh, headers. Don't do this, please. Put PA-TREON or PAT.REON, right? Because if you do this, they will throttle traffic to your book. So you won't appear in front of most people. And you will get less views. I saw that by having both my Isekai MCs be orphans. Or one of them just straight up came to a different world. And the other one was a villain, but he was like a orphan. Chin. Yeah, if I go into chapter 1 or 2 and I see something like Maria Stark Onsen, I'm like, okay, this guy does not know how the hell to use the source material. I'll just leave. Yeah. Because it's like, okay, you took something I'm familiar with and then you're instantly changing it rather than just adding something new into it. So you wanna be like, okay, I'm Timothy Stark, twin brother of Tony Stark. Like you wanna add something to the mythos. You don't wanna change or take away from it unless you have to. Especially not early on. Because then the people who went there to experience something new in a world they're familiar with will be like, nope, I'm not reading this, and leave. That's why like Horizon didn't change anything in the canon, right? He didn't suddenly have like Deku's last name change or like be like Deku's brother or some nonsense like that. They're just like, yeah, I just happen to live in this world too. Yeah, I always pick worlds that could use help world building or character building. I don't pick a perfect world. Avatar: The Last Airbender is low on the list of my priorities. It's on the list, but it's low on the list because like it's good enough as is. It doesn't need me to fix anything. Are you hearing the rain? Hello? Okay. I need to speak a bit louder because we're in. Okay, sure, I'll do your original. I mean, is it on the app? Is it on web novel? This one? I'm assuming it's this one. Hold on, let me finish this chapter first, right? Yeah, but like the Deku one with like his dad being all for one isn't that unique, right? So people are used to that stuff. If they're looking for villain Deku, that's a thing. Villain Deku is a thing in fanfics. But like Maria Stark Onsen, nobody asked for that, bro. Nobody asked for that. Oh my god, answer system. Okay, yeah, this is rough. Uh, this story can work, but it's just like, how do I say this? I wish I had like a. Do I have paint on this computer? Okay, please load up. Fives. So, Horizon is like. Horizon's like an example. Okay, Horizon is like this. This is the learning curve for Horizon, right? Then it goes up, then it flattens, then it goes up, then it flattens, then it goes up, then it flattens. Okay, so chapter 1, then chapter like 5, then chapter 12, then chapter 30. God, yeah, I suck at paint, right? Your book, oh my god, your book straight up went like this, right? In chapter 1, then it was like Maria Stark Onsen, literally. That was it. Then it was like this for like half a chapter. Then you went like system. This is the learning curve that you had. It was literally end of chapter 1 is here, right? Chapter 2 is here. And then halfway through chapter 2, like 2.5 is here. This is like the curve you have. Because the curve is down here. Yeah, down here is what people know about the fanfiction world, right? So when you change something like this, that has such an impact because Tony Stark is a big Marvel character, right? So you throw in the name Stark, so they're like yes, and then it's like Maria Stark Onsen. What? And then you come in here and then you add a system, which is a 2.5 because it's not like telegraphed that it's a system show. It's a system thing. Oh my god, can you all hear the rain? I'm hoping you all can't hear the rain. So that's what that happens. So like I'll give you an example, right? My Marvel story. Jesus Christ. Chapter 2, right? Dr. Franklin Hall, blah 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 blah. Okay, yeah, I got it. Where do I erase? New. Don't save. Okay. I don't want to speak any longer because my throat will hurt. Sorry about the rain. Okay, my story goes like this, okay? So, we go like this. This is chapter 1. Then we go here a bit. This is him. This is around chapter 1.5, like halfway through chapter 1. And this would be like 0.5, right? Okay, let me change that. Okay, so chapter 1, then we go 0, then 0.5, right? This is him walking on the ceiling, talking to his dad, right? Then they talk for a bit, then it goes up to like chapter 1. This is his dad being the guy who discovered like gravitons and anti-gravitons and the Nobel Prize talk. Then we get a bunch of this. Then we get a little bit of this. Sorry, it's not that steep. It's like this way, right? Which is like 1.5, which is them in the classroom talking about Captain America. Because the audience knows, so like this is like a regular thing, right? So it's like a slight bump, but not really because it's just Captain America. Then it continues until we get to like sorry, this would be like him talking to his friend's dad, right? Then we get to like him talking to his friend about mutants, so we get to here, just like around chapter 3. Then we get to like when they keep going, and then we get to like chapter 5 and 6, which is where everything changes, right? Which is where everybody dies. He decides to become an X-Men and all that shit. It's like this is what you want ideally, right? And afterwards, the audiences has already bought in, so you can just like make it crazy. Yeah, yeah, that's a benefit you can have by making like it based off actual character. But like for in this case for Marvel fans, right? His dad's name is Hall, is like Franklin Hall, right? His dad is Graviton, so you know he's gonna have gravity powers. Then you get to here, sorry, his mom is Maria Brescia Hall. So Maria Brescia, like Adam Brescia Hall, Blue Marvel, and then it continues going. Yeah, giving him a devil fruit would make no sense. And people kind of are retarded sometimes in the comments and they're like, oh my god, how can he swim? He has a devil fruit. And I'm like, bro, we are 300 chapters in. He's been swimming a bunch of times. It's not a devil fruit power. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, yeah. But yeah, like that's the learning curve thing you wanna be sure to keep in check in mind when you're doing this because your learning curve went went that way, then it went up when he reincarnated and he got like a new name, and then you threw in Maria Stark Onsen and just learning curve went to the moon instantly. Like that was wow. Like I was like, oh, okay, this is where I would drop this book. Right, and then the system has like a whole other dynamic to it. Okay, let me go to your next book. Alright. Let me look at your synopsis. How many persons do you have? Two. No, zero, sorry. Mmm. What kind of book is this, bro? Um, depending on your but I didn't even get to the part where he explained imitation because I'm reviewing this one now. But depending on your story, you want to explain the powers. So I think you should always put the powers on like display in the synopsis or in the cover. So like DNA didn't really tell me anything, and the synopsis didn't mention anything relevant about the story. All it says is he was crippled, he died, and he reincarnates. Nobody cares about him being crippled and dying. We care about what he does afterwards. So you could have literally started the synopsis with reborn with the powers of blah 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 blah, and he wants to make a difference in the Marvel world. Boom, that's the whole synopsis. What is up with you people and your people like wanted to die again? A second one. Ethan gets transmigrated into our next Isekai, into a fantasy novel he once read, but unlike the usual with the MC gets transmigrated to into an extra, kill the third son of the tyrant, or kill the third son of a tyrant. It's translated into the main character. Bro, that's not true. Everybody becomes the main character. Have you been a web novel? Yeah, yeah. Okay, okay. I have a question. Is this based on an actual book? Like, is is the book he gets transported to a real book in real life, Is this fan fiction, or did you also make up the book he got transported into? Then why is the transmigration? If it's not a if it's not a real book that your fans will know and read about, then just have him be the main character from the start. Does he use any transmigration stuff? Like, does he invent guns or technology or something in the book? Is it something like that? Because the whole thing of transmigration, right, is people get to experience what people get to compare what the main characters and what they would do. Yeah, it does sound fun, but like I'm just saying, like for future books, the whole point of transmigration is that people get the shared experience of like you and the author wanted to go into this world. You just wanted to know information. You could just make them smart, or just give them the ability. Like I I quit being doing transmigration stuff because I realized that like it didn't serve a purpose, right? Because I was more interested in what the person would just do, not like what they know to do. And it also helps build tension because the audience knows what's going to happen, but the main character doesn't, right? Everybody knew All for One existed, but Horizon was like, what? You can transfer quirks? That doesn't make any sense. That's never been done before. So the audience got to like have a laugh at him, right? But yeah, like you should if you're just gonna do like a pure like it's purely fictional, then you want to how do I say this? Yeah, you want to just cut the transmigration stuff and just go into being the main character, or you want to do it second person kind of. So you want to show possibility and then what's really happening. Yeah. So like, if his ways, his culture, his intelligence clashes with the yeah, I'm still streaming. I'll be here for a bit. If his culture and intelligence and stuff clashes with the time period or the fantasy book he gets transported into, then it matters. Yeah, if it's like a woman, a black woman gets transmigrated into like a book based on the 1700s in America, then you're like, okay, I'm gonna watch this modern black feminist woman fight slavery, right? That's interesting. But if it's just like a dude becomes a king in the past, unless he's like trying to conquer the world using modern knowledge, it's not really that interested. So the transmigration has to be a plot point. It has to be like him trying to invent gunpowder and that kind of stuff. Not saying like it has to be that specifically, but he has to use his unique advantage. Because the unique selling point is that he's transmigrated. He knows shit. Right? So he has to use that. The USP is the most important part of this stuff because it's what makes them read your book instead of another book. It's what makes them read your book instead of the 100 other fantasy books where some knight or some king has to run a country. Right? It's your main character giving his army guns in like the 1200s. That's what makes them read your books, right? It's the samurai coming over the hill and his people have a machine gun. Right? That's the interesting part. Uh, yeah, all of them do fucking doctor stuff, right? Highlander, where like the lady gets transported back to like 1400s Scotland or some shit. She was a nurse. She makes penicillin and all that crap. Like, yeah, I want to see a villain transmigration. I want to see you go back and become like the 10th king of England, and you decide, you know what? I'm gonna conquer the world the right way. You go back as Julius Caesar and you decide, you know what? I'm going to take the whole world, not just Rome. Yeah, exactly. So it's like peak transmigration is you go back and you're like you go back and you're George Washington, right? And you're like, you know what? America should rule the world. that would be a good story. Yeah, be like, you know what? Let's just take everything. Everybody pays taxes to me. that would be that would be a good story. Yeah, be like, you know what? Let's just take everything. But yeah, you have to use what's unique to your story. That's why like I have Horizon constantly using his quirk because like it's so unique to see. It's so rare to see a main character who can warp, who doesn't constantly get nerfed and say he can't warp into something. Like he just appears wherever the fuck he wants and nobody can stop him. Okay, chapter one. We can finally get into chapter one, y'all. Let's see if he uses transmigration properly. I'm now thinking about the George Washington one. Being reborn as George Washington. And you're like, you're him. That would be pretty cool. I'm out of dumpling in my soup. Soul leveling manhwa got better because of that personality. Soul leveling light novel has no personality to the characters. They're just bland. Even in the anime, Sun Jin-woo has no personality. He's just a piece of cardboard. Yeah, Soul leveling has hype moments. Like his first fight with Beru is amazing, and then there's also when Thomas Andre confronts him, and Thomas Andre is like, "Do you know who the hell I am?" And Jinwoo's like, "It doesn't matter." Yeah, when they see the aftermath of Thomas Andre, yeah. And then he's like, Thomas Andre walks to the friggin' lobby and he's like, "Yo, I apologize." But they made Thomas Andre a punching bag though. I'm hoping in the anime he gets to win some fights. Because we never see the Kamish fight of like the Thousand Hunters versus the Dragon, and only four of them live and they become like the national level hunters, Thomas and Jande. We never see that fight, but I hope in the anime we get to see that. Oh yeah, where they all bow to him. That was pure South Korean propaganda. That was pure South Korean propaganda, bro. That that chapter should have had the Korean flag behind it. That's exactly what that chapter should have been. Yeah, he didn't deserve that shit at all. Had the Korean. Yeah, after that arc with the King of the Giants, you could just stop solo leveling right there. That's enough. After that, it goes downhill. Well, to be fair, Japan didn't save it. Shinwoo went on his own. Korea was not going to send him. He just told them he's going and he just went. He left. He didn't even ask. He told them afterwards. Yep. Thomas Andrew became a punching bag for every single thing, which I really didn't like. And the Red Tiger dude, he got he got beat down immediately. Overqualified, lacking work experience. Yeah, yeah. That's the grandpa. You mean the like Gogan? I think Gogan. He's the guy, the president. Yeah, they need to add so much more content. They need to show the Kamish fight where like Thomas Andrew became famous with like the dragon. They need to show that entire fight or like most of that fight because otherwise Thomas Andrew is gonna look like a joke the entire series. Who hangs himself and then becomes another person. I mean, the shadows in the manor were cringe too. Yeah, the power is the only thing good about soul leveling. Shinwu has no personality. None of the other people have personality. Nobody else shows an interest in fight. Literally is the only person other than Jinwoo who's like relatively cool is what's his name? The ogre the ogre shadow. They were not cool, bro. Like Thomas Andrew was cool, but then he became a punching bag for everybody. The girl, she was just there to be damsel in distress, even though she's like super strong in South Korea, right? But the shadow with like ugh, the shadow, the ogre shadow, the mage, right? Who does like the fire, the pillars of fire. That was pretty cool. Yeah, him having no personality is not a good thing. It's a drawback. Luckily, the pacing is so fast that you don't even bother to like think about his personality. He's just there. Yeah, Jinwoo is like as a character that dude is trash. Oh yeah, yeah. That ended after that. After the King of the Giants, after he fights the King of the Giants in the other realm world and he executes him, you can just drop soul leveling right there. We don't need any more. We don't need any more. You can stop animating, right? It's okay. It's okay. We don't need to do all the rest. It ends. It ends right there. He kills the King of the Giants and lives happily ever after with the girl. Right? That's it. Done. I was in disbelief reading the novel for the first time. That ending after all the hype, bro. They have a sequel to that trash? That trash ending? Ugh. Besides, how the hell is there a sequel? He recreated the universe in a world with no monsters. How is there a sequel? It literally has supposed to have no monsters or like anything like that. And it's like people are just fighting each other. Like the whole ending is like he keeps jumping through time and recreating the world to like until he gets his happily ever after. So there shouldn't be any monsters. Other gods, okay, yeah, okay. So it's Percy Jackson, okay. I see how it is. But you know what? At least Poseidon had some personality. Jinwoo doesn't. He's fighting them in space. Okay, You know what? Let them cook. I'll stand out of it. That's not my problem. That's not my thing. I'm not reading that. But if people like it, that's up to them. Honestly, all bro had to do was commit to make a different monarch. Just make a different world where like the shadow monarch is alive and is like the monarch of the king of giants or whatever gives somebody his power. He's like, go avenge me. And boom, new story. And at the end is them versus Jinwoo. Hmm? The hell? Yeah, I need a picture. What the That's not what I expected. Nope, that's not it. Nah. Yeah, I know what you were going for, but just the art you chose. Sometimes no art is better. Cause that looks weird. Oh my god, so we're doing chapter 1, then we're going into a prologue. 10,000 Virgin Woman? Where? From where? Chapter 1. So, pre-roll, then prologue, sorry, then info dump, then chapter 3. So, pre-roll, info dump, then character introduction. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Yeah, I skipped that whole prologue because that's what everybody's gonna do when they start reading that shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing though. It doesn't matter what you think, it matters what your readers think. I think it would be really cool to show Horizon and Ryuko shopping for like 10 days, but I can't afford those chapter space. Okay, I'm just thinking like you could have, instead of having these 3 chapters, you could have had him be the king already, and he's sick. And he looks up to Zeus and he's like, looks up to this guy, he's like, Zeus, heal my illness and my life is yours. He does the Kratos thing. and just becomes immortal. And the story starts from there. That's low accurate Kratos. But so far everything makes sense. It's not badly written. It's just like it's just very standard. The idea of him hanging there from the thing and he's just annoyed that he didn't die at first is pretty funny though. Ash Helblood. Yeah, like well I haven't gotten to the God Killer part yet because I skipped chapter 2, right? Because that's what people are gonna do. People are gonna skip chapter 2. Where's the God Killer part? Nope, that's not even here. Nope. This is also a problem with if you're building an original world, try not to have like 20 different ranks, right? Okay, so there's like okay. Demigods probably okay, so there's the Olympian gods, nobility, commoners, demigods, lowborns. Okay, so there's 5 different ranks. Then there's the god killer, right? And within nobilities like lords, dukes, barons. No, you say it only has 3 ranks because you know, but the way we describe it, there are multiple. Yeah, there are more than 3 ranks, because you just said the 12 Olympian gods, right? Then there is, then they say below the nobility, so nobility is 1, with the commoners, right? And then there's the lowborn, so 4, right? Yeah, so the gods are a rank. And then within the nobility, there's what? King, prince, lords, barons, dukes, whatever the hells they are. Nope, the gods are ranked, bro. I'm talking about it from your reader's point of view, not yours. Nobody cares what you know. We care about what you tell the readers. So there are like more than like 5 ranks because nobility has a bunch of ranks in it. And the only way you're gonna get this all across in one chapter is a big ass info dump, which nobody gonna read. So they would just come here and they'd be like, a long ago, when the gods descended upon the earth, chapter 3, skipping that. That's literally what happened. Right? So what you would do instead is that after this chapter, which is him. Oh, this is short, okay. After this chapter, which is him coming to terms with him being in a new body, he's the king or like whatever the hell he is, right? Have the second character, his friend or whatever, his parents, come in and talk to him about something going on in the world right now. And he's pretending he knows what's happening, but his inner monologue is breaking down everything. So you want them to talk about like how something is changing. Like if they're the king, is like okay, the lowborns are having an uprising, and then he said and he says like why are they mad, right? Okay, well that sounds like your problem because your problem is to get across this information without an info dump. So you should have added a character, right? Or like have his friend knocking on his door to go to the club or to the party or whatever the hell they're doing, right? And then while they're walking, they're like, okay, by the way, the lowborns having an uprising, and he's like, why? And then the friend is like, well, after the first generation, we decided blah, they started treating us worse, right? So he tells them, yeah, after the first generation, they've been treating us worse, right? So he mentions this. So it's about time we did this, don't you think? And then he's like, well, I mean, what about the others? And he's like, nah, the demigods, they don't care about us. And the nobles, the nobles, they don't give a shit about us commoners. They don't even care about the commoners. Why would they care about us low ones, right? And the demigods, we could kill all the nobles and the demigods won't even notice, right? Let alone the gods. And boom, in that one conversation, you got all 5 ranks, rather than all of this. And you guys get across in dialogue in like 200 words maybe. I'm just this sounds like harsh advice, but like Yeah, again, nobody knows the first generation not on Earth because you're not gonna do all this. You're not gonna do all this info dumping, right? It's just what the character knows. So like, have two characters talk rather than have like all this stuff, right? I'll give you an example. Uh, chapter 2, chapter 3. Okay, chapter 3, right? What's up, bro guy? In chapter 3, okay, in chapter 3, right? Um, the sheriff asked him, "Do you remember anything from that day?" And Adam asked, "What day?" And then the day the band of muties tore apart town. Remember anything from it? So muties. So we know he hates mutants, right? Oh yeah, I've been writing it a while. It's not uploaded yet though. It's not releasing yet, right? I'm just going through some how to deliver like world history with with Gift Matashili Machili, right? Right. So like here, right? The sheriff leans back in his chair and looks on the table, and then Adam like he simplifies it, right? And he said he gives them like the footnotes version, and you can from the tension you can tell they don't really like talking about this stuff. And this isn't for like the way this is portrayed right now. It's for like the audience to go, oh my god, he's giving us the world, the info dump of like this town, right? And then the sheriff spins it. He's like, okay, well, yeah, it's scary, and I did those things, and I saved the town, but I don't want my son to do it. And if he becomes a cop, that's what he's gonna have to do. So I want you to convince him not to be a cop. So it's not like me telling the audience what happened. It's the sheriff like making sure that Adam understands what happened so that he could convince Sam to not want to be a cop. Because he knows Sam listens to Adam. Right? So you want like your character and his friend having a conversation like this where they break down the ranks. You don't want it to be an info dump. Because this is literally an info dump. This is the history of the town, why they hate mutants, and that nobody knows Adam is a mutant. That's literally what happens here. It's also an info dump here where it explains that Magneto is out there killing humans, right? At like genetic research facilities. And the sheriff says damn muties. That's his first thing. So the character interaction is there immediately. We know he hates mutants. It's like if you can master this, which is the hardest part of fantasy and sci-fi, honestly. TikTok's back. I didn't even know TikTok left. I don't use that site, bro. I'm an adult. I have a developed frontal lobe. But yeah, like, so this all had to be shoved into a conversation. And it has to be a conversation with somebody else. It can't be him going through the memories he now got. Because then the audience is like, okay, the author is literally just narrating the story to us right now through the character. So yeah, I'm just gonna skip all this because that's what the average person is gonna do. So yeah, this is more character exposition, right? Damn near no dialogue so far with other characters, right? He just alone by himself forever. Blah 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 world building. Congratulations, I guess. Oh my god. Bro, I'm gonna be real with you. This is this is not bad. Like this is not bad. I'm being a little dramatic, but this is not bad. Most people are way worse than this. When I started writing, I was way worse than this. I was like, it took me like it took me a lot of words before I got like as good as you are right now in this story in chapter 2, because I didn't know any of this shit when I started. But yeah, this what I showed you here is like the hardest. It is the hardest part of friggin' fantasy. Is the hardest part of fantasy. Shoving world building into dialogue is the hardest part. Unfortunately, I'm very good at it because I'm good with dialogue. Okay, this is just character. This chapter is really short too. Offspring, okay. I keep having novel ideas, but then when I wanna write, I realize I don't even know the main plot of what I want. Oh, I feel that. It's the plot is about some dude reincarnated. What the hell was it even about? He gets put into a fantasy novel as the main character. That's the whole plot. Yeah, when you get a story idea and it's just vibes, no plot, I honestly can't relate because when I get a story idea, I get like when I get a story idea, what I get is this. Hold on, let me show y'all. Uh, where's writing? Writing. My brain is cooked right now, isn't it? Where's writing? Oh, there it is. It is behind my webcam. When I get a story idea, this is what I get. This is literally what I get when I get a story idea. Like I'll be awake and like I'll I'll zone out for like 2 minutes, and all of this will be in my head, like literally like chapters and chapters of content, and I'll know exactly what characters need to say, and where they will be, and what the fights will be, and what the plot will be, which is why writing it is so easy, but like focusing on one story at a time is becoming difficult because I have so many good stories I want to tell. Yeah, we're in chapter 4. We haven't gotten to the plot yet. He's still just like talking about the world. Chapter 5, system. Oh my god. Okay. Wow. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let me break out Microsoft Paint. I'm actually buying this like notepad thing so I can draw like here and it'll. Yeah, it is a superpower. It's called being, psychotic. Because I know like exactly how many chapters I need to write for certain scenes and what characters are gonna say and where they'll be. Things just getting on the page. Let me break out the paint. The paint. This is. I'm gonna get like a device where like I can write. Hold on. Like I can write on a paper, and it'll show up on the screen. But it'll be on a page. It won't be on like a screen. Which will respond better. Which my brain will respond better to. So I'll be using that a lot. Okay. This is what you did just now, right? So again, learning curve here. This is 0. Right? I am looking for more beta readers. I found 50 plus guys and one college age lady. Yet I need to find college age men since the book is YA. Well, you're welcome to ask in my Discord. There are websites for beta readers, by the way. Okay, so at 0 you went here, right? And you were like, okay, this guy wants to die. He hangs himself and doesn't die. Okay? Then he wakes up in a new body. It's going around. He doesn't recognize the body. Then you get to like chapter 2? This is all chapter 1, by the way. Right? Chapter 1. Then you get to chapter 2 and there's like that massive info dump about the gods. Right? And then you get to chapter 3 and there's like another massive info dump about him. Then you get to chapter 4 and there's another massive info dump about him. About how he's a god killer. That's where I'm at right now, right? Oh, yeah, it gets worse. Yeah, it gets worse. And then we get to chapter 5, and then it just hits this. So new readers have to start here, right? Hey, I drew that pretty good. And then they have to jump up this step, then up this step, then they have to climb this entire wall to before they can start the story of your book. That's wild. But again, this is something people don't tell you when you're now starting writing. This is something everybody goes through. Welcome to the process. But yeah, man, you're welcome to join the Discord and ask for beta readers in there. Just let them know what the book is about and they'll be interested. Yeah, I mean, if you like it, somebody else will definitely like it. I'm just saying, like, if you want it to be much more accessible, like, I'll give you an example, okay? Mistborn, which I kind of roasted earlier, Mistborn learning curve is like this. It starts here. It doesn't have a lead up like yours. It literally just starts up here. It starts here. This is chapter 1. And then we get some normalcy. Then it goes chapter 2. Then it immediately goes chapter 3. Then we get like one scene of normalcy. Then we go chapter 4. Then after you've learned all of this stuff, after you've learned from here to here to here to here, it goes normal for a while, and then it goes like this. Chapter 5. The difference is though, people know who Brandon Sanderson is, so he can get away with that. But you're a brand new author. So what you need is something like this. What you need is something much more like this. Okay, well, the first Lord of the Rings book, we get the Shire, which is literally just like, I think like a chapter and a half of this prologue and the chapter of this, and we get familiar with the world. Then they're like, oh, by the way, Gandalf is coming. Who is Gandalf? He's a wizard. Oh my god, that sounds amazing. Then they're like, let's prepare for the party. Oh my god, let's go get these foods. And they tell you what the foods are and all that, blah, blah, blah. And like, oh my god, Gandalf is he's so much bigger than us hobbits. Oh wow, the party is starting. This is amazing. Okay, the party's going on. Oh my god, Bilbo disappears with the ring. What the hell's going on now? Gandalf talks to Bilbo. Gandalf explains the ring. Oh my god. We need to go to Elrond. Right? And then there's the journey to Elrond. Then it's like, oh my god, Elrond explains the ring. My favorite fiction? Like, that's a strange way to ask that question. This isn't about story beats per se. This is about the learning curve of your story. This is like how many things the audience needs to learn before they can start properly enjoying your story. Tolkien did this on his first book, right? Because he knew like he had to get the audience familiar with the world, then teach them piece by piece. But if you're doing like chapter 1 transmigration, then he describes his own body. Chapter 2, lore dump about the gods and history of the world, right? Then they talk about it. Then chapter 3, system. You are doing this when you should be doing this. Brandon Sanderson gets away with this. Because he's famous for writing complex sci-fi fantasy books. So people read his books because they want a difficult learning curve like this. What did I even draw right there? I'm going to pretend I didn't draw that. Yeah, people read his books because they want a difficult learning curve like that. But if it's your first book, you jump into this, people are going to see that and be like, okay, this guy does not know what he's doing. And 99% of the time they're right. That's why like I always start off like, okay, I start off here and I'm like, okay, Horizon and his parents are there, they're chilling. Then it's like, okay, well, Horizon's a good example. No, let me do the Marvel. I'll do the Marvel book example, right? Oh, I'll do the Marvel book example. Right? Chapter 1, him and his dad talking. His dad started walking up the stairs. He's on the ceiling, right? They're casual about it. Don't go into any info dumping because they both know it, so they have no reason to say it. They both know he can show gravity, so they have no reason to tell it for the audience. Then it goes like, okay, then they have dinner, breakfast, sorry, and there's that talks about like science stuff, and they have the speaker talk about college, and then they go to school, right? They mention Captain America and Tony Stark and them. Then they're going, then his friend tells him he's a mutant, right? But this is hidden very well, because this is all dialogue. Okay, pretend that's when spells dialogue. This is all dialogue. And then it goes to like everything is normal. Then at the football game, his friend explodes and kills everybody. Yeah, that's literally it. But all of these little bumps prepared you for this. And then after this one, I gave you a long time to enjoy them being regular kids before the next one. And after this is like, okay, Creef, X-Men, right? But we, in fan fiction, we get away with this a lot because the audience goes in knowing a lot of these. They go in knowing this is him having superpowers. They go in knowing this one, so this doesn't really matter, right? This is new, but what was this one? This one is Captain America and the world. They go in knowing that, right? This is his friend being a mutant, right? That's new. Then this happens, this is new. But then this big one, they know about this one, so this doesn't really count because they expect them to join the X-Men. It's in the synopsis. So really all I have to prepare them for is this to this. But if you're doing an original book, everything here counts. Everything here counts. It's like you can't do those steep learning curves. Which is pretty hard to do because like you want to tell everybody about your book. But like if you do this thing that you did chapter 2, where this entire thing is just world building, people are gonna like leave your book. And it's not like a physical book where they can, they like bought it so they have to read the whole thing. Like no, they'll just remove from the library. Yeah. As soon as I'm done Horizon, when the final chapter of Horizon goes up, I'll release the first 5 chapters of the Marvel fic, and then it'll go from there. Oh, this is more world building, right? We've been building for 4 chapters now. System. Yeah. But yeah, now you have like a better idea of like how to space out your world building. Because your world is completely new to people. So it's very tempting to just put everything out on the page. Which is why like dialogue is good, but you don't want it to be like obvious. So you don't want it to be like, okay, he is being mentored by the old wise wizard who knows everything about magic and answers all the audience's question about magic. Right? So where is it? Oh my god. Do I even have it here? Is this my original? Nope. Pretend you all didn't see that. Where the hell's my original book? Where the hell is my original book? Yep. That didn't happen. I guess I could use the Star Wars story. No. I don't know, but like in my original book, the story starts with him and his sister his little sister, and he's floating in a river, and she's talking to him about like how he's been feeling sick lately and stuff, right? This is one of my original books, and it gets the world building across by telling him that like if the guards come, like you're not supposed to be in here and stuff, like that kind of thing, rather than like him asking an old wise wizard or mentor like, why can't we go in this river? Why is this magical? All that kind of stuff. Generally, you want to just space out your world building and dialogue. Otherwise, it will be just too much for people. The hell are you all talking about in Discord? 2G versus All Might. That is not a fight. Yeah. It's a pretty tough thing to learn. I'm trying to think if I have any examples of it being done. 4.5 it's dropping. 4.5 is a pretty nice 200 ratings. Oh wait, I do have an example. It's where is it? Alone Together? Yeah, Alone Together. So here, right? Star and Stripe is talking about Horizon. This is spoilers for chapter 350. 350, sorry. And they're on top of a skyscraper in LA. Nope, sorry, this is the wrong one. Where the hell is it? Well, that's not the right chapter. I'm looking for the one with like with them talking about four-sided chess. Yeah, okay, here it is, right? They're talking about the panacea and they're in the Air Force in the military base. Right? And she's like billion with a B, seriously. And he's talking about the price of it, right? So here it tells you like, okay, the price is gonna be super high. And it's not complete yet, so they're going back and forth with it, right? The conversation. And then it naturally goes into like, yeah, but you got hurt last time, so keep this healing liquid on you. She's like, yeah, but I have my awakening now, so that'll never happen again. Right? So it doesn't have to be narrator saying like, but now she has her awakening, so she is stronger than ever. It's like, no. She just like casually says it because he already knows it. So like, why would it be a big deal if she says it, right? And you can see the audience reaction too. And he was like, just accept it before I take it back. Right? And then he has like 2 jets in the air. And then he leaves and she's like, wait a minute, what? How am I supposed to explain this? And he disappears, and then minutes later, we're in Tokyo now. So they were in America, they're in Tokyo now, which means his room shouldn't be active at this longer range. And he's on the phone, and Agba is like, what do you mean it's permanent? And then he's like, I figured out how to make it stick, but I can't undo it, so they're just like that now. I never explained her awakening. She just said she have it. Why would I tell you her awakening? If she ever uses it, you'll see. Gotta leave something for the mystery. Don't tell the audience everything. Make them wait. But yeah, like here he says like, oh yeah, it's permanent by the way. So he's talking about his awakening here. And yeah, and so like it fills in the gaps of world building through dialogue. And then I think there's Pantu's piece. Yeah, it fills in the good world building because like it doesn't, because like Tokoyami gives him the crime stats and like how important it is for him to be here, and he's like questioning like what he'll do now, instead of the narrator going like, oh, when Horizon is in Tokyo, like the crime stats drop below 3%, it's projected to be less, and like it's like Tokoyami and Shinso are like talking to them, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, like you should probably stay here more because we get to slack off because nobody commits crimes when you're here. So it's like a natural way to bring it up because they're like, oh yeah, we don't want to work, we just want to collect free money. So like, can you please just post a picture of you in Japan so everybody stops fighting? No, I did not give her that ability. Right, and then here's like Horizon has a plan, but he hasn't told anybody the plan, right? So they're like, bro, what do you mean hostage exchange? What are you talking about? Which is more world planning, but like not really world building. Then we get to Pantu's plotting. Yeah, I don't think I would ever give her like something like arbitrary like that. But yes, world building is hard. It is the hardest part. Since I get my whiteboard and my goddamn drawing thing, and my camera, and to get my camera for to do better videos. The idea is to have a camera on this wall and a whiteboard on that wall. Sorry. When did I do the breakdown? So like here. I'm looking for the timestamp. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. Honestly, right now I just play it because it's an energy game, so you can't like play it all day, which means it gives me a limited amount of time that I can slack off every day. It's pretty fun though, and it if you're writing a Marvel fanfic, it gives you a lot of data about characters. Like it gives you so much data about all these characters, and also it gives you character costumes because like if you don't know what costume to use, you can just go and take a look at it and get 360. Okay, it's kind of buggy right now. Probably needs to update. Like yeah, you can like go look at the character costumes. Captain Britain, Betsy Braddock. Wow. Granted, I'm leaning more towards the Marvel Rivals costumes for certain characters. Like I'm trying to figure out how to actually make my main character's costume for the Marvel fic. So like, let me show you all what I got so far. Character costumes, right? I don't know what kind of character I want my main costume I want my main character to be in. Because at the goal is like something like this, like Krakow era. So Emma Frost will eventually get to this costume. Storm will never get to this costume because I hate it, right? Storm will get to like what am I even thinking of Storm? The Marvel Rivals one isn't bad, but it's not what I would go for her. I'm thinking like the white one. No, you shouldn't drop everything outside about a new idea. You should just keep everything in mind as you're going forward and keep getting better. Also, I've made a decision in the Marvel book that Polaris is going to be a very central character to the main character Anima. I have made an idea. But you don't drop a book just because you made some mistakes early on, or like you didn't do things perfectly early on, because then you would never finish anything. Just use what you know, and when you're moving forward in the book, just apply it, and you can see your progress get better. I'm not sure which costume I want Polaris in though. But yeah, the Krakoa House of X era is what I'm going for. Like, did anybody here read like the Krakoa comics? The hell is even this? Moira? And his love interest. Is the storm picture here? No. 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 Like, I don't even know what the hell it is. But yeah, if you all know the Krakoa era, then this will actually make sense to you. Otherwise, like, it's not gonna make any sense to you. But like when the Council of Ten forms, the Council of it's in the book it's like the Council of X, but like the Council of X. No, he won't be having any tech armor. No, no high tech armor. That is Iron Man's thing. We're not encroaching on that. Plus, the whole idea behind him is that like, if you control gravity, you don't need any more help. So like yeah, if you control gravity, you don't need anything else. He could walk into a fight naked and win against most people, against actually against everybody but Thanos. So like Apocalypse early on. Okay, Thor dies. What do you mean? Oh yeah, after Thor dies. Oh yeah. It happens. Yeah, I did say it's a spoiler stream. I did say it's a spoiler stream. It'd be like that sometimes. Granted, I don't know if I'm going through that because Thor is a very I personally like he's one of my favorite characters, right? So I just really like Thor. Oh no, like how do I say this? Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet is an Avengers level threat. Okay, MCU Thanos is super weak, like super weak. Who killed Thor? Nobody technically kills Thor. You just have to read to find out. But Thanos is very strong. Like my main character is like beyond Omega level, and it takes everything they have to almost stop Thanos. Almost. A lot of fanfics just have people kill Thanos because like I mean you'll have to read to find out what happens to Thor. You'll have to read to find out, bro. It is what it is. But Thor is personally my favorite Marvel character, so I'm gonna treat Boy with the utmost respect. The Ida, yeah, Ida is one of my favorite characters. Yeah, Ida, Bakugo, and Endeavor. Yeah, I like All for One too. Yeah, I've said before that like Thanos is gonna do the snap in my one because I find a lot of wasted potential in like the 5 years where half the universe was dead, and they didn't have any movies or stories in it. So I'm gonna have like those 5 years be its own like 2 arcs or 2 volumes because like the main character like he gets fucked over really hard with it, right? Because Thanos does his snap and destroys the Infinity Stones at the same time in front of everybody. So like they know like it's over. It's over. Yep. Not really Justin Hammer because he doesn't have enough character. I use pro writing it this one, but I'm gonna be using people like Abomination, right? And well Thor because Thor became a joke after the second Thor movie. In your mind you thought Drew was 12. Hey bro, that's on you. I don't know why you're thinking characters are 12 years old. Don't involve me in that. I use pro writing aid so you can check it out. It's not free and I'm not sponsored. I actually don't have any space for Justin Hammer in my book. Let's see, they made Thor a joke in the MCU. Who else did they make into a joke? They made Hulk into a joke. I'm gonna have Hulk be him. Like, Hulk, yeah, like, he needs to be like a raid boss. He won't be as strong as the main character or Thor, but he will still be strong. Yeah, chat 21 second delay. Yeah, like I'm not over what they did to Hulk in the MCU. Horizon is 17 right now. Horizon is 17. He's tall, but like he's 17. Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna make Hulk grow bigger when he gets angrier. So like, this is a spoiler, but like we have so much stuff to cover before you'll get it. Like, Hulk fights the X Men. Like that's why the main character has to step in. Like he retires by that point and he has to step in because Hulk is gonna kill the X Men. Like be I'm having Hulk be able to get angry enough to go into like World War Hulk levels from base, right? He can just get angry enough and get big enough, like so he'll max out at like 10 feet. Star Lord will be a bit more serious, even though Rocket Raccoon is the main character for like the. No, it's not gonna be Hulk vs Wolverine, bro. It's gonna be Hulk vs all the X Men, and I already know exactly what he's gonna do the first time he says Hulk smash because I know people are gonna be waiting for like, the Hulk smash moment where like, he does something epic, and it's gonna be him versus Colossus, and he's gonna break both Colossus's arms. It's gonna be like the World War Hulk versus the X Men moment from the comics from yeah, and Colossus is gonna put his arms up to block, and he's gonna like prick his arms and like prick his shoulders and slam him into the ground like a nail. And after that, Iron Man comes in, and then the main character comes in. Like it's because Hulk needs to be him again, right? He needs to be epic again. And eventually, I'll do a small arc with the Guardians of the Galaxy before like some of the other big arcs before Thanos, because that's how we get like our info dump basically from Gamora. It'll be dialogue based info dump, but like the first like time Hulk says Hulk smash, oh, it's gonna be so good. It's gonna be so good seeing that and be like, yes, that's Hulk again. I mean, I wasn't disappointed in She-Hulk because I saw the director. I didn't even watch She-Hulk because I knew that shit was gonna be trash. Also, I'm not sure if I want to have She-Hulk in my book because she won't serve any purpose. I'm gonna have Hulk do his Wenwu. What? Or the director, did he? Yeah, I saw somebody like politics around She-Hulk before it got released from like the director and the cast, and I was like, you know what? I just don't need this in my life. Bro, don't have She-Hulk. You don't like She-Hulk character. The thing is, right? Who the hell is this? KRL. Oh, I didn't watch Shang-Chi. I'm not watching now. The thing is, this is how I want Hulk to end up, right? I want I want Hulk to have his Planet Hulk story in my story. It'll be mostly off screen, but like because some things will happen and he will need to leave Earth for a while, and the next time they see him, he's like Planet Hulk, King Hulk. Well, he wouldn't be king, but he'd be like Planet Hulk with like the gauntlet and stuff, and he'll have his wife. So he gets like his happily ever after. But yeah, I have no interest in putting in gag characters like She-Hulk or Squirrel Girl or Deadpool. I'm not having Deadpool in my book. I'm just not. Deadpool fans need to stay in their hole and away from me. I want to have Hank Pym as the Ant-Man, but for my story, Scott Lang makes more sense because I like how the MCU did Hank Pym as like a older character. Plus, if I have Hank Pym be Ant-Man, people are gonna bro, Deadpool's not a good character. Stop it. Yeah, if I have no in Eternals or Inhumans, this is supposed to be like Marvel simplified, so you don't need a million and one comic book knowledge to read it. But if I have Hank Pym as Ant Man, people are gonna expect Ultron, and I'm not doing the Ultron arc. So I think Scott Lang as Ant Man makes more sense because people will be like, okay, it's Scott Lang, so we're not getting Ultron. Nice. Especially because I don't want to do any arcs where it's like where the Avengers are the problem. Because part of the I don't like superhero media where the superheroes cause a problem then fix it. Right? Age of Ultron was Tony Stark causing a problem and then fixing it, and tens of thousands of people died for it. Right? So I want the Avengers to be the people you call to fix problems. I don't want them to start problems. Yeah, he'll be the Ant Man storyline stuff will happen like in the MCU movie, the first movie. I'm keeping that version because that version is simple enough, and I don't want the expectation of Ultron to exist in the story. We aren't doing Ultron, just like we also aren't doing Doctor Doom because I don't care for Doctor Doom. He is he is to Marvel what Batman is to DC. Every time somebody needs a plot problem solved, he just says I am Doom and solves it. right? I'm Batman. I am Doom, and it solves the problem. I just, I don't care. He's not interesting. Also, no Fantastic Four. We're skipping that part of the story. Like Hela in the MCU makes kind of no sense. I'm not doing that because I want Odin to not seem like a complete piece of shit, right? And every Thor movie just made Odin look worse. And then him revealing, oh, by the way, you have a sister from a Nux and from my first wife. Doctor Doom is like Iron Man and he has magic. And he has powers, so he has everything. He's literally plot armor personified. He has he Doctor Doom is almost as good as Doctor Strange at magic. He's almost as smart as Reed Richards, and he's almost as good at tech as Tony Stark. He's literally all three. But yeah, I don't plan to do Hela. I plan to do like some stuff in Asgard, and then the next time we see Asgard is like when Infinity War starts, and Thor and Hulk are like, "Yo, we need help, bro. Like Thanos coming, Asgard's destroyed." Because I want Odin to seem like an actual good, competent person. Well, it's not like they're nerfed. It's like he's actively competing with them. Like he's actively competing with Reed Richards for the Scientist Supreme. He's actively competing with Doctor Strange for the title of Sorcerer Supreme, and he's actively competing with Iron Man for the title of like being the best engineer. I'm gonna have Ronan in the story, yeah, because Ronan is gonna be like I'm somewhat following the Guardians of the Galaxy story, but their entire plan will be like Gamora gets the Infinity Stone. She tells them like what the hell happens if somebody else gets this, and then their goal is to get it to either the Collector, Xandar, Asgard, or Earth, because those are the four places that can defend it. Because she says like Thanos won't go to Asgard because Odin will kill him. He won't go to Earth without having multiple Infinity Stones or an Infinity Stone already, right? The Collector can hide it and Xandar can protect it. And this is the part where like Peter Quill is like, why won't he go to Earth? Earth is defense, and he's like, she's like, have you never been back to Earth? And then she explains like what the Avengers are. So it tells you that the Avengers are like galactic famous. They are galactically famous. And that like she tells you that like Thanos knows about them and he's ready to go there and fuck them up when he needs time. Yeah, the ancient one is gonna show up like around the time the X-Men stuff finishes. Because I have this scene where like she talks to him, right? And she tells him about the time stone. And then she puts it on a pedestal and she goes, this is the only time and only day. For the next 10 minutes is the only time where the enchantment on the time stone will be deactivated and it is vulnerable. So I can't walk you out because I must guard it. Or like she'll say something like that, right? And he'll in the moment he'll be like, why would you say that? And then when he leaves Kamar-Taj, she stands outside the door and she like uses her magic to look inside, and she sees like I don't know, like Captain America or somebody come from the future to collect the time stone. And he's like, oh crap, they didn't tell me how to open the thing. And then she waves her hand and the Eye of Agamotto opens and the stone floats out and he takes it and he goes back to the future. And she's like, oh, I was right. He does solve it. Because she basically sees like the futures, and she's like, oh, the only chance we have is if this person survives. And she breaks her oath to save him. And then they talk, and then like that happening there is confirmation, because in the future he's like, when he's trying to figure out where to go back to get his stones, he's like, wait a minute, she told me exactly when and where I need to send like somebody back to collect the Infinity Stone. So like when she leaves the room, she turns back and looks through the wall and she sees them collect the Infinity Stone. So that straight up tells you like 200 chapters, 300 chapters before it happens that the snap is gonna happen and get reversed. Yeah. Long form storytelling foreshadowed that like 400 chapters in advance. Which I think is the best way to do time travel. If you're gonna do time travel, just show it early on. Especially because a lot of my audience will know the snap happens and that they undo it. So like every time he does something and it's like, oh my god, why are you doing this? Emma is gonna be back soon. Oh, spoilers. Why are you doing this? Like the people who got snapped away are gonna be back soon. Like, you know, your family's gonna be back. Punisher, I have plans for. Daredevil, not so much. Iron Fist, not so much. Daredevil is street level, and there's no reason for them to even like know about him. Like not know about him like that he's a hero, but like there's no reason for them to recruit him. Punisher never becomes the Punisher, and Iron Fist didn't really care about him. His company will be out of business eventually. But Punisher, I have plans for. Like I know how Punisher's like intro chapter is gonna be, but he never becomes Punisher though. He stays Frank Castle. Daredevil, I don't really care for. I'm not doing Wakanda stuff. I'm not doing Wakanda stuff. I don't care about Wakanda. I don't, they need to stay isolated. And the main character does not care about Wakanda either. He don't give a shit. Wakanda is basically how he saw himself before his friend died. Because Wakanda is Punisher is just a dude with guns. He's like super military trained, that's it. But yeah, we're not doing the Wakanda Killmonger stuff. They need to stay in Africa. I don't care. Punisher is gonna like he won't become Punisher because his family won't die, right? It's like the main character will hire him directly out of the military. So like that whole thing never happens. So he just has Frank Castle as his security. I was originally going to do like have Juggernaut be like his personal security, him and Emma Frost personal security. But I decided Frank Castle was easier to easier to explain because I don't want to have like if I introduce Juggernaut, then I have to explain why Charles Xavier didn't explain Juggernaut, and like why one of the X Men's main villain. No, Frank Castle is private security because like he has like just like how Tony Stark has Happy Hogan as like his head of security. Frank Castle is like that, but for like Hall Technologies, which is the main character's company. So like his family never gets killed in the park or whatever. From the Punisher. It's raining really hard right now. Can you all hear me good? Think you all can hear me now? So like he brings Frank Castle in right for like an interview, and then he's like, yeah, and he's like, okay, hold this pen. He's like, here's the thing, Hall Technologies makes life-saving, world-changing technology. Lots of people want it. Lots of people want to kill for it. So if I tell you to get this from point A to point B, but somebody comes for it, yeah, but somebody comes for it, there will be celestial stuff, but that's the last arc. That's the very last arc. So I'm not spoiling shit there. I'm not spoiling shit there. No. That'll be hinted at way earlier, like way earlier, but I'm not spoiling anything. So he tells Frank Castle, right? You have to get this from point A to point B. It's just a pen, right? But I tell you to get it from A to B. What and somebody tries to get it from you and they're willing to die for it. What happens next? And Frank is like, I subdue them with minimal force and continue the mission. And he goes like, Frank, you're not running for president. Enough with the political correctness. Tell me what's actually gonna happen. He's like, if they want this pen and they're willing to die for it, then they're gonna die for it. He's like, great, let's go. And then like he goes and meets Tony Stark, right? Because Stark in the street and him are like talking about some stuff. This is before like Tony Stark becomes Iron Man, right? They meet like and they're like working together a few times before he becomes Iron Man. And Shield, yeah, there'll be Shield because Avengers, right? But nothing really beyond that. He's not gonna work for Shield. Never. He's never gonna work for Shield. But like, they go on and Happy Hogan is like, by the way, who the hell is this guy? And he's like, oh, this is my head of security. And then when Happy like looks him up, that's when the audience learns that, oh, this is Frank Castle, this is the Punisher. So like until then, his name wasn't mentioned. They were just talking. And like as he's about to introduce himself, Adam like cuts him off and he's like, we don't have time for that, sit down. But I'm gonna have Shield, and I'm not sure if I should have Tony Stark with Pepper Potts or Maria Hill. Because I like the Maria Hill Tony Stark that dynamic from Agents of Shield. Not Agents of Shield, sorry. It's Mightiest Heroes. And Pepper Potts is kind of annoying. I'll be real. She's really fucking annoying. Right? She's like Amber from friggin' Invincible. Just me. And he's literally fighting for his life, and she's like, you're making me so stressed out too. And like, bitch, fuck off. So like, there will be some Hydra stuff, but that wouldn't be our focus. But like, what do you think about that? Pepper Potts is just ugly. Bro hates redheads. Like, I think Maria Hill is just better, honestly, than Pepper Potts. Especially because, like, in the comics, Pepper Potts and Happy Hogan are a couple, not Pepper Potts and Tony Stark. And honestly, Pepper Potts is just annoying. Oh my god, like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Like, she's just so annoying. Like, your boyfriend's out there saving the entire world, and you're complaining about how stressed out you feel? Seriously? That is like Lois Lane telling Superman that she feels stressed out whenever he's in a fight, so he should stop fighting. That's your logic. Yeah, Maria is actually useful. Especially because, like, I'm sticking to some MCU stuff, so SHIELD is gonna collapse, so eventually SHIELD starts working for the Avengers, right? And Tony won't have to, like, give up Stark Industries and give it to Pepper Potts because he's gonna lose Stark Industries in my story. So he'll have less to manage. He runs Stark Technologies, which is like all about detaining enhanced personnel. So like he builds the prison for superheroes. Oh, okay, so Nick Fury still forms the Avengers, right? Even though they don't really listen to him because they don't trust him, but they're like, okay, this team is a good idea, but we don't trust Shield enough to do it. So it'll be everybody from the MCU plus the main character, basically. I'm keeping it simple. And we won't be adding any more members afterwards. No new members coming in. Because I'm keeping it as the Avengers are like the A-team in the entire universe, in the entire galaxy. You don't suddenly get to be an Avenger, because to be an Avenger doesn't mean to be like a superhero. It means that you're the person they call to solve any problem. Which is why, like, the Avengers is like Tony Stark, best engineer in the galaxy, Scientist Supreme, the main character, right? The ultimate spy. Nah, Hawkeye is him, bro. Hawkeye is him. Trust me on this. Hawkeye is him. Hawkeye is him. But also, like, the reason Hawkeye and Widow are in the Avengers isn't because of their fighting. It's because they're like the spy and the soldier. Like, they know how to get information, or to like conduct operations. People think Black Widow is useless because she has guns, but like, she's not. Her role is not to be on the front lines fighting aliens. Like, they have Hulk and Thor. They don't need Black Widow. Her role is to get information, which is what I'm gonna have them do. Like, when Genosha is happening, the only reason they're gonna have a heads up is because Black Widow. Like, that's the only reason, right? And Black Widow and Hawkeye are gonna solve problems that they can't. So Hawkeye being useless? No. If you watch Avengers Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the cartoon, that shows how useful Hawkeye is, because he's I won't say the Avengers have a leader. Graviton is like the head scientist guy, right? So if they have like a science problem, they call him. But for the most part, the Avengers don't need a leader, because like they only get together for like Earth-threatening situations, right? So if like Thanos is attacking the planet, they don't need to like call a vote. They're just gonna go fight, or they're gonna go solve it. Thor is supposed to mix his dialect a bit. So he speaks regally, but not full speaks Shakespeare all the time. So the Earth's Mightiest Heroes version is what I'm going with, which is where like he speaks properly, but not like super high fantasy talk. Because he's been on Earth for a bit at that point, right? Plus, dialect in prose books is annoying. Like it can be very annoying. So the last thing you want is like everything in dialect. That's that's not good. People are gonna get pissed off. Aside from that, the only real thing is like Hulk. How I treat Hulk, because like that's very important. He's gonna have his moments. I'm writing Captain America like Marvel Rivals and Earth's Mightiest Heroes Captain America. So he's gonna be like just the best, like the most morally upright person. And I'm gonna have like, cause I showed it early on, right? I showed it very early on that like everybody respects Captain America, right? So like chapter 3, I think. Yeah. So chapter 3, in chapter 3 they were talking about how like one of the upperclassmen who graduated last year, right? Yeah, what about him? Joined the army, said he wanted to be the next Captain America. Can't really blame the guy. I mean, ironic commercial aside, that is Captain America. Guy's a legend for a reason, right? So like the whole world respects Captain America, and I'm keeping that tone, right? I'm keeping it like that the entire story. Everybody respects Captain America because he's Captain America, right? So like the first time the main character sees Captain America, he's like, "Whoa, you're actually Captain America! Like this is incredible." Because he is the world's first superhero. Making Cyclops cool is another story though, because I have a task with Cyclops, but I think I can manage it. I need a better picture of this for the book. No, Graviton doesn't need any armor. What, this purple thing? No. Hell no, that is ugly as shit. He looks like a wannabe sentinel. Let me show you something. Where is Graviton? Actual Graviton. The actual Graviton from Marvel Comics looks like this. Bro is just the cleanest thing ever. Like look at that. That's that's how like, he looks all the time. This is when he fought the X-Men, by the way. He washed the X-Men. Like they got mangled. Wasn't even close. And the only reason they like survived this is because Rogue literally absorbed everybody's powers and struggled to reach to him and touch him. Like, and then when she touched him, she just sent him away for a little bit, and they were like, "Yo, we need to get out of here." Like he's overboard, like overboard. Like bro is the definition of overboard. yeah, this is how he looks. Yeah, but this is how he looks regularly, like. But I don't want to do this because I wanted to have like a mask. So I was thinking like an X-Men, a regular pants and then that X-Men jacket, right? And he'd have a mask, so he could keep like he could be in uniform all the time because he'd just have a jacket. No, no, she can't take it because she can't touch him. He has like a gravity field around him at all time, like kind of like infinity, right? But it's actually a force field. Plus, like if she took it, so like I'm gonna show this thing early on why like they can't really like it's difficult to read his mind. Like they could do it, but they don't want to read his mind and like force themselves into his mind. It's because he's constantly feeling the celestial motion of the universe. So like if she suddenly touches him and she suddenly gets his powers, she'll just fall over and like can't she won't be able to walk properly. Because she'll be feeling the earth rotating underneath her. So she'll suddenly like lock herself in place instinctively and the earth will rotate underneath her and she'll just suddenly go like left 200 miles an hour because that's how fast the earth spins. So it's like if you're a telepath and you feel what he feels in your head, you can't walk. You just feel sick. I mean, no, like she can't touch him. Well, he'll lose some of his powers, but like when Rogue touches you, if she only like barely touches you, you'll feel weaker, but you don't lose all your powers instantly. And the stronger you are, the longer she has to touch you. So like if she ever actually touches him, he'll just throw her into space, and she can't use the powers anywhere near as good as him, so she'll just die. So it's not like a one touch and you suddenly become useless. It's like no, she has to hold on to you. It's like when she fought Miss Marvel, she held on to her powers for like she held on to her for like a while, like a minute plus. That's why she could fly into an X Men '97 because she held on so long that it became permanent. So like for her to completely drain Graviton, it would take a while because Bro is way stronger than Magneto. He is like beyond Omega easily. Plus, like while she's doing that, he's just gonna crush her, assuming she could even touch him. But like, there's the Agents of Shield Graviton suit. Yeah. Oh, this is Graviton from the comics, by the way. This is law accurate. This is law accurate Graviton. Look at him. Look at bro. Look at bro. This this is a real main character. This is a real. She gained her powers by some alien abduction. I'm gonna change that shit. That makes no sense. Never liked it. But yeah, Kree abducted her, did a blood transfusion, blah blah blah. This is law accurate Graviton from the comics. Just he's just him. Everything. Best powers, awesome suit, all the money, super smart, all the women, you know? Agents of Shield Graviton suit. I had to check that out. Like, where is the I'm looking for like Rogue versus Graviton. Oh yeah, this is them trying trying to fight Graviton. What the hell? Yeah, this is them trying to fight Graviton. It's not working. As you can see, it's just not working. Avengers trying to fight him again. It ain't working. Bro is just him. Hey, look at that. Clean. Clean. Yeah, I'm gonna have Captain Marvel, but she's just gonna be Carol Danvers. Because Marvel Girl is Jean Grey, so I don't want to mix up the names, so I'll just have her called Carol Danvers the whole time. Major Danvers, MAJOR for military. This is literally what it took to beat him. Because, like, she absorbed all the X Men's abilities, like, trained them to near death, and she barely got to him. Bailey. I'm pretty sure she absorbed like somebody Inhumans too. Yeah, bro's him. I mean, Miss Marvel and I mean, which Captain Marvel is it though? Ooh, that suit is good, but no, he's like a teenager, bro. He's so cool. I'm good at choosing main characters. That's what I'm gonna say, bro. It's just him. Like Captain Marvel, but like this is like Captain Marvel, right? This is a Captain Marvel outfit, and it was inspired by this dude who's an alien, Marvel, right? He's the alien. He gave her a blood transfusion. She became Captain Marvel. But when she realized that he's like a piece of shit, she went by Miss Marvel, right? Which is this costume, right? And eventually, this dumb bitch Kamala Khan is such a fangirl that she named herself Miss Marvel and decided to confuse everybody. Right? She's such a fangirl of like actual Miss Marvel that she decided to confuse everybody. Yeah. But this one is Major Carol Danvers. So I'm just gonna keep her as Carol Danvers because Marvel Girl is Jean Grey. Jean Grey's original code name before she just became Jean Grey was Marvel Girl. So I'm gonna keep it like that. I don't mind this one, but like it's not casual enough. Because the whole thing with my what the hell is this? Because the whole thing with the yeah, blood transfusion. Well, to be fair, She-Hulk got the spores the same way, right? Blood transfusion. She was like, I'm sick. Let me take my super infected cousin's Hulk blood. Fucking retarded. Like, that was the dumbest thing. Yeah, the idea behind the main character I'm going for is that, like, he doesn't need. He doesn't need any technology with him. He's just that strong, like, on his own. Right? So he doesn't have like a like gauntlets or armor. So his whole costume is just like some regular pants, whatever pants he's wearing, his boots, a a like a black jacket and a black shirt. Sorry, a black shirt and a black jacket with like the X-Men code. Graviton is not naturally immortal, but we'll get to that eventually. We will get to that eventually. Why do you want them to be immortal? I have a running theme with my main characters becoming immortal. Yeah, I know. Nah, bro, no cape. Because the whole thing is that he wants to basically always be in costume, right? So he just puts up his hood and puts on the mask and he's in costume. Yeah. In my defense, though, right? In on Krakoa, which is like a X-Men storyline, they do this immortality thing. So it's canon. It's not me. It's canon. It's not me. But yeah, the idea is that he's kind of like Static Shock, right? Static Shock. Where Static Shock's costume. How do I even get like a casual one? Something like this. Or this. What the hell? Okay. Or no. Something like this. stronger than Thor but killed by old age. Oh, actually, something like this, right? There is Wanda. I'm not having any reality warpers though, so she's just a telepath and telekinetic. I'm not having any reality warpers. So, no reality warping Wanda, no Franklin Richards, no Molecule Man, no Beyonder, right? Because those people really overcomplicate stories for no reason. And the point of this is Marvel simplified, right? So, yeah. But the idea with his costume is that he has on the jacket all the time, and then he can just flip it inside out, and boom, he's in costume. No vision, no. I don't need vision. I do not need vision. Because Thor when they stop Loki, Thor takes the Tesseract and the scepter back to Asgard. Because it never made any sense why he took the Tesseract but left the scepter on Earth. Like that didn't make any sense ever. That was so stupid. Also Vision was pretty damn useless. No. Doctor Strange would not join the Avengers. Doctor Strange don't give a damn about the Avengers. I'm only keeping the original six. That's all. No more Avengers. No Spider-Man in Avengers. Hmm. Yes, there will be a Spider-Man for sure. Definitely have to be a Spider-Man. There will definitely be a Spider-Man, but yeah. Because I want to show the difference between like a regular hero and an Avenger too. And Spider-Man's a good example of that. Because he just looks out for the little guy, right? Avengers do like fighting gods and stuff. I mean, I'm thinking I'll just do like okay, so there won't be a civil war like in the comics or in the MCU. So I can make Spider-Man about I want him to be becoming Spider-Man after the Avengers form. So main character will be 23. Let's say he forms about 3 years after the Avengers. So when main character is 26, Spider-Man will be I think like 14 is a solid age for him to start being Spider-Man. Then at that point he would join like the like I'll have like some kind of maybe I'll just make the main character from like the whole foundation, which is like getting all the super nerds on the planet, like kind of like the Baxter Foundation, so that like superheroes can just be superheroes without having to like worry about getting home on time and all that kind of shit. So I'll keep like the MCU ages, but by the end of this story, he'll be depends if he gets snapped. No, he's gonna get snapped for sure. So by the end of the story, he'll be let's see, 14, 5 is the snap, and then 4 to the 5. So he'll technically be 23 by the time the snap comes back, and then he'll be like 30 by the end of the story. 30, 35 ish. question is, who is Spider-Man's love interest? Because they will all be side characters, so like I can just have him be with anybody. I'm thinking Gwen Stacy, but I don't know. Gwen? Nobody likes Mary Jane. Can't blame them though. She sucks. She's so trash. Gwen Stacy and Black Cat are way better. Blondes do it better. I'm scared of what my Pinterest is gonna have. No, there wouldn't be a Venom. Because it doesn't make sense for there to be a Venom. Because Spider-Man happens after the Avengers, so Venom would have to crash land after Spider-Man, and at that point they would have like a security network for like meteorites and aliens and all that stuff, so they would detect him, and he'd never reach Spider-Man, so there would be no Venom. I'm looking for like casual hero costumes right now. Yeah, there won't be a Venom. Hmm. Interesting. Very interesting. But that's just too much stuff on him. Like, why does he have all this? What are you like? Do you carry stuff? Like, is that your superpower? Just holding lots of pockets? No, because like he's always in the lab. He's a scientist first. So like his whole thing is that like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna like flip my jacket inside out to show the X-Men logo and then put on a mask and that's it. And he'll have like his gloves in his jacket pocket. Because the whole thing, right, is that he meets the X-Men, right? And he goes, why do you all wear such silly costumes? Because I'm keeping it like I'm keeping it like, where is it? Where the hell is it? Okay, I'm keeping them in these costumes at the start, right? These older costumes. And he's like, why do you all wear such silly costumes? And they're like, and Beast is like, oh, this, this, these costumes, they're flight suits. They protect us from the immense G forces of the Blackbird, right? It helps them strap in. And he's like, well, I'm not wearing that crap because I can control gravity. So, hey, real alien encounter. That's an interesting name. Don't forget to like and subscribe. So he's like, I'm not wearing that crap, and because I can control gravity. So he just takes a jacket, flips it inside out. Well, he takes a jacket with like the X-Men colors, puts a logo on the back of it, and then just goes. And that's his whole costume. Plus the mask, because I want them to keep that identity secret at first. So he'll have the mask. Eventually, I mean, they could like he could do something a bit more. But yeah, like casual at first. All of these just like I said casual and they giving me all this stuff. That's not casual at all. This one looks close. counter. How many months of Horizon? Bro, honestly, I'm trying to get this next volume done in like. I'm trying to finish writing it by the end of March. And if I do that, I can finish writing all of Horizon by the end of May. So I don't know how many more months of uploading that will be, but I wanna have 4 more months of writing done. Military superhero, yeah. Their whole thing is not to look like a military though. So that why they don't carry guns and stuff, right? They don't want to be like an army. Plus again, his whole thing is that like he doesn't need anything else because he has gravity on his side. Techwear. Oh, okay. This is okay. Yeah, I could probably use some of this because he is the scientist supreme, so it would make sense. Oh, these are the people who like if you throw them in the water, their entire outfit electrocutes them. Is that what this is? This one looks. Yeah, this looks something like what he'd wear. Why does she look like that? No. This one especially. Ooh, literally, literally. Oh my god, I'm saving this, stealing this. It's totally, this is the Hellions. Yeah, these are the Hellions. These are characters that'll be in the book. Is this like I think this is like Tempa. Tempa? Is it Tempa? Is that her name? She's basically Todoroki but better. She like controls fire and ice. Okay. Focus, 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 focus. What do I want him to wear? Hmm. It needs to have a hood, so something like this, but with a zip on the front, so you can flip it inside out. And he will be wearing gloves. No, he won't be wearing any. Yeah, he'll be wearing gloves. Yeah. This is how everybody in Cyberpunk dresses. Oh wait, why did I do? Scythe. Will I get like a full set of armor? Oh, Abigail Brand. Yeah, she's not gonna be in my book. She's hot, but like no. Granted, she always has good style. Always, like never misses. Mm. Oh, this is the comic that flopped. They flopped so hard, so hard. It got cancelled immediately. Hmm. Sabretooth. He's gonna have a big part to play in my comic in my story. his race. I mean, he's African American. He's because he's Graviton plus Adam Brashear, who is black, so he has to be kind of mixed. What do you mean, dang? What? You don't like that he's black? Oh, you mean the art? That should be Beast? Okay. My stream is all out of whack, so I can't tell where the hell how caught up y'all are. I also need a good cover art, and I don't know what the hell to pass cover art. I have plans for Sabretooth. Big plans. This is Havoc? Oh yeah. Okay. Some of these costumes are good. I also have big plans for Gambit. Yeah, well I know, like I could just take one. But I'm looking for like I'll probably commission a cover art of like the exactly what I want the character to look like. But right now I'm just trying to get some inspiration. Like I'll just like pay somebody to do it for me. Look at Logan. Well, I already know what Wolverine's gonna look like. I'm gonna put him in like his classic costume. The one with like this looking like an actual Wolverine. Up. Here? From X-Men 97? But this... Well, this one looks cool. He looks too big here though. He's supposed to be short. I'm keeping him low accurate, so I'm keeping him 5'3". Wait, what did I see there? Oh. Best skill Emma Frost. This one looks cool though. Yeah, this looks tough. I like it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have Laura Kinney in the book too. She's gonna be, hold on, let me see how old she'll be. She's gonna be Logan. Where the hell is Laura Kinney? Oh, she's gonna be 4 when the story starts. So when they go find her, she'll be like 6. And the relationship is gonna be with Logan and Sage. None of that Logan Jean nonsense. We don't need that. Nobody needs Logan X Jean. Nobody. Jesus Christ. It's just... Ooh. That's cool. Magneto. Cyclops. This is the hardest part of doing a book. Looking for the art. I don't know how I want this character to look. Because I know he fights. foot fetishes, yeah. I mean, Logan also has this kid called, well, same kind of clone thing called Honey Badger, and she has like one claw on each of these and one claw on each foot. So I guess everyone loses each. One loses one in succession. The fun part, no, bro. This is like the most difficult part. The fun part is the dialogue. The thing is, there aren't any heroes with like his exact color scheme, right? Because his color scheme is like black, mainly black with some white. Sorry, mainly black with some yellow, gold. Sorry, because the X Men is blue and gold, so he's black and gold. And Emma is white with some gold. And Storm is black with some white. And as you can tell, he's gonna end up with Storm, well Emma then Storm. Because it's one of my characters, so of course it ends up like that. Some of these add good though, like I sometimes I wish I could draw. Other than my AI, but like some of them are drawn. Yeah, they should definitely have bone claws. Also, like X-23 loses her arm sometimes and grows it back with the iron claws. Which makes no sense, but you know, I don't question. Is it even possible to make Storm ugly? All I have to say is that she's a beautiful African woman, and then like let people imagine themselves. Is it even possible to make Storm ugly? Like, that's a thing? But him and Storm aren't gonna be a thing for like a while though. Like a long time. A very long time. It's gonna be him and Emma for like the most of the damn book. Then it'll be him and Susan Storm. Then it'll be him and actual Storm. Then things will get very difficult and complicated for them. Mm. Also Bishop, I'm not sure about Bishop because time travel is kind of his thing, and I don't want to have time travel except for like the Infinity Stones stuff. So I might just ignore Bishop. But yeah, like that's something to think about. Because a lot of X Men crap is time travel. This Beast looks epic, but Beast doesn't have a tail. So what the hell? What the hell is this? Oh, this is the Storm costume. But I'll take this out instead. Just gonna steal this real quick. So the idea is that Graviton is black and gold, but both Emma and Storm are white and gold. Which I think is awesome. You know? They all match. Who's this? Psylocke. not gonna have this person in the book either. I was considering making her a Horseman of Apocalypse. Blink I'm gonna have in the book. Yeah. There are just so many X-Men. I'm gonna have Pixie too. There are so many X-Men and like I have to pick like which ones I want. Kinda tough. But I'm mostly going with like the X-Men first class team and then we go from there. Who the hell is this? Sage? Oh, Sage and Mimic, okay. No, Sage, you're with Wolverine. Oh, this is the tough part. Oh yeah, Rogue and Gambit are married in the comics, I think, right now. They recently got married. Cool, will be fun. Oh, this is her, right? This one I think is Honey Badger. It's this little girl. I'm not sure how they're related though. I think she's a clone of Laura. Bro, I wish somebody else would rewrite the book so I could just read it. That'd be real nice if one of you could just do that, you know? Write the book for me so I could just read it. As many as I could write. Because the 20th letter is just like all the chapters I write are going on there. No limit. So the question is just how many I can write. Honestly, I don't. Reading feels like work. But I would like to read this story. Like, if somebody else wrote it so I can just enjoy it. Enjoy some peak fiction. That would be nice. Because, I mean, there aren't many stories where the main character is just like amazing at like everything. I was also considering having this version of Rogue, but 90s Rogue is more popular, so I guess I won't. Bro, try this one, Extraordinary Times. I'll put it in the recommended in the Discord. It's in the Discord. It's X-Men mostly. I don't think it goes to Avengers or anything. But it's in the Discord now. That or like a 12-step program to omnipotence. I'll add that one too. Those are promise I've never stayed for a live stream for this long. It's probably because it's related to something I would like to do, light novels. Yeah. I mean, I read them way back before I started writing. So you have to take my opinion with a grain of salt. My opinion may have changed as I got, as I started writing myself. I got way better at judging it. But for where my head at was at the time, it was good. It was fun. Some maybe things could be better, but I mean it's entertaining. And they're pretty long. I'm not sure if they're finished or they're dropped. It's hard to tell on fanfiction.net. But like, yeah. But Extraordinary Times requires you to have some X-Men knowledge. 12 Step Guide to Omnipotence is just pure, just MCU, just crack basically. So you don't need to really know anything for that one. Is he overpowered? In a 12-step guide to omnipotence, he's trying to become overpowered, so it's like a power collection story. And he does it eventually. And in Extraordinary Times, he's strong and he's constantly getting stronger. But he's like a new kid in the X-Men University after Charles Xavier dies and Scott Summers and Emma Frost are taking over the school. Which is where like the X-Men school, this is after House of M, I think. So this is like where the X-Men school have like teams, like superhero teams, compete in like schoolhouses basically. So like each X-Men teacher has like a group of students with them, like how like in Naruto how like Kakashi has Team 7. So it's like that. Yeah. But this is after House of M, I think. So you need some comic knowledge, which I don't like, but it's nothing too extreme. Like they give you like, okay, by the way, this character is this, they do that, and they're on this team with him, and it goes from there. So I think his team are like Blindfold, Armor, and Wing. What's his Bankai? Seamless Miss. What's his Bankai? Don't tease us, give us the whole thing. What's the Bankai? Yeah, I like to change our story too. The Marvel one isn't really about changing the story. It's about unifying the world, like making the world make sense. Like the X-Men and the Avengers exist, but the Avengers never helped the X-Men. That kind of nonsense. Like that doesn't really make any sense to me. So I'm trying to like fix that. Like the Infinity Castle from Demon Slayer. I have not watched Demon Slayer. because I couldn't get past episode 2. No episode, like, what was the episode where they went into they basically did their tuning exams, right, with hunting the demons, and he was like, oh, by the way, I hunted down all this guy's students before you, and you're going to be the next one, right? So he was basically feeding me students. That arc, now, after that arc, I couldn't. That show was just too much bullshit. I mean, are you sure it's the Infinity Castle, or is it just Tengen's barrier? With the 10,000 moving doors that are constantly switching places? Because if it's Gojo, it's probably Tengen's barrier. Yeah, Demon Slayer is a simple story. I just can't stand Tanjiro. And like, Demon Slayer does the same thing as this, where like the entire first episode of Demon Slayer is just like, look at Tanjiro, he's so helpful and such a good person. Oh my god, love him so much because he's so amazing and good, and everybody loves him and tells you he's the best thing ever. And then his family dies and they're like, wow, I hope you feel sorry for him now because, you know, he's like the greatest person ever and he didn't deserve any of this. And I'm like, bro, shut the fuck up. He's like the ultimate Mary Sue piece of shit character from like the first 2 episodes. And then like him being a crybaby. I don't remember much, yeah. But yeah. I just don't like Tanjiro. Tanjiro is just not him. Not nearly him enough. Yep. They tried too hard to make you love Tanjiro in episode 1, bro. That was just, ugh. I think at some point, like the old lady said, like Twin Throne of Heaven. Yeah, at some point the old lady like literally says like, "Oh Tanjiro, you're such a sweet and helpful boy," or some shit, right? And she gave him like vegetables or something to carry home. Like, what? Like, I get it. Like, he's a good guy, and I'm supposed to feel sorry for him. But like, this is not how you do it. This is not how you do it. Twin Throne of Heaven. That's a pretty cool name. Meanwhile, my goddamn JJK character is just called the Binary Sunset. Oh, the gimmick with my JJK character, by the way, is that like kind of like how Sukuna has it was a twin and he ate his sibling. He absorbed his sibling back in the womb. So how people are able to do like either domain amplification or your curse technique, he can mix them without his domain expansion. So that's how he can get through infinity. Because like his sibling can do he can have one of his souls do he's 2 souls in one body. So he can have one soul do domain amplification and one soul do any technique. That's like his gimmick. It won't be enough to beat Gojo by itself, but like it's a start. The way he beats Gojo is actually by using the logic of JJK with like equivalent exchange. Binding for he's a binding for merchant. Best of the best. And posted both yeah, extraordinary times. Extraordinary times I think it starts with like it starts with him in the X-Men, right? new character design. Oh, that's how he looks. Wow, that's very different than how I imagined it this entire time. That's so different. So different. Who, like the guy from the Extraordinary Times? He absorbs like light and solar radiation and just shoots light. It's pretty simple, but he uses it pretty well. It's straightforward and, you know. I think he also uses it to like enhance himself to a certain extent. Classic wuxia novels. Those don't really interest me because I'm not really interested in martial arts stuff. Like I'm more interested in superpower stuff. I mean, he's strong, but like in the world of X-Men, just shooting laser beams isn't enough to make you overpowered, right? There is one arc where like his son from the future comes back to kill him because like he becomes Omega level and like he destroys the world. So he gets overpowered, but I haven't read like the entire story because I stopped a while back, right? And it's updated like March last year. So I oh he dates X-23 too, by the way. At some point he dates X-23. That's like a thing that happens. But like compared to the other like people, that's not. I write as long as I'm awake. Literally, if I'm awake, I'm probably writing, or planning a book, or researching for a book, and everything else is just like a side thing to writing. There is no time management. It's just writing and everything else. But I try to do the timer thing where like I get my phone and set a timer, and while I'm writing, the timer goes up, and every time I look away from the screen or I stop writing for whatever reason, I stop the timer, and I don't stop the day until it hits 4 hours. That's when I really, really need to get work done. Like tomorrow, I'll do that for when I'm writing. But aside from that, like I just wake up, shower, eat, write, then eventually go back to sleep. Putting everything into this right now. Yeah, not sane at all. But if you want to be successful, you kind of have to go insane with this stuff. I'm at like how many words in 4 years, right? I'm at where's where gone? Yeah, I'm at 7, 14, 15, 16. I'm at like 17, 1.7 million words. Yeah, I need to start working out again and stuff. And I have my protein, like my whey protein, but like, oh my god, life just got so messy and all I did was right. I even lost like some weight. So I need to like, you can probably see it in my face. I need to like, get back on actually taking care of myself. Yeah, I wrote like 1.8, not probably like 2 million words in the last 4 years. So if you want to improve, you need to write a lot and get a lot of feedback and keep improving. So I just kind of like told myself, hey, I'm just gonna become a professional writer as soon as possible, no matter what. And this is like 500,000 words in 8 years. Yeah, this is like a cash. This is like a hobbyist, right? Which is not an insult. It's just like different motivation. Like I'm trying to go pro, So I have to write way more before I get to like pro quality. So I just have to commit. I don't like going to the gym though. I find like it's not a thing. I used to always override for school essays. Sitting below a workout was hard. Yeah, I don't like going to the gym because like just lifting weights doesn't feel like I'm accomplishing anything. Because I like learning new skills. So the the goal is to start boxing. So I actually like stay fit while doing something instead of just standing there lifting weights. But yeah, 2 million words in 4 years, it's tough. Like topping that is difficult. 2 million public words especially because like pretty much everything is up. But yeah. I think at like 7, so in like 12 minutes I'll shut off the stream and try to get some food. But yeah. So y'all got me for 12 more minutes. But yeah, if you want to go pro at like writing, you need to commit to actually like getting words on the page, which is the hardest part. 12 million views is pretty nice though. Not gonna lie. And if I go on funny enough, if I go on my Scribble Hub, like here, I go on my profile page. It says famous author, which is weird, right? So I'm like, why does this say famous author by my name? And then I would go on like most series, and most series have like 200,000 views. Pretty nice. What did I just say? That? What did I just even say? Yeah, but like it says famous author here, and 1.3 million views, and I'm like, what are they talking about? Why am I a famous author for that? And then if I go on like another story, it's like 100,000 views, and if I go on like the fan fiction section, it's like 2,000 views, right? So it's like wow, I have so many more views than these people, like it's crazy, and like 48,000 views, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? And then some of these people will reach out and be like, oh, by the way, do you want to do a trade? A rational subreddit. Do I need to log in because I don't have a Reddit account? But yeah, some of these people would hold on. I would say some of these people would like message me and they'd be like, hey, do you want to trade like shoutouts? I'll put my book title. You'll put your book title at the end of my book, and you'll do the same for me. And I'm like, wow, let me see your book. And it's like, oh, 10,000 views. Okay, like what am I supposed to do with this, bro? How is this anywhere near fair? You need to come back when you're like 100,000 times bigger. Like, what is this? Because remember, sites copy and paste my entire profile from Scribble Hub and put it on their sites because I'm top 10 and like a lot of stuff. So it was low key. Hmm? Yeah, but like, so I'm like, okay, I can't even do that if I wanted to, but because like, if I put your book at the end of my book at the end of my chapter, and then you drop your book, I look bad. So I can't even do that. Okay, why am I supposed to be looking at it like rational? just people promoting that book. I'm trying to figure out like what the fuck Rational is supposed to be about. Why the fuck is your thing this long, bro? Fix this shit. Jesus Christ. 1.2 million words. When did you start publishing? 2013, bro. What is this? You've been writing this shit for like for January 2nd. You've been writing this shit for 13 fucking years? 12 years or some shit? No, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 12 years and you only have 1.2 million words? 100,000 words a year? What the fuck? The actual fuck. God, boy, these fucking people are the worst. How is anybody supposed to give a shit about that story? No, I know it's not you, but like, these people, like. Let me see what this shit is. Right? Okay, no. I'm not paying Railroad. Fuck you people. Railroad is such a pain in the ass to even get your book onto the site. Okay, let me see what this stats are. Does it show word count? Does it show anything useful on the site? Stats. 700,000 words. Okay, when did this shit start? 2 years ago? That's not terrible. That's pretty good actually. Finally somebody with some actual work ethic. Stats. Million words. 2 years ago. Why is that million words though? Oh, slice of life. Okay, no wonder. Fuck off. What am I looking at? 300,000 words. 2 years ago. Okay. What? Ready tags. Yeah. Don't even know what fucking site that is. Sanderson's writing is satisfactory. I want to see Bull. I don't know, bro. I'm curious. Can I just see the results? Eh. No. Fuck no. I don't know about this. Brothers of Grumpy and the Prescott. Agreed. Disagree. Sans guys who think of it. Agreed. I've read like fuck. Yes. Yes. Please stop doing that. 50 pages in and I'm sick of your characters already. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I don't know about this. what button? I just got rid of the Reddit thing. What button are you talking about? Where are the one with the fucking mental health? God, people love trauma porn. Okay. This thing? Wiki? The Shadow Slave does what it sets out to do, but people don't. It sets a precedent bad in the beginning where he is in servitude, and generally in a story, when a story starts like that, they expect them to break their chains of like service. So they expect them to like up to rise up, but the main character just kind of just keeps going along with it. So the audience keeps getting more and more pissed off with it. What am I supposed to be doing here? Hmm. This fucking list. What the fuck am I even watching right now? Yeah, I'm about to sleep just. Well, I'm about to end this stream right now actually because it's past 7. It's streaming 8 hours, but this rational subreddit thing is. Yeah, this rational sub. Have a good night, bro. This rational subreddit thing is like this doesn't need to be a subreddit, right? Patting yourself on the back for having characters like use world building should be standard. But then when you only focus on this and all your characters your character makes the right decision all the time, then like you lose part of the storytelling because surprise surprise, real life people aren't rational. So like it kind of kills some of it. Who will know the point if you read something from there? What? Well, that's the thing, right? You're not supposed to be able to tell if something is rational or not. It's just supposed to flow naturally. Consistency is more important than rationality. If the rationality is consistent, then it would qualify for this. But like otherwise, it's just a story. It's just like the evil overlords list, like 100 things to do to not do when you're evil overlord or something. Yeah, yeah. He's like, oh, kill the chosen one when he's like a 5 year old or something, right? Yeah, I've seen like a few of these things. But yeah, like rationality isn't like a feature. It's just yeah. I would say competency is more important than rationality. But like, if rationality is what you like, then there's a place for that, I guess, right here. And they clearly like it. Yeah. Written by a billion people with ADHD. Yeah, so they could experience the fantasy. Should have been France. This is gonna be about bombing. Yeah, people on the internet hate France. Yeah, the rational Reddit is ADHD readers stream. I wouldn't say that, but I mean they are related, rationality and competency. Competency is how well you use it, right? So yeah. But anyway, I'm gonna end the stream now. I've been 9 hours. Wow. I need to end the stream and timestamp when I did the rewrite, so people can actually find it. Then I'm gonna probably take a nap and write some Horizon tomorrow. So I'll see y'all. Hopefully I'll get my camera like I think today or tomorrow, sometime this week, so I can actually make a next video. Yeah, man. See ya. But yeah, they are connected.